Pokémon, a genius scientist who traveled through time from Pirates Chapter 1-50. Chapter 1 The genius scientist who traveled through the second time. The abandoned UEV. Under the green sunny sky, a Pidgeotto led a group of Pidgeys passing by. On the grass, Rattata, Oddish and other gentle wild Pokémon were squinting at Snore on the big tree. Under another big tree opposite, a boy who was no more than 10 years old was looking blankly at these snoring wild Pokémon and said to himself, "Can you travel through time twice?" Yes, this is Susheng's second time traveling. He traveled through time for the first time and entered the world of pirates. There, he joined Vegapunk's technology team and achieved higher technological achievements than the other party. Although he possesses technology that transcends the times, his position has always been wavering. One moment he is very close to the Revolutionary Army, and the other moment he chooses to serve the world government. Susheng's position is quite firm, that is, Navy pirates are not good things at all. So, after Susheng learned all the technologies of Vegapunk, he chose to cooperate with Saab of the Revolutionary Army. That's right, we're working with Saab, not Monkey D. Dragon, because Susheng always felt that the man with the slippers tattooed on his face was unreliable, and he was sweating every time something happened. One of his men was caught, and all his good brothers were cheated. Why don't you do anything? In the end, Susheng led his Seraph army, combined with Sabo and the 4 commanders of the Revolutionary Army, to launch an all-out war against the world government headed by the Tianlong people. The magnitude of its momentum is not inferior to that of a war. Finally, after reaching the Void Throne, I arrived in front of I'm a weirdo who didn't know whether he was a man or a woman. Because I didn't understand the opponent's abilities, I fell into a dirty trick. Alas, if I had advanced training in the Pokemon world and learned how to prevent direct attacks on the trainer, this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. But what Susheng never expected was, after traveling to the pirate world and dying once, he was able to travel a second time. Traveled to the world of Pokemon. Hoot hoot. Just when Susheng was reminiscing about the glorious past, there was a sudden thunderous protest in his stomach. Speaking of which, I didn't eat anything when I traveled back to Liankan. Susheng patted his belly. Najuanatuo. As if hearing the protest from Susheng's stomach, an Oddish threw out the razor leaf and accurately chopped off the fruit on the fruit tree above Susheng's head. Several peaches landed accurately in front of Susheng. Huh? For me. Susheng's eyes lit up. Najuanatuo. Oddish nodded with a smile. Yoshi, what a good boy. Susheng walked up and picked up Oddish and stroked him twice. After asking what the nearest city was, Susheng picked up the peaches and waved goodbye to the Oddish. It's such a beautiful place, like a utopia. It's so different from the ghost world in my previous life. Susheng chewed the peach fruit and complained as he headed towards the city. In the pirate fan fiction I read in my past life, the protagonist will either become a pirate or a navy after traveling through time. But in Susheng's view, neither side is a good thing. Although there are some exceptions, most of them suck. After walking for nearly an hour, Susheng finally arrived at the seaside city. Let's find an adult first and ask where this is. Susheng thought to himself, let's first figure out which region this is. If it was Kanto, he planned to seek refuge with Professor Oak, who was not Ash's father but was better than Ash's father. With the technologies he learned in the pirate world in his previous life, it would not be a problem to establish himself as an assistant next to the old man who loves instant noodles. Well, just her. Susheng noticed an old lady on the street in front. Are you really my Eevee? However, when Susheng walked in, he heard the old woman's trembling and extremely panicked voice. Looking closer, I found a Moon Eevee squatting in front of her. It should be her Pokemon. However, as a trainer, the old woman held her hands in front of her. Her legs trembled sharply due to fear, and she felt like she would fall to the ground in the next second. An Eevee on the opposite side is not much better. It was the first time that the owner who loved him showed such an attitude towards him, and he felt that the world had collapsed. The old woman trembled and said, this dark skin and red eyes, too unlucky, too scary. The pupils of Moon Eevee dilated sharply, and her small body trembled as if she was electrocuted. Tisk tisk. It seems that this world is not as beautiful as imagined, Susheng said in his heart. Just when Moon Eevee was trying to hold back the pain in her heart and wanted to comfort her master and take a step forward, the old woman subconsciously took a step back. Don't come near me. This step left an irreparable rift between her and Moon Eevee. Don't come over. Don't come over. The old woman turned around and was about to run away, but Susheng stepped in front of her first. Hey grandma, haven't you seen Moon Eevee? That's also an evolution form of Eevee. There's no need to be so scared, right? Isn't black cool? Susheng vaguely remembered that in his previous life he spent a lot of effort to make Eevee evolution into Moon Eevee in the game. What Moon Eevee? Quick, get out of the way. I'll give it to you if you like it. As she spoke, the old woman ran past Susheng without a moment's hesitation. Really? You don't know Dark Moon Eevee? Susheng turned his head to look at the old woman's back and then looked at Moon Evie, who had his eyes lowered and looked ashen. Xiao Hei, how about you follow me first? I'll work out a way to make you degenerate back to Evie, and then you can go back to your master. How about that? Su Sheng thought for a while and said. When Moon Evie heard this, the grief on her face instantly turned into shock. Is this human child crazy? I've never heard that after Evie family evolution, it can degenerate back again. However, what Moon Evie didn't know was that after crossing over, Su Sheng's research heart as a scientist began to stir. He couldn't wait to study the difference in power between Pokémon and the Demon Berry. Evolution is naturally one of the projects, but during this period you have to help find food. I am different from Luffy. I will not work in vain. Su Sheng then reminded him. In his previous life, the reason why he joined forces with Sabo to fight the world government was not purely because of his sense of justice. More importantly, after the world government saw that Vegapunk had ulterior motives, they set their sights on him. Although Su Sheng felt that he was not a good person, he was at least a person. He didn't want to get involved with those idiots. In this case, it would be better to strike first. So, there was the battle in which Su Sheng and the Revolutionary Army joined forces to attack the Holy Land of Marijoa. After a long while, Uev finally opened her mouth to respond. Now that she is homeless, what other choices do she have? Chapter 2. Where does Aunt Delia get the money? Gurgle. Su Sheng's stomach protested again. Fruits are not filling. Su Sheng patted his protesting stomach and said to Uev, there is an old saying in Yanhuang, food is the first necessity of the people. Let's go fill our stomachs first and then think about the future. His eyes were full of disbelief under the bowler hat, and he whispered to himself, Dark made the Pokemon after evolution degenerate. That kid, is he kidding? If it were any other time, he would have thought it was a kid's idiotic nonsense. But through the short period of secret observation just now, he found that Su Sheng exuded a maturity that was completely different from his age and the strong confidence contained in his eyes. It made him doubt, can he really do it? Giovanni was silent for a long time. If it were any other time, even if he didn't observe it himself, at least he would send a subordinate to follow the kid to see if he could really do anything. But now, I'm not in the mood. Recently, Giovanni has been secretly looking for his missing son. Unable to find him in Kanto, Giovanni ran to Johto. He didn't even use the subordinates of Team Rockets, because Giovanni didn't tell anyone, including his subordinates, that he had a son, because children often become the weak point of their parents. As the leader of Team Rockets, Giovanni has made countless enemies on the road. What will happen if his enemies know that he has a son? Giovanni, how could a veteran like I not think of this? So he has been hiding this matter tightly. However, even so, his child still disappeared. Who on earth is it? Giovanni gritted his teeth secretly, not in the mood to pay attention to Su Sheng, and turned his head to merge into the darkness again. Pokemon Center. Sister, can you eat the food at the Pokemon Center for free? Su Sheng raised his head and blinked his cute eyes, and asked sweetly to Joy. Along the way, he obtained a lot of information through the skin. First of all, this is Qianwood City in Johto region. However, the timeline of the Pokemon world is different from that of the Pokemon world where I watched anime and played games in my previous life. The current Kanto Alliance champion is Granny Agatha, who uses the ghost type, not the flying elite. In other words, there are still at least several years before the plot time that Su Sheng is familiar with. Moreover, Professor Oak has not yet invented the Pokemon Pokédex, so the public does not know the evil attribute, which is not too common. There are also Pokeball transmission devices and Pokemon recovery devices that players use every day in the game. None of these are available. But there is one thing. That is, just like Ash in the anime, the Pokemon Center will provide free medical services, food, and accommodation. Okay, little brother. Seeing such a cute young lady, Joy on the other side of the counter immediately smiled back. Su Sheng finally realized the joy of Momonosuke's little brat. Alas, speaking of it, the first regret was not destroying the world government in the previous life, and the second regret was not killing Momonosuke. Su Sheng immediately beamed when he heard that the Pokemon Center indeed provided free food. I love this world so much. However, Joy's next words made Su Sheng dumbfounded. Little brother, show me your trainer ID card. Clam. Trainer ID card? What the hell? Oh wait, there seems to be that thing in the game. I remember that it seems to have the trainer's name, trainer number, and how many badges he has obtained written on it. But because this seemed to be just a decoration, I didn't even pay attention to it when I played games in my previous life. Seeing that Su Sheng's expression was wrong, the bright smile on Joy's face became a little more confused. Kid, if you are not a registered trainer of the Alliance, then you have to pay. 1 day's accommodation and food expenses are 1,000 Alliance coins. Su Sheng touched his trouser pocket, which was cleaner than his face. He was already thinking about how to leave without looking so embarrassed. Sister, I'll treat you to this meal, Joy suddenly said again. This. Su Sheng was a little surprised. Joy smiled. My sister can still afford this little money. Half an hour later, in the restaurant of the the Qianwood City Pokémon Center. Many trainers looked at Susheng with damned expressions. Well, it is indeed a ghost. Starving ghost. Even Yu-Eevee, who was squatting on the ground with a bowl of Pokémon feed in front of her, felt that the rice in the bowl was no longer fragrant. So embarrassing. Is it tasty? At this time, that joy came with Jinsei. Thank you, Sister Soledad. I will repay you in the future. Susheng swallowed a mouthful of curry rice and gave Joy Soledad a thumbs up. According to the other party's self-introduction, Susheng learned that Joy is the surname of the Joy family. After the last name, every Joy naturally has a first name, and from the mouth of Joy Soledad, Susheng also knew a lot about the real Pokemon world. Among them, there is the knowledge of Alliance registered trainer. Only trainers like this can enjoy free accommodation and treatment services at the Pokemon Center, just like the players in the game, and Ash, and the others in the animation. The condition for becoming a registered trainer of the Alliance is to pay a tax to the Alliance every year starting from birth, and then when he is 10 years old, the trainer will be given a Pokemon with good qualifications. Most of them are Royal 3. However, this service can only last until the minor period before the age of 20. Well, that's right when you think about it. If you can really spend your whole life eating and drinking at the Pokemon Center, then why are there still office workers in this world? In his previous life, Susheng played games and fought against many business people trainers on the roadside. But after understanding this, Susheng thought of another question. Where did Ash's mother's Aunt Delia's money come from? Out of curiosity, Susheng asked Joy Soledad how much tax he would have to pay after becoming a registered trainer for 10 years. After getting the answer, Susheng was really curious about where Aunt Delia, who didn't usually work in the animation, got so much money. Could it be that it was sponsored by Professor Oak? Ahem. I can't think about it anymore. I think this book will be gone. Xiao Sheng, you are not an orphan, are you? Just when Susheng was thinking about it, Joy Soledad asked unexpectedly. Susheng, hey, why are you cursing? Chapter 3 Moon Eevee, am I beautiful? Joy Soledad was not cursing, of course, she just felt strange. Why does a child who is not young know nothing about such basic knowledge? Has no one taught him since he was a child? Did he run away from home, or from an orphanage? Sister Soledad, can you keep it a secret for me? Susheng rolled his eyes, and then asked in a low voice with a deep face. Joy Soledad was stunned by Susheng's behavior. Then he nodded solemnly. Actually, I am the child of a human and a Pokemon. Ah, Joy Soledad, a medical practitioner, was shocked. Can humans and Pokemon have children? This is the first time I've heard of it. My dad, he's a bastard. Susheng slammed his fist on the table and gritted his teeth. After he made my mother pregnant, he put her in a Pokeball, and while she was sleeping, he threw her into the forest along with the Pokeball. Later, my mother gave birth to me in the forest, and I grew up with Pokemon, so I don't know much about the human world. Joy Soledad was completely dumbfounded. This story simply reshaped her worldview. The Moon Eevee next to the seat also had a question mark on her face. Don't you know the human world? On the way to the Pokemon Center before, I saw that you had no obstacles when communicating with humans. This is really shocking. I didn't expect that humans and Pokemon can actually. Xiao Sheng, it's really hard for you all these years. Joy Soledad suddenly felt compassion. Don't worry, Sister Soledad, I'm fine now, right? Susheng said sorry to his father who had passed away in his previous life. Just now, he could not think of a better reason, so he just used An's life experience. But if you think about it carefully, An is not necessarily the child of a male human and a female Pokemon. Isn't it possible that a male Pokemon and a female human are also possible? For example, Big Root Gardevoir. After all, that guy is also a green-haired. Finally, under the sympathetic gaze of Joy Soledad, Susheng, an illegal resident, successfully completed his identity registration. Although others did not help him pay the taxes for those 10 years, he became eligible to receive the Royal 3's registered trainer. But with a formal identity, at least he can do more things than an illegal resident. Afterwards, Joy Soledad asked Susheng to go back to the guest room to rest, and she would help him find a host family tomorrow. Hearing this, while Joy Soledad was not paying attention, the next day, Susheng got up early, left a letter of thanks and left. It's okay to learn from Momonosuke to pretend to be a child and get some information. If he really wants to live in another family and pretend to be a child for a few years, won't he lose his life? And although Susheng felt that Joy Soledad was not that kind of person, but once she reported her life experience, Susheng was always afraid that someone would slice him up for research. There was no way. After staying in the world of pirates, where intrigues and undercovers were rampant for a long time, Susheng always liked to think of the worst. Although he often used pirates and the running dogs of the world government for experiments in his previous life, he didn't want to be used for experiments. I have a general understanding of this world, but the problem of money is still not solved. Susheng stretched and walked on the street with Yu-Eevee, chatting casually. If I want to help you complete the degeneration, I have to study your DNA composition, so I need a lot of professional equipment. Syringes, blood collection tubes, blood routine test equipment. These things cost a lot of money, but I don't even have money for lunch. Moon EV also responded intermittently. From time to time, he cast an incredulous sidelong glance at the new owner. No, is he serious? Let alone EV family. Even if you look at the entire history of Pokemon, Moon EV has never heard of degenerating after evolution. Others can't do it, but it doesn't mean I can't do it. I am still very confident in this aspect. Susheng touched Moon EV's round forehead. Tisk, but no matter how many times I look at it, I think it is so beautiful, with black hair, red eyes, and a little saffron color pattern embellishment. Since the fairy Eevee in the previous life appeared in XY, with her elegant and beautiful appearance plus the best feature of the Eevee family, fairy skin, she has become the most popular Eevee evolution type. But Susheng still thinks that Eevee is the most handsome. There is a mysterious beauty. Susheng's praise makes Eevee stunned again. Am I beautiful like this? You know, I fell asleep in the Pokemon Center last night. In my dreams, I still have the horrified expression of my former master when he abandoned me. The man and the fox continued to walk on the street. The number of times Eevee stole glances at Susheng increased. She could feel it. Susheng's words just now were not to comfort or fool her. He really felt so. Why, you are not my first master. Cyndaquil, use Ember. Wow, Rattata, get out of the way. At this moment, a burst of children's shouts came from the front. Susheng and Eevee looked up. They found that two boys who were about the same age as Susheng were fighting Pokemon. The Pokemon they used were Cyndaquil and Rattata. Well, the command level of the two as trainers was comparable, but once you look at the difference in Pokemon, the winner is obvious. Don't say there are no useless Pokemon, only useless trainers. Or take Giovanni's Beedrill or Red's Pikachu as examples. As a scientist, Susheng said, don't take individual examples. For example, Kaido's Blue Dragon Berry and Hancock's two sisters Snake Berry. If you have to choose one to eat, which one would you choose? Giovanni and Red are individual examples among individual examples, right? Why don't you see other people being able to train Beedrill or Pikachu, a common Pokemon, to the level of being the best? If you are aiming to become a top trainer without external plugins such as the system, you should still choose Pokemon with a higher upper limit. Didn't you see that King Luffy's Rubber Berry could not keep up with the rhythm in the environment of the gods fighting in the later stage and directly turned into Nico with the external plug-in? Yeah, I won. In the end, Rattata still failed to turn defeat into victory with the magic skill Quickly Avoid. Cyndaquil's trainer won. According to the agreement, this pack of Pikachu chocolate cookies is mine. The little boy took a pack of cookies with Pikachu printed on the cover from the other party. Susheng's smile gradually became abnormal when he saw this scene. Oh, how could I forget how I made money playing games in my previous life. Chapter 4. King Susheng has the talent of a king, and the chef has the talent of a chef. 10 minutes later, Susheng held a pack of Pikachu cookies in his left hand and kept taking it out with his right hand and then threw it into his mouth to chew, and there was a bag of Seduc potato chips under his armpit. Completely ignoring the two peers behind him who were wiping tears with snot, he walked away with Eevee. Oh, really? How could I forget how to make money when playing games? Susheng ate the cookies and shook his head and muttered to himself. That's right, when playing games in the previous life wasn't the source of income for trainers fighting. Sometimes I meet wealthy NPCs who earn tens of thousands. Although there is a gap between the game and reality, it is impossible to earn living expenses by such means. But it is okay to bully primary school students and steal snacks. Although it is a bit immoral. What? I am also a primary school student? Oh, that's fine. But selling props is also a big source of money. Unfortunately, Susheng has been out of the city for a few days, but he has not found anything like giant gold beads. He has not even picked up a wild Pokeball. Sure enough, you can't trust everything in the game. Hey, what's your name? We will definitely beat you next time. At this time, the boy using Cyndaquil shouted unconvinced. My name is Fat Tiger, Susheng said without turning his head. From then on, for a long time in the future, the legend of Fat Tiger was circulated in Qianwood City. A few days later, in front of the Qianwood City department store, under the watch of many passers-by, a furret was unwilling but could not resist the fatigue that kept surging from his body. Finally, he staggered 2 steps and fell to the ground with his eyes rolling. My furret. As the owner of furret, the young man was shocked and couldn't believe the boy opposite him, who was less than half his age and had a Pokemon that he had never seen before and gave people goosebumps. Big furret has lost its ability to fight. The girlfriend of the young man who was the guest referee was about to announce the result of the game, but she got stuck halfway through. By the way, I still don't know what the name of that black Pokemon is. Eevee. Susheng glanced sideways. She is Eevee. Oh, the girlfriend nodded repeatedly, then announced with a smile. well. Furret lost the ability to fight. UEV won. So the winner of this instant noodle competition is this kid. Oh great. For more novels 124,864 join https://discord.gg/szxtcashq right *# that boy is so strong, but that Pokemon feels a bit scary. Its name is Eevee. Is it an evolution type of Eevee? Aren't there only 3 types of Eevees? Evolution types. The surrounding onlookers started talking heatedly. Susheng had already walked up to the man and chuckled. Uncle, please give me the things as promised. Tisk, call me brother, you unlovable brat. After the man took back his furret, he handed Susheng a pack of instant noodles printed with Tiflosion and a piece of Pokemon feed in a plastic bag with an unhappy look on his face. Yes, this is the prize agreed upon by both parties. If Susheng loses, he will give the other party a Jengar QQ candy. If the man loses, he will give Susheng a pack of Tiflosion instant noodles and Pokemon food. As for the Jengar QQ candy, well, of course Susheng won it from a primary school student, but after bullying the primary school students for a few days and seeing them crying, Susheng, an old man who had lived 3 lifetimes, couldn't bear it. Forget it, let's focus on adults. So there was this friendly match. Susheng's goal is basically to buy a lot of food, preferably with his girlfriend. The reason is very simple. When a girlfriend is present, straight men often won't refuse for the sake of face. There is another reason, and that is, there is no woman in my heart, and it is natural to lose the ball. Look at those powerful trainers, Red, Blue, Leon, Lance, which one is not single? This illustrates a problem. Only single dogs are worthy of being awesome trainers. How can you men who are addicted to beauty and exude a sour smell reach the top? Okay, give it to you. The man handed the thing over with a look of resentment. But your Pokemon looks really scary. It has black fur, red eyes, and those special moves. It sounds scary. It's called Snarl and Assurance, right? You've been using it like this since you were young. Scary Pokemon. I advise you to change to a more normal Pokemon. I was continuously called terrible by the audience and men. UEV, who was clearly the winner, had her eyes blank and her head drooped. Susheng, who was going to pick up the food, suddenly shrank his hand. I felt the displeasure coming from Susheng. UEV subconsciously raised her eyes. The owner looked disdainful and said, kings have the talents of kings, chefs have the talents of chefs, Pokemon have their own way of survival and fighting methods, and there is no distinction between high and low Pokemon. Susheng admitted that there are strong and weak Pokemon. Just like Hermit Purple and Platinum Star, they are not on the same level. In 99% of cases, Kricketune will not be able to beat Dolphin Man, but just as there is no distinction between professions, he does not think there is any distinction between Pokemon. As long as it's a Pokemon you like, no matter if it's Caterpie or Rayquaza, you'll cultivate it well. With that said, Susheng didn't want the food and turned around to leave. What are you doing with your head down? Lift it up. You are the winner. UEV bit her lip tightly. Looking at Susheng's advancing back, she felt endless motivation coming from her heart. Finally, raise your head high, like a proud queen. Love yourself when people around you look at you with fear or admiration. He raised his neck, followed Susheng, and left proudly. 10 minutes later, on a public bench on the coast of Qianwood City. It's hard to feel full with this thing. Susheng opened the pack of Jengar QQ candies, one for himself and one for UEV. After a while, the candy bottomed out. UEV lowered her head in frustration again. If it weren't for myself, I told you not to always lower your head and sigh. Lift your head like this. Susheng pointed at UEV with one hand on his hip and his head kept tilting back, almost forming a 90-degree angle. Appeared the Pirate Empress's signature looking down pose. Like this, trample all those who look down on you under your feet. Like the Empress. Yes, you are the Pokemon Empress. Don't be affected by the nonsense of people around you. In my eyes, you are the most beautiful Pokemon. Moon Eevee's fangs clung to Bite's lower lip. 1 second, 2 seconds. The grievances that had been condensed for a long time turned into tears that seemed to burst from the dam, bursting out of my eyes. Chapter 5. Giovanni wants this boy more and more. Pa pa pa. The sudden applause made Susheng and UEV instinctively look for applause. Well said. A man wearing a black cloak and a white scarf hanging on his shoulders looked like he had walked out of the set of God of Gamblers with a smile on his face. While applauding, he walked towards this direction. Susheng's expression changed slightly. He recognized who that person was. Enjoy Solided. After helping to apply for ID card, Susheng can also access many public areas, including libraries. Where did he learn a lot of knowledge? Among them, there are the current leaders of each alliance region. For example, the person in front of me, gym leader of Kanto region Viridian City, Giovanni, nicknamed Giovanni of the Earth, undefeated leader. But the reason why Susheng secretly frowned was naturally the other party's hidden identity, the leader of Team Rockets. After a while, Giovanni walked up to Susheng and said with a smile, the king has the talents of a king, and and the chef has the talents of a chef. There is no distinction between high and low Pokémon. Well said, very well said. It was rare for Giovanni to show such excitement. Beedrill used to be his Earl Dervish Pokémon. When he traveled around the world with it, he was looked down upon by many Alliance superiors. Afterwards, Giovanni defeated them one by one. It also tells the world that even a weak Pokémon can burst out with brilliance. Today, for the first time, someone can tell how they felt when they were young. The king has the talent of the king, and the chef has the talent of the chef. Well said, well said. It turns out to be the strongest leader of the Kanto region, Mr. Giovanni. After all, he was a veteran who had lived for 3 lifetimes. Susheng immediately hid the shock in his eyes and his expression turned calm. Leader from Kanto, what are you doing in Johto? The smile on Giovanni's face suddenly faded and even became a little gloomy. Of course he came here to find his missing son, but Mater searched around and found no clues. When I mentioned this, my mood got worse again. But Giovanni was also a seasoned man, and he immediately put away the gloom on his face and said with a smile, Gym Leader also needs a rest. I occasionally want to visit other regions. Oh, so Giovanni Leader saw my battle just now. Haha, what a shame. Susheng pretended to be modest, but he didn't believe that Giovanni really came to Johto for sightseeing. It is speculated that Johto is secretly developing his power. After all, Johto region can be regarded as the second base of Team Rockets in the future. Your words make my old guy's blood boil with excitement. How about it? Do you want to have a fight? Giovanni asked with a smile. On the one hand, he wanted to use fighting to temporarily forget his son's pain. On the other hand, he wanted to test the potential of the seedling himself. I don't like playing soul-based games. What? Giovanni didn't understand what Susheng meant for a moment. It means I don't like to seek abuse. Susheng shrugged. Can you beat Giovanni? Don't you have any idea in your mind? Haha, what's the point? It's just a discussion. It doesn't matter the outcome. No matter you lose or win, Uncle will give you dinner. Giovanni has an affable and good-natured attitude. Jaja, then I won't be polite. Susheng thought about it. There was no loss in beating him, but you still have to be careful. After all, the man in front of you has an unusual identity, and I still don't know why Norman came all the way to Johto. Alas, this is the disadvantage of traveling too early. The motivations of the original characters are not so easy to guess. Boy, is that new breed Eevee your Earl Dervish Pokemon. The two stood opposite each other on the beach in Kianwood City, and Giovanni spoke first. Well, it's called Moon Eevee, but the Alliance doesn't seem to have officially certified it yet. Many people don't know the attribute of evil yet. Oh, dark sounds really good. Did you get the name? Well, just think of it as me getting it. I'm quite good at this kind of thing. Then, Giovanni put his left hand in his pocket and took out a Pokeball with his right hand. Then, to show my respect, I will also take out an old partner that has been with me for a long time. When Susheng heard the words old partner, he was slightly startled. Could it be? Immediately afterwards, Giovanni threw out the Pokeball in his palm with his backhand. The ball cover popped open and white light flashed. A Nidoking with a burly body and a fierce temperament crashed heavily on the beach. This guy is my old partner who has been with me since I started traveling in Kanto. The corner of Giovanni's mouth curled up slightly. It's very strong. Then you make the first move. Young man. Giovanni opened his palms and made a please gesture. I have never been good at fighting in person before, but I am still good at directing others to fight. Let me see the gap with the top experts in this field, Susheng said with a smile on his face. After saying this, his pupils suddenly shrank. Go, Moon Eevee. Moon Eevee rushed out like a ghostly black light, rushing straight to Nidoking. Giovanni's eyes moved, and he thought to himself, oh, it's been less than 10 days since he took over this Eevee from that old woman, and he has made such progress. It seems that this kid is very good at training. In an instant, Moon Eevee has rushed to Nidoking. You want to use a close-range trick? Giovanni raised his eyebrows slightly and waved his fingers lightly. My Nidoking is very good at this. Such a big body, but surprisingly agile. Nidoking clenched his fist, and the arc flashed across, and the moment it hit, the air seemed to rise with an explosion sound. Thunder punch. Boom. The sound of the punch was like thunder. The huge difference in size was like a tiger punching a ragdoll cat. Go. Assurance. Hearing Susheng's order, the Moon Eevee, who had just been punched in the stomach and was still on Nidoking's fist, suddenly opened his eyes and grinned with fangs, an expression of conspiracy. The next moment, the dark skin of the Moon Eevee burst with blue veins, and the small body dunked heavily. Like a King Kong Barbie, Nidoking's head tilted, a little confused. Giovanni's eyes were more surprised. Although he had just exchanged glances with Nidoking, signaling him to show mercy, he also used a skill that was not his own. But even so, the Moon Eevee could take it, even counterattacked immediately in the next moment. Did you use a move to increase defense? Boy, Giovanni is worthy of being the strongest leader in Kanto. He detected the problem at a glance. Just at the last moment, Moon Eevee's running slowed down a bit, so that's why she used Curse. Right. When non-ghost Pokemon Pokémon use Curse, it will increase attack and defense at the cost of slowing down. Generally speaking, when using a strengthening skill, Pokémon will stand still, but yours can strengthen itself while moving. You must have put in a lot of effort, right? The surprise in Giovanni's eyes turned into praise again. Xiaohei has not been with me for a long time, and I can only teach her a little bit. Susheng smiled. This is not a little bit. Giovanni smiled even more. Damn, I want this kid more and more. Chapter 6 Moon Eevee. I want to fight for him. Well, how about this move, boy? Giovanni waved his hand lightly without saying the name of the move, but Nidoking had already raised its tail high, and the next moment it slammed the ground hard. The tacit understanding cultivated over the years has enabled Nidoking to immediately understand the master's intention from Giovanni's various detailed movements. The next second, the surrounding sand surged like waves. It seemed to form two big hands, squeezing towards the Moon Eevee in the center. Earth Power. The attack range of ground-type special moves is often very large, but there is a weakness. Moon Eevee. Susheng flicked his index finger upward. Moon Eevee jumped up and jumped into the air. As long as you are in the air, you can avoid most of the ground-type special moves. Ash has already confirmed this move in the animation. It is true that being in the high altitude can deal with 99% of the ground-type special moves, but boy, non-flying Pokémon are seriously lacking in mobility in the high altitude. As a man with the word Earth in his nickname, how could Giovanni not understand this weakness of the ground type? Almost at the moment when Moon Eevee jumped up, Nidoking opened its mouth. A light orange high-density energy bullet gathered in front of its mouth like a tailed beast ball. That was the fighting type Chi bullet. In the game, the power of this move is as high as 120, but the hit rate is only a pitiful 70%. The same is true for the electric type ultimate move Zap Cannon. Many high-powered ultimate moves are often difficult to control in accuracy because of their excessive destructive power and strength, but Pokémon that do not have the ability to fly are often sitting ducks in the air. At this time, if you are not a member of the MAC team, you will not miss fire. Giovanni smiled and said two words. Whoosh. The power of the Chi bullet is indeed good. When it is fired and rubbed in the air, it hurts the eardrums. Even if it is not Nidoking's own ultimate move, once this move hits, Moon Eevee will not be able to stand up. Substitute. Under Susheng's command, a stream of energy emerged from Eevee's body and quickly transformed into an identical clone in front of him. It was the substitute shield that was created at the cost of his own physical strength. Boom. Chi bombs hit substitute, triggering an exaggerated wave. The Moon Eevee in mid-air was whirlwinded like a kite with a broken string. Encore Thunder Punch. Of course, Giovanni ordered. Nidoking stared at Eevee falling in mid-air and judged the location of the opponent's whereabouts. Take two quick steps, charge thunder and lightning in your right fist, stand below and wait. It's like an athlete waiting for Venonat to fall, preparing for a smash. At the last moment when the falling Eevee was less than half a meter away from Nidoking's fist, Susheng suddenly spoke. Use Dark Pulse with all your strength. Hearing this, Eevee suddenly opened her mouth and released a dark spiral shockwave, but this move was not used to attack Nidoking. But hey, the Dark Pulse that Eevee spit out was like a rocket propeller, pushing her in the opposite direction, almost grazing Nidoking's fist. He avoided this move. Can this still happen? Giovanni's eyes lit up and he was surprised, but more of a surprise. Feint attack. Moon Eevee, who reached Nidoking's shoulder through the reverse thrust of Dark Pulse, accumulated power in her right hind leg. As soon as the rabbit kicked the eagle, I wanted to kick the temple of Nidoking on the side of his head, but Nidoking quickly turned his head. Let Eevee kick, hitting the center of her hard forehead. Nidoking, who took the jump kick abruptly, grinned with an evil smile. He raised his hand and twisted Eevee in his hand, slammed it down and threw it on the beach. Oops. Nidoking got serious before I knew it. Giovanni raised his eyebrows slightly, raised his eyes and said to Susheng, your command is as precise as calculated, but it's a pity that your partner can't keep up with the rhythm. Okay, I already know your strength, so this battle can also be. With that said, Giovanni made a gesture to indicate that Nidoking could stop. After all, the essential purpose of Giovanni's proposal to play this friendly match was not because of Eevee, but to see Susheng's potential. Now that the goal has been achieved, there is no reason to continue. Nidoking saw this and was about to take his hand back. However, as soon as he raised his arm, he noticed something was wrong. Look down. I saw this little fox stepping on the back of my left hand with its front paws, its fangs biting the flesh of my wrist, and its scarlet eyes staring at me with crazy eyes. This little brat. At this moment, Nidoking completely put away his previous contempt. Treat Eevee as an opponent worthy of equal treatment. It's so beautiful. Susheng praised sincerely. That look is a look that will never give up until the winner is determined. Giovanni also recalled the past from Eevee's eyes. He also showed this look when his Weedle evolution transformed into the final form of Beedrill. Translated into human language, it means, I want to fight for him. him. Then defeating you with all my strength is the best compliment to you. Temporarily forgetting the bad things surrounding him recently, Giovanni just wanted to enjoy the short and pure fun now. Kill her. Poison jab. The deep purple venom gathered on Nidoking's thick right arm, stabbing Uev like a sharp poisonous blade. Dark pulse. Moon Eevee raised her head and mouthed the dark spiral wave again. The two sides kept approaching. In the end, Uev only felt the world in front of her gradually becomes blurry. At the end, the vision completely turned into darkness. A familiar figure and a pair of warm hands hugged me. Uev herself didn't know how long she slept. She tried hard to open her eyelids, and it took her several seconds to see the world in front of her clearly. Where is this place? Strange ceiling, strange bed, strange room. He looked at the bandages all over his body again. Uev recalled the last confrontation with Nidoking. Did I lose? How long did it take after that? Uev endured the pain from her wound and looked out through the window. The master and the man were standing outside on the beach shrouded in stars. Uev reluctantly jumped out of the window, wanting to tell her owner that she was awake. Then I heard the man's voice. I went to check and found out that your Eevee has been following that old woman for more than 7 years. Hearing Giovanni talk about the topics that matter most to him, the joy that had just risen on Uevee's face instantly turned to shock, and her steps stopped abruptly. So what? Susheng, who was sitting next to him, sounded nonchalant. Giovanni's next words were like a sharp knife piercing Eevee's heart. The best growth period for a Pokemon is between 0 and 3 years old. If it's over 5 years old, it's basically useless. Chapter 7 Moon Eevee. I was the first to come here. When Giovanni said this, Moon Eevee froze in place as if struck by lightning. Giovanni talked about it and shared with Susheng some tips on cultivating Pokemon. Just like Susheng trained athletes in his previous life. If you want to train a football player who can play in the World Cup, you have to start preparing from the stage when he just learned to walk and can't talk. And now Moon Eevee is like a student who will take the college entrance examination tomorrow, and you say you want to train her to play in the World Cup. Is this realistic? Okay, this example is a bit extreme, but Giovanni really meant it. That Moon Eevee, at best, can only reach the level of Elite Four. The upper limit is too low. I wonder how many trainers will burst into tears after hearing what Giovanni said. What do you mean by at best? It's only the level of Elite Four. You have to know that this is already a level that 99.99% of trainers can never reach in their lifetime, right? But it's not surprising. After all, Giovanni is now a champion level trainer, and in the future he will almost step half a foot above champion and be called the master and master level. It's normal for him to look down on the level of Elite Four. In Giovanni's eyes, Susheng should not be limited to the level of Elite Four. What a ruthless remark. Uncle, you don't want me to abandon Eevee Moon, do you? I don't care about the strength of Pokemon. Originally, Moon Eevee, who had been lowering his head because of Giovanni's words, regained a glimmer in his eyes when he heard the disdain in Susheng's tone. Ha, of course not. I'm just reminding you that there's no need to put too much energy on a Pokemon with a low upper limit. Giovanni smiled and said, just like our gym leader will also train some Pokemon with average qualifications to deal with some fledgling challengers. When you get a better Pokemon, that Moon Eevee can be put in the second tier team. It is no secret that the gym leader will adjust the lineup according to the strength of the challenger. It is just that the animation did not clearly show this. Later, it was confirmed in the game and the special edition animation. And what Giovanni said is indeed reasonable. It is just like a competitive sports team. The strong ones start and the weak ones are substitutes. That is the reality. Moon Eevee buried his head deeply again. Giovanni said again, it just so happens that I have some Pokemon with good qualifications and have just been born. You can try to train them, such as Dratini and the like. Dratini. After hearing these 3 words, Moon Eevee's face became even uglier. Although she is just a Pokemon, she has lived in the human world since she was a child and doesn't know much about other Pokemon. But she also learned what kind of Pokemon Dratini is from the gossip of her former owner and others, or from TV shows. A powerful dragon type, late bloomer, but once cultivated to the final form, it will overwhelm most Pokemon and is known as a quasi-god super Pokemon. Moon Eevee bit her lower lip with her fangs. A Pokemon like that is suitable for such a perfect owner, right? How about it? Do you want to try? If it's you, I think one day in the future you will cultivate it into a Dragonite, and it will not be inferior to the group of people in the dragon family of Blackthorn City. Giovanni's words were like daggers, piercing the softest part of Moon Eevee's heart. Moon Eevee imagined that there would be such a Pokemon joining the team in the future. In the future, the master would put all his care for himself on it, hold her to sleep every night, show her a caring smile, and even kiss her face. And I can only shrink in the corner and watch all this silently. Then I said to myself, it's obviously me who came first. Uncle Giovanni, you seem to look down on my Moon Eevee. Why don't we make a bet? Susheng finally finally responded. Let Moon Evie raise her little head that was about to fall to the ground again. Next time we fight, I will let her defeat your Pokemon with this Eevee with too low a limit as you said. Giovanni looked unconvinced, then smiled. It's good to have a goal, but you also have to consider the reality. Young man, any Pokemon has its limits. So you want to surpass Pokemon? Susheng's question made Giovanni was speechless for a moment, thinking of the degeneration idea he heard from Susheng 10 days ago. Seeing his eyes that didn't have any joking intention at this moment, Giovanni couldn't help but think again, is this kid serious? At this moment Eevee's expression was like Chopper who was saved by Hiralo, with tears streaming down her face. Seeing Susheng suddenly stand up on the beach, Eevee hurried back to the house and lay down again. Dratini doesn't want it anymore, Giovanni asked with a sidelong glance. Compared to this, I hope that you can sponsor me some money, Uncle Giovanni. I want to study Pokemon carefully. Susheng spread his hands. Just treat it as an investment. I will definitely repay you in the future. Wow. Giovanni couldn't help but show his expectation. I hope you won't let me down. Susheng smiled back. Don't worry, this will be the most satisfying investment in your life. I learned so many things from Vegapunk in my previous life. I can't come up with something. I'm not the kind of useless protagonist who has written millions of words without any growth. The next morning, Susheng, who was sleeping on the sofa, just opened his eyes and found Eevee lying next to his pillow. Coincidentally, Eevee also opened her blood-red eyes at this time. Hey, did you get on the wrong bed when you got up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night? Susheng rubbed the other's black hair, which was short but felt surprisingly good. Well, although not as fluffy as Flareon, it is also very smooth. I'm going out to buy some things. If everything goes well, I will soon find a way to help you degenerate back to Eevee. You just wait at home. Susheng got up and put Eevee back on the bed, hooked his chin again, washed up briefly and walked out quickly. Eevee stared at Susheng's back the whole time as if he wanted to say something but stopped. It actually wanted to tell Susheng that it didn't care about this appearance anymore. Susheng said more than once that he was beautiful now, and Eevee also completely accepted himself now and was proud of his current state. But just when Eevee wanted to express her feelings to Susheng, she suddenly remembered what Giovanni said last night. The upper limit of that Eevee was too low. Then if the owner completed the research and let himself return to the Eevee period, will it give me a second chance to grow and break through the bottleneck caused by age? No, you can't rush for success. Now what needs to be done is to reach the limit of this status. Set a small goal, reach the elite level first. Chapter 8 Moon Eevee's Monster Hunting Journey. As soon as Susheng stepped out of the door, Moon Eevee jumped onto the windowsill, looked at the back of her master going away, and fell into deep thought. Am I just waiting here? While her master was running around for her, she was just sleeping at home. Just then, Moon Eevee found a few acquaintances passing by outside. Brother Will, are you finally going to challenge the Azure Gym today? I'm so jealous. He's the same age as us, but he can already challenge the gym. If only we were as strong as Brother Will, then my favorite Pikachu cookies wouldn't have been snatched away by that guy before. Moon Eevee recognized two of the human cubs. They were the two unlucky guys whose snacks were snatched away by their master. Oh no, 2 weeks ago. But there was one more person in the team this time. A human kid who is 1 or 2 years younger than his master and has a chubby face. However, what Eevee cares more about is what these 3 kids say. Gym. When Eevee followed the old woman before, she had heard of this thing. It seems to be a respectful title for humans with very powerful Pokemon. Then the question is, who is stronger, the elite in the mouth of the annoying old human or the leader in the mouth of these kids last night? After a short contemplation, seeing the backs of the 3 kids getting farther and farther away, Eevee opened the window switch and jumped out like a black cat shuttling between the eaves, following the 3 kids. Not long after, in the Azure Gym, a middle-aged man with a mustache, a muscular body, and 6 abdominal muscles that were extremely eye-catching in the sunlight seeping in from the window shouted, I am Chuck, the gym trainer of the Azure Gym. Come on, challenger. The boy showed a pretentious smile on his face and introduced himself. I am Will, a genius who is traveling around Johto and is good at psychic. Will, who was estimated to be 1 or 2 years younger than Susheng, saluted Chuck, but there was not much respect in his tone. Will, I heard about you from Sutien, and you seem to have good potential. Chuck recalled for a while. The Sutien he mentioned is the current leader of the Johto Alliance Kikyo Gym and the father of the future leader Faulkner. I didn't expect my name to spread so quickly. Violet CI, that uncle from Tai is not very good. I hope Uncle Chuck won't disappoint me. Will lifted up his collar. Among the 3 badges pinned inside, one of them was clearly the speed badge of Platycodon Gym. A young man who is talented but has an arrogant personality. Chuck, who was not yet as fat as he would be in the future, with 6-pack abs on his belly, smiled slightly. Then give it a try, little one. Chuck got up on his horse, made a karate stance and threw the Pokeball. That's a Nova Region's Pokemon. Timber. Obviously, Chuck showed mercy. After all, the boy opposite is only 8 or 9 years old. No matter how strong you are, how strong can you be? Even if his friend Sutton loses, Chuck will not choose to use his old partner's level to suppress him just to save face for his old friend. That's too low. I leave it to you. Natu. Will throws the Pokeball backhand. A small bird-shaped Pokemon with seemingly unfocused eyes landed on the ground. Psychic plus flying type Natu completely defeated Chuck, who is good at fighting style. Now begins the gym challenge between gym leader Chuck and challenger Will. Now the game begins. The moment the referee announced the start of the duel, Will immediately launched a fast break. Just after the fight, Chuck discovered that this bratty kid was not only powerful because of his mouth. Talent is really nothing to say. If you can be trained by famous teachers, I believe you can definitely reach the height of 4 elites. However, the two people fighting in the arena and the scattered spectators in the auditorium did not notice it. In a corner of the auditorium, a Moon Eevee was sitting on the back of the chair, a pair of blood-stained eyes staring straight at the battle in the field. Machoke loses the ability to fight. Jinx wins. After a while, the referee raised the flag and said, since gym trainer Chuck's 2 Pokemon have lost the ability to fight, the winner is challenger Will. Oh my, now I'm going to be laughed at by Sutien. Chuck touched his head and took Machoke back. After Timber was defeated, he became a little more serious and sent out Machoke, who although not the absolute main force, was firmly in the second line of his team. However, he still lost to the opponent. It's a little more stressful than Kikyojim, but that's about it. Will shrugged and spread his hands. I have to say, this guy is in a very bad shape right now. But Chuck didn't say anything. No matter how arrogant you are, what about being more high profile? He won't say such nonsense that he lost to you because he didn't use his main force. Even if he uses a non-main force, he loses to Will in terms of command as a trainer. This is the reality. Okay, Psychic Boy, this strike badge is yours. Chuck hands Will the badge symbolizing passing the Blue Gym Challenge. He is looking forward to this year's Quartz Conference. If no new talent emerges, I believe no one can stop Will from winning the league championship. But what he is even more looking forward to is the Elite Challenge and even the Champion Challenge that will follow. Who will take care of this kid then? Is it the bespectacled girl Lorelei, who is young but already has a figure that is not inferior to that of an adult? Or the dragon messenger Lance, who wears a cape all day long and wears a card that everyone owes him money? With their personalities, neither one of them will spoil Will. Chuck is already looking forward to it. Who will be the next leader defeated by a genius like me? To be honest, I'm a little bored. Will, who received the strike badge, still sounded like he was beaten. Boom. Suddenly, a muffled sound on the ground attracted the attention of Chuck, Will, and the scattered audience. In the early morning, there was only one Pokemon that most of them had never seen before. The body is prone and the knees are slightly arched, as if in combat mode. They approached the 2 people in the center of the field. It's the bad guy's bad Pokemon. Damn it, my Seduct potato chips. Of all the people present, only the 2 unlucky guys recognized Eevee, but the 2 looked around but did not find the bad guy, making the 2 of them suspicious. Is this just wild, huh? I've never seen a Pokemon. What are you going to do? Chuck took the initiative to speak. In this era when Professor Oak had not yet developed the Pokemon Pokédex, even gym leader's knowledge reserve was not as complete as that of later generations. Not to mention attributes such as Dark, Steel, and Fairy, which have not yet been officially included in the league's textbooks. Moon Eevee raised her right front paw slightly, raised one of her paws, and hooked at Chuck. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. Chapter 9. Gym leader will not be hit by the same move twice. Wow, you want to challenge me? Little creature I haven't seen before. Chuck's eyes lit up and he became interested. I've seen trainer challengers before, but this is the first time I've encountered a Pokemon challenge alone. Then I'll play with you. Leave it to you. Hitmonchan. He didn't know the strength of this new breed of Eevee. After thinking about it, he sent out Hitmonchan, who was a second-tier player in his team like Machoke before. Mach Punch. Hitmonchan punched almost the moment he landed. The fierce punch even caused a whistling sound in everyone's ears. A punch accurately hit the side of Moon Eevee's face, but even so, it didn't directly knock it out. Moon Eevee's mouth curled slightly and in turn showed Hitmonchan a malicious smile. Ha! With a twist of his neck, the dark spiral shockwave hit Hitmonchan at almost 0 distance. Dark Pulse. Hitmonchan crossed his arms in an X shape. Although there were some scratches on his body, it was not a big deal. Chuck was stunned. A special move of a new attribute, but it seems that it is not effective against Hitmonchan of the fighting type. You can remember it and tell Professor Oak later. He used to have a good personal relationship with Professor Oak's son, who died young, and he has always been in contact with him. Professor Oak even wanted to send his grandson to Chuck for training when he grew up a little bit. Moon Eevee quickly retreated. He thought that this guy's strength was not as exaggerated as the purple rat last night, but it was unexpectedly painful powerful when he hit him. Is this the so-called attribute restraint? In this case, thinking of this, Moon Eevee's right front paw slightly raised and the tip of the paw sank into the sand on the ground. Snap! Then, Moon Eevee swung its right front paw, splashing a touch of yellow sand and flying towards Hitmonchan. Sand sweeping is used to interfere with the enemy's vision to reduce the hit rate. Hitmonchan subconsciously used his hands in red gloves to block the yellow sand in front of him. Moon Eevee's eyes became fierce and his body surface glowed white, and he rushed to Hitmonchan in an instant. Quick attack! Hitmonchan, fire punch on the upper left. The vision was temporarily blocked, but there were trainers behind to help command. Excellent trainers and excellent Pokemon work hand in hand to achieve the effect of 1+1 2. The reason why many Pokemon are disobedient is mostly because they think their master's command ability is not good, so it's better to fight by themselves. Hitmonchan, whose vision was blocked, did not hesitate at all. His right fist ignited with flames, and he accurately hit the oncoming Moon Eevee at a 45 degrees angle. You have some strength, but without a trainer, it's hard to unleash your full potential on your own. When Chuck said this, Moon Eevee's forehead was less than 5 centimeters away from fire punch. Instantly, Moon Eevee suddenly raised her head and released dark pulse towards the ceiling. What? Chuck and the audience including Will were shocked. Through the recoil brought by the full output of dark pulse, the Moon Eevee in mid-air turned back in mid-air. Hitmonchan's fire punch missed. That's not all. With a loud boom, a hole was punched through the ceiling of the gym. A large amount of rubble splashed and fell on Hitmonchan's head. Protect! Chuck shouted. Hitmonchan raised his hands high, and his action was like a French military salute. Light blue energy overflowed from the body surface, turning into a semicircular translucent protective shield. No matter how a rock throw hit it, it could not shake the barrier at all. The god skill in the game guard. Although it is not so godly in reality, as a Pokemon of Gym Leader, it is still easy to block a mere rock throw. Hey, it's attacking! Will shouted. Looking from the side, Moon Eevee fell to the ground due to the recoil of dark pulse just now. When it intersected with Hitmonchan, the veins on his slightly small and exquisite arms bulged, and he attacked like a claw. Feint attack. Bullet punch. Bullet punch, as a priority skill, was launched again. If it was used normally, it would definitely be able to attack one step faster than Moon Eevee, but because Hitmonchan had just used guard, it would be a beat slower if it was used now. Both sides exchanged fists. Eevee felt her claws hit a layer of extremely hard steel, and it was difficult to move forward. I just used the reverse thrust of the black jet to the fire punch that avoids Hitmonchan. Is really exciting. Did you come up with it, or your master? Chuck put his hands on his hips and smiled. But I'm still a little stunned. Ask your master to challenge me. You can't beat my Hitmonchan with your own strength. Eevee looked hard. Just to follow the master's footsteps, I have to keep getting stronger. The white light once again overflowed between Eevee's dark mane. It's quick attack again. Muted. Hurry up and recruit us. We also have bullet punch. Hitmonchan once again crossed his fists with a layer of silvery white like a metallic film, took butterfly steps with his feet and approached the oncoming Eevee, and then find the most suitable moment and punch. Eevee immediately turned her head and opened her mouth. Dark pulse. Use the recoil of dark pulse to move in mid-air. Hitmonchan, lower right. But the difference is that this time Chuck saw the movement trajectory of Eevee. Hitmonchan immediately changed his tactics after hearing this. A quick uppercut and a slam dunk. Successful hit. This move is very interesting, but in front of Gym Leader, the same move cannot work twice. Chuck coaching said, when I see which way your mouth is facing, I know where you are going to move. At the end of the sentence, Chuck suddenly noticed something was wrong. Take a closer look. Eevee was found lying on the ground with 2 front paws and 1 left hind paw, but 1 right hind leg was pressing against his Hitmonchan's fist. It feels like the muscles in that little arm have developed a lot. When did you use the enhanced skills? The next moment, Eevee made a volley side hook gesture and soared into the air. The tail, which glowed with a light silver luster, hit the side of Hitmonchan's head hard. Boom! Hitmonchan flew backwards and made a big hole in the wall. Hitmonchan, are you okay? Chuck turned his head and saw. Exactly better than. Hitmonchan stood up from the smoke and responded to his master. Fortunately, that guy's moves didn't have much effect on me. It doesn't hurt that much. Just, was it a steel type special move? Did it learn it after watching Hitmonchan's bullet punch? Only a few times. Like Dark, which has not yet been certified by the Alliance. The steel attribute is a new attribute that has only been incorporated into textbooks by the Alliance recently. So Chuck still doesn't know what to call Moon Eevee's move. Plop! Moon Eevee staggered on her front paws and fell to her knees. It's the limit. But after leaving a deep look, Eevee jumped continuously, jumped onto the auditorium, and then jumped in front of a window of the gym. He looked down at the people below for a moment, then jumped out. The master is probably coming back soon and cannot stay here for long. Chapter 10. I have been rich in Purine for half my life, but I only regret that I have never met my master. What on earth is that guy here for? Looking at the windowsill where where UEV left. Will's face was stunned and he couldn't calm down for a long time. If you come by yourself, can you win? No. Will win. I will. Am a genius. In my hometown, even adults can't defeat me. Not necessarily, kid. Chuck, who saw through Will's mind, joked. If that new EV has an owner and they work together, you can't win. Are you kidding me? I haven't lost since I started taking risks. Will shouted angrily and left the blue gym angrily. But that EV's fighting style is really unique. I don't know what kind of person its trainer is. It would be interesting if he also attends this year's Quartz conference and meets that guy Will. Iffies. The gravel fell on his forehead. Chuck looked up and noticed the hole that had just been blasted out by UEV. Let's apply for repair funds from the Alliance first. On the other side, Sushen, who was going out, successfully met up with Giovanni and started the double 11 mode with the opponent's card. In the end, because I bought too many things, I really couldn't take them back, so I had to ask the mall to deliver them to my door. I basically bought everything I could buy. The rest is up to you, Uncle Giovanni. Sushen glanced at his shopping list and said, iota 4, test tube, beaker, microscope. These basic medical facilities can basically be purchased in professional stores, but the professional equipment is not good and is basically controlled by the Joy family. Constant temperature incubator, medical centrifuge, clinical examination analyzer, etc. To buy these, you need more than just professional certificates. Certification also requires approval from the Joy family. Sushen didn't have time to waste time on this. Only I can rely on Giovanni's connections. Giovanni took the list and glanced at some of the equipment on it that he didn't know what it was used for. He felt that this guy was getting more and more confusing to him. Oh, the price of these things, including the house, is already worth more than a dratini. Giovanni half-joked. He originally wanted to sell Sushen a favor in exchange for a dratini. When I saw that the other party didn't want it, I thought I could save some money. After all, Team Rockets is still a relatively well-known criminal organization in Kanto, but it has not yet reached the level of the behemoth that will stomp its feet in the future and shock the entire Kanto region. Otherwise, his son would not have disappeared mysteriously. It turns out that I thought too much. All the gadgets Sushen wanted together cost more than a dratini. You can't let go of the child, and you can't trap Puchina. Besides, isn't it just dratini? The rewards you will get in the future will be far more than this. Sushen said that you want to open up the situation, boss Giovanni. It sounds like you still look down on dratini. You know that is the Pokémon that is the dream lover of countless trainers. Giovanni raised an eyebrow. That's not true. It's just that its situation is a bit embarrassing. Sushen's words made Giovanni a little confused. What do you mean? Mainly because in this era, Mega Evolution, Z-Moves, Dynamax, etc. have not been developed yet. In the eyes of Sushen, who is a time traveler, Dragonite, as the first generation quasi-god, is treated beyond words. Mega was surprised there were no exclusive Z-Moves, Super Dynamax, or anything like that. Not a single one. Salamence, Metagross, Garchomp, all these popular old quasi-gods have been strengthened to a certain extent. There is even an ancient species in Gudra. It's just fat and embarrassing and nothing compared to Charizard, who is ridiculed as his biological father. Dragonite is simply a stepmother. Although I don't know what you want to express, please don't let the new elite of the Quartz Alliance hear these words. Giovanni also joked. What he was talking about was the Dragon Elite who overcame others to become the new fourth elite of the Quartz Alliance last year. Although Giovanni has not officially met him yet, but I have also heard how obsessed with dragons that elite is. It is said that among the 6 Pokémon in the team, there are 2 Dragonair and 1 Dragonite. Giovanni was stunned for a while after hearing about this. Is there still such a team? Flying Elite, right? Haha, I know. Sushen also showed an expression like I don't want to laugh either, unless I can't help it. At present, the basic information of this era can be found through the internet. The current champion of the Quartz Alliance is Granny Agatha, but it is estimated that it will not be long before he is replaced by Lance. By the way, Lance's surname is not Yulong and his first name is Lance/Crossing. His name is Lance. Yulong is a nickname, just like Straw Hat Luffy. The front is the nickname and the back is the name. I've asked someone to get the things you want, but it's expected to take a week to get them. When they were approaching the beach house, Giovanni put down his cell phone and said, it doesn't matter. These things are enough for me to study for a while. After Sushen said this, he said to the employees of the freight company, the office desk is placed here and the experimental bench is placed by the window. Thank you for your hard work. The employee nodded and ordered his Machoke to start delivering the goods. Sushen suddenly remembered that when he played Emerald in his previous life, Machoke was the one who helped the protagonist move, right? Oh no, it seems to be Vigora. Can't remember clearly. Sushen looked at the name on the truck, Machoke Moving Company. Well, as expected, Pokemon has been completely integrated into the lives of people in this world. Mr. Giovanni, this is the housing contract. Once you are sure it's okay, you can can sign it. At this time, another group of people arrived. The leader was a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes, about the same age as Giovanni. It's just that compared to the burly Giovanni, the man is slimmer and taller, has gray hair, and looks a bit like a handsome uncle. Susheng paid attention to the nameplate on the chest of the other party's custom-made suit. President Liu. Long time no see. President Liu. Giovanni shook hands with the other party and took over the contract. The owner of the house just writes about this guy. Is that okay? Giovanni raised his thumb and pointed at Susheng. If you are a minor, it is not allowed according to the union law, but if it is the request of Mr. Giovanni, of course you can make a small exception. Down. The man named Liu smiled with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. I just don't know who this young master is. Well, he is. When mentioning this matter, Giovanni couldn't help but hesitate. Mater forgot to think of a reason. Having been rich in purine for half my life, I only regret that I have never met my master. If I don't give up, hey, this guy is my nephew. Giovanni thought of a random excuse. For some reason, he always felt that he would be in bad luck if he let Susheng finish what he said. Chapter 11. The most powerful brain 500 years ahead of the times. Nephew, I'm afraid he's not an illegitimate child, right? Liu murmured in her heart. A little kid appeared out of nowhere. Giovanni gave him a house, and it was also full of weird equipment. Liu seriously suspected that Susheng was the seed left behind by Giovanni when he went out for a romantic affair. I didn't find him until recently, and then I thought I wanted to make it up to him, so I gave him so many things. I have to say that rich people are also very good at thinking. Ahem, this is the president of San/Real Estate Company, Mr. Liu. Giovanni coughed dryly and introduced Susheng to change the subject. His daughter is about the same age as you. Liu also smiled and said, Xiao Sheng has the opportunity to come to our home as a guest. I will introduce you two to each other. He was 99% sure that Susheng was Giovanni's illegitimate son. Although he is a well-known rich man on the Johto region list compared with Giovanni, the strongest gym trainer in the Kanto League, the strongest region, there is still a lot of difference. If his daughter could become Giovanni's son, tisk tisk, wouldn't it take off? Is she beautiful? Susheng asked reflexively. There is no way. This is the instinct engraved in the DNA of men. He is not the kind of hero whose author writes more than 10,000 chapters and is still good at it. Giovanni and Liu fell into silence at the same time. Well, so damn true. Haha, don't worry. My daughter has perfectly inherited the excellent genes of me and her deceased mother. After a brief silence, Liu couldn't help laughing. What he was afraid of was that Susheng wasn't interested. Giovanni couldn't help but laugh. Hey, this is what a 10-year-old kid thinks about. Isn't it too early? Susheng shrugged. Want to refute Giovanni? Do you know how many little girls Jia has raped at the age of 10? If he didn't only have Pikachu in his heart, maybe Aunt Delia would be able to have a grandson before she was 35. However, considering that Ash was probably still wearing diapers at this time, he might not even be able to speak. Susheng still didn't refute. After the two sides exchanged a few words, Liu and Giovanni made an agreement to take time to have a meal and then left first with their employees. With the assistance of Machoke Moving Company, some infrastructure was also successfully placed, and Susheng couldn't wait to start his scientific research journey in the Pokémon world. Don't worry, Xiao He, it won't hurt. Just when Susheng was about to draw some blood from Uev to check her body, it was discovered that Uev's body had many bruises and scars from heavy blows. When I carried her to bed yesterday, she didn't have any of these injuries. What's going on? What happened while I was out? Susheng's face darkened a lot. Could a robber come in? Whoa. Uev didn't dare to look into Susheng's eyes. She lowered her head and shook her head gently. It's okay. If you don't want to say it, just say it. After a brief silence, Susheng still did not force Uev, but even if she wanted to explain, it would be difficult for Uev to explain clearly when the language is different, right? This reflects the importance of Meowth. By the way, just being able to communicate with Pokemon and humans without distinction is enough for the Team Rocket's trio to be rich and wealthy for a lifetime. I don't understand why the three of them are always so poor. Susheng began to conduct a physical examination on Uev. After confirming that there was nothing serious about my body, I felt completely relieved. Uncle, please release your Pokemon too, Susheng said again. What? Giovanni asked subconsciously. Not even one EV is enough for me to study. It just so happens that you have a lot of Pokemon on hand, right? Susheng smiled maliciously. Giovanni rolled his eyes secretly, but when Susheng said he was just drawing some blood, he was not being pretentious. Iconic ground-type Pokemon such as Nidoking, Nidoqueen, and even the Ace Beedrill were released. It's okay to have Nidoking, whom I already knew before, but when Susheng held the syringe and approached Beedrill and the others, these champion-level Pokemon still instinctively released a trace of murderous intent towards Susheng. Hey! Moon Eevee immediately jumped up from the testing table and bared her teeth at Beedrill and them in anger. Roar. door. Really, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Don't be like this, Beedrill. We are one. Giovanni comforted him in time. Then Giovanni looked at Susheng, who was drawing blood from Beedrill, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Not many people can remain so calm after feeling Drill's killing intention. You'll get used to it, Susheng said calmly. Compared to the face of Barry, the first king of pirates, your murderous aura is not worth the price. Susheng then gently wiped the blood of Pokémon on the lens and put it under the microscope. This is really interesting. At the first step of the research, Susheng showed an excited smile. That expression was like the heroine of 30 Days Unbanned finally saw Jabeo. What? Although this was not his area of expertise, Giovanni still asked out of curiosity. Eevee's DNA reminds me of a species I studied before. Its genes are extremely unstable and can change according to the changes in the environment it contacts and merge with the things it contacts. That should be why it has multiple evolution routes. This reminds Suyuhuan of the Lunaria family he studied before. That is the race of King, the second in command of the Beasts pirates. This family was once called the God race. It has strong adaptability and can survive in different environments, and it can also merge with multiple bloodline factors. Therefore, it was copied by Vegapunk and made into a new type of pacifist, the Seraphim, nicknamed the strongest human. This is very similar to Eevee, with extremely strong genetic adaptability. Back then, Vegapunk transplanted the genes of the 7 warlords of the sea into the cloned Lunaria family to create the Seraphim version of the 7 warlords of the sea. Thinking of those little brother 7 warlords of the sea, Susheng thought of the Pokémon in the Pokémon world that can freely change their forms and even change their attributes. Deoxys's 4 forms, Silver Companions, switching discs, and even Arceus's free attribute conversion. Speaking of which, Pokémon like Eevee should also have potential in this regard. After all, its evolution direction is as complicated as the origin of all things Rollerman next door. Thinking of this, Susheng stopped talking and started fiddling with the equipment. From time to time, he picked up a pen and paper to write and draw on it. Where did this kid learn these things from? Giovanni was more and more surprised. If nothing else, just the proficiency shown by Susheng. It's not worse than those scientists he kept in the secret base of Team Rockets. What does studied before mean? How old was he when he studied it? When he was in the womb. Many years later, when Giovanni talked to his subordinates about Susheng, he would often start with this sentence: "This is the scene of my first meeting with the guy who was 500 years ahead of his time and was called the strongest brain." Chapter 12. I'm not a good person, but at least I'm a person. A few days later. Don't move, little cat, draw some more. In the beach house, Susheng was drawing blood from Giovanni's Persian, who was usually spoiled by Giovanni, almost wanted to slash this bastard to death. As the pet of Team Rockets, he usually walked sideways in the team, holding him for fear of being damaged, holding him for fear of melting. However, in just a few days, he was almost drained of blood by this kid. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Today is the last time if nothing unexpected happens. Susheng comforted him. Have you found any results, Sheng? Giovanni asked after taking a sip of coffee. It will take some time, but the research has indeed reached a bottleneck. Susheng put Persian's blood into a test tube, diluted it and prepared for the next round of research, and said, "What can be studied with blood is just research after all. The purpose of research is to practice." But, speaking of this, Susheng looked at the tourists coming and going on the beach, and the various Pokémon following them. Hearing the word practice, Giovanni knew what Susheng was hesitating about. Aren't there a lot of them in the suburbs? Do you want me to ask someone to catch them for you? Or you can buy them directly from a pet store. Although that kind costs more money, it is less aggressive. Use entities to do experiments. Although Giovanni himself does not understand this, he is very familiar with it. A lot of scientists he keeps in the base do this. The best among them are 2 scientists named Blaine and Fuji. I wonder which one is better, Susheng or these 2. Or, you can also go to a specific place to buy it. Giovanni added another sentence. The place he mentioned is the black market. There are many things that cannot be bought on the market, such as the delicious far-fetched meat, the handicrafts made from the skull of Marowak that are very popular among the rich, the tail of Slowpoke, etc. Of course, it also including all kinds of Pokémon. However, compared with pet shops, it is basically impossible to get excellent Pokémon in the black market. Those are tortured to death, but the price is often very low, so it is suitable to be used as guinea pigs. Lily. Just then, a Delibird flew to the window of the hut and knocked on the window. Susheng walked up and opened the window. Delibird rummaged in the backpack he carried with him, took out a small package and handed it to him and a pen. Then he took out a receipt and pointed to the signature. The meaning is obvious, please sign. Well, this is something purchased on Susheng.com. Seeing Susheng silent for a while, Giovanni couldn't help but smile. After all, you are just a 10-year-old child. Are you soft-hearted? After signing, Susheng touched touched the furry head of the delibird and scratched its chin. The courier happily made a li growl, and his eyes narrowed into a slit because of comfort. I'm not a good person, but at least I'm a human being. Susheng calmly walked back to the laboratory and opened the package and poured it out. Those are the 3 evolutionary stones/ites discovered by the Pokémon academic community. Firestone, Waterstone, Thunderstone. That's really surprising. You told me that you started doing scientific research a long time ago. Have you never used Rattata or something like that to experiment before? Well, in Giovanni's worldview, Rattata is the same as guinea pigs. I usually use scumbags for experiments. When mentioning this topic, Susheng couldn't help but think of the happy times in his previous life. There are so many guinea pigs in the pirate world. Those big pirates with bounties of over 100 million are simply his toys. And Susheng's favorite is still the celestial dragons. When he saw those pigs who were usually high and mighty lying in the laboratory and saw his own Ajinjin being cut off and placed on the plate next to him, that expression, Saigani, is so stupid. Alas, it's a pity that I couldn't dissect Momonosuke. The original plan was to use Ivankov Seraph to turn him into a woman and then throw him into the underwater prison and film it for the whole world to broadcast. I hope there will be a chance in the future, and I also want to study whether the Kojiki family has any succubus physique. Obviously, they are useless, but they can be like human-shaped aphrodisiacs and fascinate the people of Wano country. Scumbag. Giovanni blinked. Why do I feel that this guy is scolding me? Dear viewers, now a news interruption. At this moment, the TV screen suddenly inserted a female host holding a speech script. Recently, the league's A-level wanted criminal Pokemon hunter Endens was spotted by trainers near New Barktown. Please be alert, people in Johto region. If you see this person, please call the police immediately. A wanted list appeared next to the female host. It was a man in his 40s with a full beard. Giovanni's pupils moved slightly, but his tone was as calm as ever. Endens, the league's B-level wanted criminal, often lurks in the suburbs of small towns, waiting for those fledgling trainers who have just obtained Earl Dervish Pokemon to leave their hometowns and embark on adventures, and then he attacks them and steals the Pokemon they just got. Wow, this guy is quite business-minded. Susheng couldn't help laughing. It's true. Looking at the photo of this guy, he looks like a sewer rat, but he unexpectedly has brains. If you choose a big city like Goldenrod City or Kianwood City, you might hit a wall even if you target children. After all, if the robbed child is the nephew of an elite or the daughter of a rich man, you are doomed, right? On the contrary, it would be much better to target small places like New Barktown and Azalea Town. There are no second-generation officials or rich second generations in such places, right? Hey, I suddenly remembered that this guy's history of making a fortune is really similar to mine. When I first crossed over, didn't I also bully children to steal snacks for food? Well, I feel that I am not that naive. After all, how can the value of snacks be compared with that of Pokemon? This guy has been active in Johto for many years, and we only found his traces now. The alliance has been developing in recent years, but the efficiency seems to have not improved much. Giovanni sneered. It seems that he has forgotten that he is still a gym leader under the alliance. Hey, isn't this little white mouse here? Susheng suddenly laughed. Giovanni was stunned. Oh, you mean, what's wrong, uncle? Is there a problem? Susheng asked back. Giovanni's eyes flashed with a half-hearted smile. After a hesitation of less than a second, he smiled again. Of course not, but I am a little worried about your safety. After all, fighting against such a vicious criminal is completely different from the battle between trainers. Chapter 13. Giovanni, you have been optimized. Asheng, I found out that Endens is planning to escape from Johto to Kanto via Route 45. 2 days later, Giovanni glanced at the message received on his mobile phone and said to Susheng, wow, as expected of the strongest gym leader in Kanto, you are well informed. Susheng, who was working on the sewing machine, gave a thumbs up. Don't get me wrong, he was not imprisoned by the League for the selection of concubines, but like Spider-Man, he made a battle suit to avoid exposing his identity. This matter should have been reported to the League, but in that case, wouldn't the rare experimental materials be gone? Giovanni said with a smirk. After all, if Endens is caught by the Alliance, it goes without saying that the only outcome is that he will be thrown into the Alliance prison. Then, the rare guinea pig will be gone. It would be better to recycle it. It's just that after staying with Susheng for a long time, Giovanni often forgets that he is still a righteous Alliance leader on the surface. The expression he had just shown is not what a kind gym trainer should show. Of course, Susheng stood up and took the finished clothes off the sewing machine. It was a black windbreaker style coat. Next to it, there was a newly carved mask with a white face and black stripes. Black windbreaker, white mask, red gloves. When Susheng put on this outfit, if his fellow villagers from his previous life saw this look, the two-spined axolotls would definitely shout, isn't this the clothes of the protagonist of Persona 5? Yes, it was the outfit of the leader leader of the Heart Bandit group. Yo, this way no one will recognize me. Su Sheng looked in the mirror and was very satisfied with his current look. Hey, Ah Sheng, just in case, take this with you. Su Sheng, who was about to go out, raised his hand to take it reflexively when the wind broke. Su Sheng smiled after looking down. It seems that uncle doesn't trust my ability. Route 45, very close to Blackthorn City, Giovanni reminded with a smile. Su Sheng was stunned, glanced at the Johto map on the wall, and shrugged self-deprecatingly. You think so far ahead? It turns out that the old ones are still the best, so thank you, uncle. Su Sheng and Uev quickly disappeared in the bright moonlight. Giovanni sat down and glanced at the email on his mobile phone. The sender was his most trusted subordinate, Archer. Boss, Andens hopes that Team Rockets can take him in after he arrives in Kanto. That's right, Giovanni's source of information is not his information as the leader of the Alliance. It's the information as the leader of Team Rockets. This Andens already has business dealings with Team Rockets. After he snatched Pokémon from those rookie trainers, some would be directly sold on the black market and the rest would be sold to Team Rockets. Now that he can't make it in Johto, he wants to go to Kanto to seek shelter from Team Rockets. You're old, Andens, you're no longer useful. Giovanni sneered. You're 35 this year. You should be optimized. Anyway, there's no use value, so why not use it as a nutrient for the new blood of Team Rockets? Route 45, accompanied by a sharp panting sound, a figure ran on this suburban road in the south of Blackthorn City. Damn, the phone can't get through. Where is the helicopter? Andens fell under the shade of the tree, leaned against the tree trunk and sat on the lawn, cursing on his phone. The screen of the phone showed a message from Team Rockets. Team Rockets said in the message that he should wait on Route 45 and a helicopter would be sent to pick him up in Kanto. However, Andens waited for several days and didn't see the shadow of the helicopter, and Team Rocket's phone couldn't get through. Fuck, these guys won't go back on their words, right? Damn, if I don't have a good life, you won't have a good life either. Andens cursed. If he was really caught by the Alliance and thrown into jail, he said he would definitely expose the transactions with Team Rockets. If Giovanni knew what Andens was thinking, he would definitely say that you, old man, thought too much. Team Rockets has done so many evil things. How can your little business cause any trouble? Mr. Andens, right? The childish voice suddenly came from the front, attracting Andens' attention. Looking up, he found a boy who was estimated to be in his early teens, with black hair, a black windbreaker, and a mask covering the upper half of his face, walking slowly towards him. Team Rockets is no longer needed. Sending such a kid to connect. Andens, in a bad mood, said foul words, slapped his thigh and stood up from the lawn. Where is the helicopter? Ah, Su Sheng was stunned, but he was too lazy to talk nonsense with the little white mouse, and said with a smile, I don't know what you are talking about, but it's better not to take helicopters. It's easy to crash. What? This time, Andens was the one who was stunned. Before he recovered from his surprise, the masked boy opposite raised his hand and pointed. The pokeball on his waist opened. Before the white light faded, a ghostly black shadow rushed towards him at high speed. You could vaguely see the sharp claws attacking his throat. Fuck. Andens was startled and cursed instinctively. Before he could get rid of the word of at the end, the Pokemon in the pokeball tied to his belt also felt the danger of its owner. It jumped out of the ball and blocked the feint attack of Moon Eevee with Alloy Claw. The two sides were deadlocked for about a second. Finally, Moon Eevee was better, suppressed Andens' Pokemon, and added an Iron Tail in the air to knock it away. But the Steel-type trick didn't seem to work well on the opponent. Although the Pokemon was knocked away, it quickly inserted its claws into the ground. After leaving two parallel grooves on the lawn, it stopped safely. Su Sheng also saw the true face of the Pokemon at this time. A Nova Region's leader Diglett, but it doesn't seem to be in good condition. You have been running around with you for a few days, and you haven't had much rest, right? Su Sheng smiled. This leader Diglett should be Andens' main Pokemon. Otherwise, it would not be possible to help its owner block the fatal blow in time in such a sudden situation just now. But Su Sheng immediately saw that it was in a bad state. It must be because it had been hiding from its master for some time, and had not eaten well and slept well. Do you think you can beat my Moon Eevee in this state? Su Sheng smiled faintly. It seems that catching the first little white mouse will be easier than expected. Damn Team Rockets. You want to kill the donkey after it has done its job, right? Andens was furious. If he was born on planet Vegeta, he could become a Megasian. At this moment, he had already identified Su Sheng as someone sent by Team Rockets to kill him. Team Rockets must be afraid that their trading relationship would be exposed, so they sent this kid to optimize themselves. Su Sheng blinked his eyes under the mask twice. Whatever you say. Girls, have you all gone to face your destiny? Me too, but I have to go out at night. Boo-hoo. Chapter 14 Land/Crossing Land/Crossing Birds are born evil. Team Rockets. Outskirts of Blackthorn City. Cousin, can't you stay a little longer? A blue-haired girl, estimated to be about the same age as Sushen, followed closely behind another boy estimated to be about 15 years old with a bright red hedgehog head, a black cape, and dressed very flamboyantly. The place where the two just walked out was the Dragon's Den, regarded as the Dragon Sanctuary by the Yulong family of Blackthorn City. There are a large number of dragon-type Pokemon living in it. The children of the Yulong family, as well as some trainers recognized by the Yulong family, have all had the experience of training here. I came back only to practice, and I'm not interested in other things. Facing this cousin who likes to follow behind him, Lance's attitude seemed lukewarm. He is not a proper family kid like Xiaozuan, who grew up in Blackthorn City. His mother left the family when she was young. Then she met and fell in love with his father in Viridian Forest. Finally, after settling in Viridian Forest, she gave birth to him. Therefore, Lance was blessed by the forest and possessed the special power of Viridian. Later, after Lance gradually emerged in Kanto, the Yulong family wanted to call him back. Well, it feels like the 3-year period has come, and the Dragon King is welcome to return. Isn't it the writing style of Kidian more than 10 years ago? Originally, Lance was indifferent to the call of the Yulong family, but he had no choice. They gave too much. As the first dragon cancer and fat control in the Pokemon continent, he couldn't refuse the dragons in the Yulong family Dragon's Den. You know, wild Dragonite is very rare. When he was a kid, he was lucky enough to find a Dratini in a sewage river, but since then, he has never seen a wild Dragonite family member again. So when the Yulong family brought 2 Pokemons containing Dratini when ball dangled in front of Lance, the proud dragon controller bowed to life. After that, Lance and Blackthorn City Dragon family reached a tacit understanding. Normally the two sides do not interfere with each other. Lance takes on the role of Yulong just like the humanoid GG card of the Yulong family and operates in the 2 regions of Kanto and Johto. The Yulong family helped him provide him with the best logistical resources and a place for training. Dragon's Den is one of the conditions for winning over Lance. But every time you come back, you just stay in Dragon's Den to practice and then leave after practicing without even playing with me. Xiaochuan, who was not much taller than Sushen, slightly pursed her pink lips and complained, "Hey, this painting style is a bit like Wang Yuyan and Murongfu." These 2 pairs also happen to be cousins, but Lance is not as disdainful as Murongfu. Lance, who had not yet thought about the human cleanup plan, softened his heart when he saw his cousin like this. Although he did not change his mind, he patiently explained, "I'm not used to the atmosphere here. After all, the Yulong family is the leading family in the Johto region. He also has many connections with Johto and other people in Kanto. Among them are some capital nouveau riche with dirty hands and feet." Lance, who hates evil as much as he hates hatred, really doesn't like to associate with such people. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Lance finished explaining, there were sounds of collapse in front of him and the panic scream of wild Pokemon escaping. Lance and Xiaochuang subconsciously looked up. In the forest ahead, one after another, big trees were cut off and collapsed. The ground continued to vibrate one after another. Living in the grassy forest, there are weaker Pokemon such as Oddish, Caterpie, and Paras. He was so frightened that he panicked and ran away in the opposite direction. "What's going on?" Lance hurried towards the scene of the incident. Cousin Xiaochuang followed closely behind. "Damn Team Rockets. If you don't want me to have an easy time, you don't want to have an easy time either." When Lance ran to a certain distance, he suddenly heard a roar coming from the fighting place. In an instant, Lance's expression was like Whitebeard looking at Akainu or Urjuza looking at Danzo. His whole face turned dark. As the 4th elite and chief investigator of the Quartz Alliance, he often interacts with Team Rockets. He caught a lot of them with his own hands and sent them in. This evil party organization uses Pokemon to engage in criminal activities. In Lance's eyes, dying 10,000 times is not enough. Where are Team Rockets? Lance quickened his pace and rushed out of the forest. Boom! Tackle's screech exploded. On the lawn where a large number of trees had been cut down and only stumps were left, a Unova region's dragon-headed Diglett, using a Spike and the iron tail of a dog-shaped Pokemon that he had never seen before, intersected in mid-air. After the 2 sides were in a stalemate for half a second, Diglett, the leader, was completely suppressed. It was severely beaten and flew onto its owner. 1 person and 1 mouse were thrown so hard that stars appeared in their eyes. "Are you B-class wanted criminal endins?" As an investigator, of course Lance recognized the other party. Who is the masked kid opposite who looks about the same age as his cousin? The words just now were obviously shouted by Andes. That is to say, "Are you taking advantage of others?" Lance said coldly. After seeing the scene in front of him, he analyzed it roughly in less than half a minute. The masked boy in black clothes is from Team Rockets. The reason why he fought with Andes, who was a wanted criminal, it's because Team Rockets had a shady deal with Endins. It has been announced in the news that Andes is being hunted by Johto Jenny. Team Rockets is worried that after he is caught, the shady dealings between the 2 parties will will be exposed. So he sent people to unload the mill and kill the donkey. I have to say, Lance's guess was quite accurate. At least it's exactly the same as Andni's idea. Oh, I really attracted Lance here, and I even bought one and got one free. Susheng blinked his eyes under the mask and exclaimed, just now, Andni's was destroying the forest like crazy and making noise. Susheng guessed that he wanted to use this method to attract people living in Blackthorn City and then take advantage of the chaos to escape. And Blackthorn City is the territory of the Yulong family. It is indeed possible to lure those dragon users over, but Susheng didn't expect to get two big gift bags at once. Lance and Xiao Shuang, that's right, you two, go to jail and live your whole life. Lance sneered and showed the pokeball. Hey, don't attack indiscriminately. Susheng stalled. Xiaodao, this guy is the criminal wanted by the Alliance, right? If I kill him, it will save you a lot of effort, right? Just treat me as a bounty hunter, just like Luzaro in the early days of One Piece, a bounty hunter who makes a living by catching wanted criminals in exchange for bounties. Although there are not as many in Pokemon World as in One Piece, there are still some. Lance's attitude towards them is relatively neutral, but he obviously doesn't believe Susheng's rhetoric. Hey bounty hunter, take off the mask and let me see it. Which bounty hunter still needs to cover his face? It's obviously the evil Team Rockets. Susheng, this is really hard to explain. After all, what I'm doing now really can't show my face. I don't know where everyone's black myth Maluo is. The author is out typing. I can play it when I come back. Oh no, I can use a better status code when I come back. Chapter 15. Who is Lance? Calling Lance/crossing Glance/crossing bird. You have nothing to say, right? Seeing Susheng's silence, Lance became more certain of his guess. Still want to deceive me? Yulong Aot and Lance/crossing? Hat. Susheng shrugged and laughed dryly. Forget it, let it be a misunderstanding. Anyway, I'm covering my face, so you don't know my true face. You've got nothing to say, so you've laughed, right? Lance sneered even more. Okay, whatever you think. Susheng had given up resistance and waved his hands repeatedly, pointing at the unconscious Endons. In short, Mr. Lance/crossing, I want to take this wanted criminal away, which can also be regarded as helping you, the search officer, solve a problem. Just pretend you didn't see me, and let's go our separate ways. As he spoke, Susheng slowly walked towards Endons. Did I agree? Lance suddenly threw the pokeball. Ouch. A white light flashed, and Dragonite was perched on Lance's head. Unlike most of the golden-haired warm-hearted men, Lance's Dragonite was just like his master and the future Iris's Dragonite, always holding an expression as if someone owed him money. It can be seen that Lance really hates Team Rockets. He took out the trump card directly. Puff. Suddenly, Susheng hooked his right hand outward. Something shot out from the wrist inside the red glove and accurately hit the unconscious Endons. Is that string shot? Xiaozu shouted in astonishment. Yes, that is indeed the basic move that almost every bug-type Pokemon can use, string shot. But if you let the people on Earth see it, it may be easier to associate it with failed man. And the next second, Susheng pulled his hand. He directly pulled Endons, who was 7 or 8 meters away, to his feet. Yes, the spider silk launcher. It was made by him with reference to the failed man. By the way, he went to the grove outside Qianwood City and exchanged these silks for Caterpie, Wurmple and other bug-type Pokemon with Pokemon snacks. Beedrill was unwilling to provide them. What a stingy guy. Is it the new gadget made by Team Rockets? Lance said coldly. How many Pokemon lives did you sacrifice to make this thing? There is another important reason why he hates Team Rockets so much. It is Team Rockets' Pokemon decoration experiment. Hey, don't compare me with those third-rate scientists. For me, making this kind of toy is simply Dragon Rush. The angry Lance didn't listen to anything Susheng said. A layer of dragon-like aura wrapped around Dragonite's body, turning into a roaring dragon. Because it was close to the ground was hit by the aura and cracked under the heavy load. As expected of a 4 elite. No, maybe he has already stepped into the champion's threshold. Come back, UEV. This is not an opponent you can handle. Susheng smiled slightly. Then, I'll leave it to you. Bang. A pokeball in Susheng's windbreaker opened automatically. Compared to the opponent's high-powered skill Dragon Rush, Dragonite attacked the side with a stormy wave. The white light on the Pokemon's body that jumped out of the pokeball has not yet dissipated. Just a light touch, swinging his arm with a spike, breaking through the surface like acupuncture, penetrating the dragon's aura on Dragonite's body. Instantly, it hit the vital point. Bang. Instantly, Dragonite was like a high-speed sports car that suddenly encountered a speed bump. Now unable to control the balance of his body, he evacuated and deviated from the original attack trajectory, flying over Susheng's head out of control. It hit the trunk of a big tree in the distance hard. What? Lance's expression changed drastically, and Xiao Xuan, who was following him, also saw clearly the true identity of the Pokemon released by the masked man. Big Beedrill. Xiao Xuan, who was about the same age as Susheng, was dumbfounded. Real Real or fake. There are as many beedrills as there are weeds on the roadside in the suburbs, and they actually blocked the attack of Lance/Crossing's cousin Dragonite. Hey, did you want to kill me with that attack just now? Susheng raised his eyebrows. But it's not surprising. Looking at Lance in the three parallel worlds of animation, comics, and games, the animated version is just a little silly and sweet. After all, he is someone who can defeat Gardevoir with dragon-type skills, and neither games nor comics are fuel-efficient lamps. In the game, he asked Dragonite to use Hyper Beam to blast Team Rockets directly, which probably scared Gold out of his wits at the time. Not to mention comics, the leaders of criminal organizations may think he is a bit radical. Dragonite, are you okay? Lance shouted to Dragonite. Ouch. Dragonite shook his head and climbed up from the grass where only broken trees were left after being hit by his Dragon Rush. Just now, Beedrill used force to change his attack trajectory, but it didn't actually cause much damage to himself. That Beedrill is not an ordinary Beedrill. Lance stared at Beedrill flying beside Susheng. When did Team Rockets have such a master? Hey, I have to find an opportunity to replenish my combat power or invent something new. This thing is too heavy. Susheng tried to lift Endens, but unfortunately this body was not strong enough to bear the strength of the Su University scientist. There is no other way. Drill-san, please kill the Lance/Crossing bird on the opposite side. Just knock him out. If there is transportation, Susheng can take Andes and go first, leaving Beedrill behind. But now this body is a bit more difficult to carry an adult. We can only let Beedrill help deal with the Lance/Crossing bird first, and then we can carry the people together. Who did you call Lance/Crossing bird? A cross appeared on Lance's forehead and he waved suddenly. Storm. Through the first round of fighting just now, Lance found that this Beedrill was very agile in melee combat, and it was most likely better than his Dragonite. In this case, let's decide the outcome from a distance. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The thin wings of the Beedrill buzzed at a higher frequency than a helicopter shuttle through the devastating storm and turbulence. Originally, the hit rate of the storm is not high, and it is often used in conjunction with rainy days. In this environment, it is impossible to hit the Beedrill. Susheng just finished speaking. The speed of Beedrill has been improved by more than one level. Its agility. Seeing Beedrill getting closer and closer, Lance had to change his strategy. Dragon Claw. Under the command of the master, Dragonite raised dark green energy in his arms, as if holding Wolverine's three-pronged knife, slashing diagonally at Beedrill, who was approaching at extremely fast speed. However, at the last moment when Dragon Claw was about to fall on Drill's face, Beedrill turned into an afterimage and disappeared. Ouch. Dragonite was shocked. Immediately afterwards, I felt a fatal sense of crisis coming from behind. Turning his head, he happened to face Drill's dangerous pair of blood-red compound eyes, and the stinger dripping with deadly dark purple venom. The speeds of both sides are not at the same level. In Dragonite's disbelieving gaze, Beedrill raised his right arm, and with the venom-stained stinger, he accurately sniped at his own throat. Poison jab. Dear Destiny people, please leave a comment if you don't mind. My little sister will read it. Chapter 16. This is the power of science. The venomous stinger on Drill's right arm stabbed deeply into Dragonite's back. The venom instantly spread to the whole body through the wound, causing the plump orange face to turn a sickly purple color. Poisoned. Will this make you more honest? Lance/Crossing elite. Susheng said leisurely. Cousin Lance/Crossing's Dragonite was actually so easily. Xiaozhuang couldn't believe it. In my heart, I feel like a god. The invincible cousin actually. And the guy in the mask didn't give any instructions from beginning to end. It's all that Beedrill fighting alone. But what Xiaozhuang didn't know was that Susheng couldn't command Beedrill either. Okay, bye-bye then Beedrill. Please give me a hand. While Susheng waved goodbye, he didn't forget to wink at Beedrill. Let it help lift people together. Beedrill looked at the two stingers at the bottom of his arms and fell silent for a moment. You son of a bitch, do you have any skills in labor and management? But considering Giovanni's order, Beedrill still used the stinger to pierce Enden's collar and lift it up. Do you think this is the end? You're a naturally evil kid from Team Rockets. Just when Susheng was about to leave, Lance's cold question rang out again. Turn around and look. Found that Lance had come to Dragonite's side. Put one hand on his fat and round belly. For a moment there were pinholes on the back and a purple complexion. They are all healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is much easier to use than potion. Viridian power. Susheng remembered. Legend has it that every 10 years, the Viridian forest will choose a trainer of Viridian origin and give them the power of nature. The same is true for Lance, Giovanni, and the one yellow who is not known to be born yet. Giovanni hasn't shown much of his Viridian power. The abilities of Lance and Yellow are to heal and communicate with Pokémon. In terms of healing, Yellow is even better and is known as the healer. Speaking of which, there are many people with special abilities in this world. Susheng recalled. Sinnoh has the superpower to communicate with legendary Pokémon. Pokémon. Sabrina from Kanto and Caitlin from Unova have psychic. It's just that the usage of these two psychics is a little different. Sabrina is a magician and can turn people into dolls. Caitlin is a violent person and can directly hit people with psychic. By the way, does a true newcomer to Mega have any special abilities? But it's meaningless even if it's recovered, right? Drill's level is higher than yours. Lance/Crossing Elite. Susheng was as calm as before. Don't call my Dragonite fat, Lance said angrily. You can scold me, but you can't scold my dragon. The next second, the anger on Lance's face turned into a sneer. That's all. Let me show you my double dragon fighting method. In a regular battle match with rules restrictions, Lance is indeed slightly behind the current Quartz Alliance champion Agatha. But if it is a life and death battle without rules, that is another matter. What Lance is best at is life and death battles with villains like Team Rockets. Not only can you directly attack the trainer, but you can also send out multiple Pokémon and use a variety of strange tactics. Among them, the double dragon strategy uses Dragonite as the main attacker and two Dragonair as auxiliary hands. This is his proud tactic. However, just when Lance was about to call out the two Dragonairs to fight with all their strength, Susheng suddenly took something out of his pocket and pressed it. However, Lance didn't pay attention. There were already two more shrunken Pokeballs in his hand. He pressed the button in the center and was ready to throw them. However, the next second, something unbelievable happened to Lance. After pressing the switch, the Pokeball did not become larger. Cousin, that. Xiaozhuang's tone was obviously startled, and he pointed towards Susheng. Lance turned around and looked. It was discovered that in the masked man's hand there was a remote control with an antenna attached. Is it you who caused the trouble? Lance asked through gritted teeth. Do you know about magnetism? Lance/Crossing Elite, Susheng asked with a smile. Before Lance could answer, his cousin Xiaozhuang had already spoken. Magnetism. Is it the characteristic of Magnemite family? Since Susheng applauded and nodded. That's right, Magnemite, Nosepass and other Pokemon possess the characteristics that allow steel Pokemon to absorb the opponent after it appears, making it unable to return to the Pokeball. I borrowed this feature and invented this magnetic remote control. Just press the button in the middle. Having said this, Susheng flashed the red button in the middle of the remote control to the Yulong brothers opposite. The antenna will emit special magnetic force, allowing Pokeball. The switches cannot work properly, and the Pokemon inside cannot come out. After listening to Susheng's explanation, Lance was furious. He has fought all the way to today, and he has encountered strong enemies before, but it is definitely the first time he has encountered such a disgusting enemy. It's like you enthusiastically assembled a Blue Eyes White Dragon power deck, but the opponent took out the Hell deck in return. Torture you to death. Highlight disgusting. Of course, you can also try to let the Pokemon release the ultimate move inside and forcibly destroy the Pokeball. Of course, the premise is that you can control the strength and not hurt your owner. In the comics, Red's Pikachu once gained time to help Red defeat Giovanni by charging in the Pokeball in advance. This shows that Pokemon can also use special moves in the ball, but it is too risky to break the Pokeball from the inside. First of all, the space inside the ball is small, and the power cannot be exerted, and if you use a move, the power is too small to break the Pokeball, and you may even hurt yourself. And the power is too great, and the owner is too close. If you are not careful, you will blow the owner away. For a moment, the flying Pokemon in Lance's Pokeball all hesitated and did not dare to attack easily. Damn it, Dragonite. Unable to let the two Dragonair help to play auxiliary, Lance can only bite the bullet and force Dragonite to charge alone again. I said, he is no match for Beedrill. As soon as Susheng finished speaking, Beedrill immediately threw Andons aside. He responded to Dragonite with a lightning burst in his right hand. Fatal Needle Stab versus Thunder Punch. At the moment when both parties were about to tackle each other, Beedrill suddenly dodged sideways. Dragonite was caught off guard and Thunder Punch missed. The next moment, Beedrill backhanded a needle stab Dragonite's neck. Dragonite. Seeing this scene, Lance showed an emotion called impatience for the first time in a long time. Cousin. Behind. Hearing his cousin's terrified scream, Lance turned his head subconsciously, found that the black Eevee with an unknown temperament had appeared behind him at some point. HAAA. The moon Eevee opened its mouth and spit out a mist. It hit Lance's handsome but more rebellious face accurately. Oops, oops. A strong sense of fatigue surged into his brain, and Lance felt that the world in front of him was blurring rapidly. It's yawn. Chapter 17 Lance/Crossing Elite. The dragon head Diglett is also a dragon. Cousin. Seeing Lance fall, Xiaozhuang's mind went blank. Ouch. Not to mention Dragonite. The master fell down like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely igniting its anger. The next second, Dragonite endured the severe pain from his neck. He turned his head like crazy and wanted to launch a killing move on Susheng. Look, you're anxious again, Susheng said with a smile. Almost instantly, Dragonite, who had just turned around, felt a chill rising suddenly from behind. second. Turning his head again. Drill's needles quickly enlarged in his pupils. Puff. After land/crossing glance/crossing bird, his fat fell down immediately. This is the power of science. Susheng pushed the mask on his nose as if pushing glasses. Cousin. Land/crossing cousin. Woo woo, wake up. Xiao Zhuang had already rushed to Susheng's side, shaking Lance, and shouting, "Stop yelling, it's just yawn." Susheng said unhappily. After all, he is the future gym leader of Blackthorn City who claims to be as powerful as the 4 elites. I didn't expect that he was a crybaby when he was a child. You. Xiao Zhuang cried so hard that he couldn't speak clearly. Then he saw Susheng took out a syringe from his arms. What are you going to do again? Seeing the syringe with a capacity comparable to that of a can approaching his cousin, Xiao Zhuang was confused again. It's rare to see people with special powers, let alone the power of Viridian. I'm very curious. Stop crying, isn't it just drawing some blood? What's the big deal? Xiaozuan didn't know what to say. You call that a little? I'm afraid I can't drink that much water in a day. Don't mess around, little birds. Susheng noticed the expressions of the flying Pokémon on Lance's waist through the ball cover, and comforted him. If you want to force a move to destroy the Pokeball, 9 out of 10 times you will wave and your own master. Upon hearing this, Lance's Pokémon instantly became more honest. Susheng took another look. 2 Dragonair, Blue Gyarados, Aerodactyl, and a Charizard. Good guy. They are all dragons, but half of them are not dragons. Dragonite is quite rare, so I can get some. After drawing the land/crossing glance/crossing bird, Susheng turned to Dragonite again. By the way, I gained a lot of hair. A great harvest. A great harvest. It's really refreshing, as if I'm putting on a brand new coat to welcome the New Year's morning. Susheng, who put the things back in her arms, stretched greatly. At this time, he noticed Diglett, the leader of Endes, who was still unconscious on the other side. Oh, by the way, Sister Xiao Zhuang, let your cousin adopt her later. After all, she is homeless. Your cousin will probably like it very much. After all, the leader Diglett is also a dragon. When he said this, Susheng couldn't help but laugh. But there's nothing wrong with it, right? Gyarados, Charizard, and Aerodactyl in Lance's team, aren't they all like this? It's just that the leader Diglett doesn't have the flying system. Xiao Zhuang didn't know what to say for a moment. Watching Susheng's back getting further and further away, Xiao Zhuang suddenly remembered something and shouted, "Hey, you, what's your name?" Susheng paused, blinked, and thought for a while, and replied without looking back, "Joker." Then EPUB, Drill, and the others, together with the unconscious Endens, completely disappeared into the forest. Joker. Xiao Zhuang repeated the name in a low voice, gritted his teeth after a few seconds, and said angrily, "Wait to be imprisoned in the Alliance prison." Well, Lance tried to open his eyelids. What caught the eye was the ceiling of the Yulong family's room. Although he doesn't live here much, he still knows him. Whoa. The next thing Lance saw were 2 Dragonairs with worried expressions. Dragonite, Blue Gyarados, Charizard, and many other dragons of their own also came over with caring faces. Lance jumped up and immediately stood up from the bed. Then, where is that guy? Lance didn't say Susheng's name but Dragonite, and they all knew who their master was talking about. All of them looked hesitant, lowered their heads, and said nothing. Cousin, Joker has left. At this time, Xiao Zhuang came in with a Cedra. Seeing Lance's appearance, she was a little scared. Joker, is that guy's name? Lance clutched the sheets tightly. Cousin, that guy used despicable means. You didn't lose. Xiao Zhuang tried his best to save Lance's face, but as everyone knows, this stung Lance's pride even more. If you lose, you lose. What excuse can you make? Seeing that Lance was silent, Xiao Zhuang knew that he had said the wrong thing. In desperation, she could only change the subject abruptly. Father said not to publicize this matter. What's the meaning? Lance's expression suddenly changed. Don't publicize it? Isn't that the same as saying that this matter will not be reported to the Alliance? Don't you want to put that masked kid on a wanted list? How can that be done? Father said, if cousin you were slept with by a Team Rocket's kid. Oh no, if word spread about falling asleep, it would damage the name of Yulong. In just one sentence, Xiao Zhuang changed his mind several times. Therefore, she wanted to avoid words such as lose, failure, and sleep from irritating her cousin. Are you kidding? If Lance was just disappointed with himself just now, then now he is disappointed with the entire Yulong family. Just because of such a big face issue, you should not report the knowledge. What a joke. Is Lance, the dragon messenger, such a shameless person? Let's go. Lance didn't want to stay in this hypocritical place for a second, so he put all the Pokemon except Dragonite back into the ball, got on the back of his Earl Dervish partner, and left immediately. Cousin, rest some more. Before Xiao Zhuang could finish his words, he saw Lance riding Dragonite flying into the sky from the windowsill and disappearing into the sky. And the direction to leave is Indigo Plateau. A few days later. Now here's some big news. Last Friday, a vicious fight occurred on Road 45, Johto region. The wanted criminal Endens was killed by a team member, the Rocket's members were kidnapped. According to the Alliance's reasoning, it was speculated that Andes had a secret relationship with Team Rocket's and was later silenced by Team Rocket's. This Team Rocket's minion calls himself Joker and is now listed as the Alliance's A-level wanted criminal. This person has an extremely cunning fighting style. He once fought against Lance Elite and escaped successfully. This is the portrait of Joker drawn by the Alliance based on Lance Elite's description. Audiences please. Blue Beach Hut. Looking at the portrait of himself in mask mode on TV and the host's description, Susheng fell into a honeyed silence. Chapter 18. This is a slap in the face of my dragon messenger. Listening to the female host's report on the news, Susheng didn't know how to evaluate it for a while. Most of what I said is correct, but I feel like there are some issues with the details. Fight with Lance Elite and escape successfully. Although I didn't defeat Lance openly, I didn't run away either. Right, you have indeed lived up to my expectations, Ashen. In such a short period of time, you have invented such an incredible thing. On the sofa, Giovanni was playing with the magnetic controller invented by Susheng. After learning the whole story from Beedrill through the power of Viridian, Giovanni was surprised and regretful. The surprise was naturally because I didn't make a mistake. The young man in front of him is indeed an out-and-out genius. In such a short period of time, such machines were invented. Unfortunately, Susheng is not officially a member of Team Rockets yet. Otherwise, after he knocks Lance out, he can contact him directly and kill the mad dog-like red-haired man immediately. Well, although Lance has not yet reached the height of being the pinnacle of the champion class in the future, but his attitude towards Team Rockets is no different from what it was later. As long as you are facing Team Rockets, you will never give up until you kill the opponent. And this time, Susheng was undoubtedly the best time to kill Lance. It's a pity that I missed it because I haven't confessed my true identity to Susheng yet. And Giovanni concluded that such a good opportunity would be difficult to come by again. Uncle, please stop joking. I have been misunderstood as Team Rockets. Susheng pretended to be confused and shrugged. Giovanni put the controller aside and fell into deep thought for a moment. He is thinking about whether he should show his identity to Susheng. Although Susheng is now on the opposite side of the alliance, but that's just a secret identity. On the surface, is he willing to join Team Rockets? Let's wait a little longer. After struggling for a few minutes, Giovanni decided it would be better to observe for a while longer. After all, judging from the fact that Susheng's targets were criminals like Endens and his unwillingness to use wild Pokémon for experiments, it seems that Susheng acted like this. He still has good thoughts in his heart. If you show your cards too early, it may be counterproductive, but this is really a good thing. Giovanni glanced at the magnetic controller placed on the table again. As long as you press it, you can force the Pokeball to lock and prevent the Pokémon from returning to the ball. Although Lance has seen the capabilities of this machine once, he will definitely take precautions in the future, but there is no doubt that this is an artifact that kills at first sight. We still have to find a way to get him to join Team Rockets as soon as possible. Giovanni knew very well in his heart that if he did not tell Susheng his true identity, I cannot use these inventions of the other party to my subordinates. Once your subordinates use these props, Susheng would naturally doubt himself. With his IQ, it was only a matter of time before he could figure out his identity. You know, proactively telling the other person your identity and passive exposure. Those are two different things. On the other side, Indigo Plateau. This is the dividing line between the Kanto and Johto regions. At the current time, the Quartz Alliance can be said to be the predecessor of the Kanto Alliance and the Johto Alliance. The two regions share 4 elites and 1 champion. Currently, in the conference room of the Quartz Alliance headquarters building, there are 3 elites and 1 champion gathered, as well as President Damo Lankai and many council members. What does this mean? Lance looked unkind and slapped a wanted poster on the table. It was a wanted poster for Joker drawn based on his own description. In Lance's eyes, the A rating on the wanted poster is very annoying. What's the meaning? A person who can knock out my dragon messenger, Lance, is only worthy of a rank. Isn't this a slap in the face of my dragon controller? This was decided after official discussion. A guy who escaped from the hands of Dragon Elite is not worthy of receiving an S rank evaluate. Wearing a purple dress, the current Quartz Alliance champion Agatha said indifferently with a skinny and even creepy face. What are you running away from? That guy left openly. Mentioning this matter made Lance even more angry. After the masked boy fainted, he walked away in a big way. This has been confirmed by his cousin Xiao Chuan. However, the content of the news reports is completely different. You can't report it like this. Another elite Lorelei, who was wearing OL professional clothes and had a hair color similar to Lance's but more reddish. She was roughly the same age as Lance, only about 15 years old, but her figure was as hot as that of a mature woman. She pushed it. The rimless glasses on Kyung's nose said coldly, "Otherwise, how are you going to let the media write about it?" The dignified dragon messenger of the Quartz Quartz Alliance was knocked unconscious by a kid who looked like he was in his early 10 years. It's a meaningless face issue, so what if I give it up? Lance's self-esteem is indeed very strong, but he is even more disdainful of this kind of food. It doesn't matter whether that kid is using technology or using dirty tricks. If you lose, you lose. There is nothing to say. But the people don't think so. Even the third elite Bruno, who is often complained by Lorelei that his brain is full of muscles, can see the problem. As a supernova that is almost certain to replace Agatha and become the new champion of the Quartz Alliance. Lance is not only the signature of the Yulong family, but also represents the face of the entire Pokémon Alliance. He was tricked by a kid, even if it was a rising star in the league. It just so happens that he is still a member of Team Rockets. If this spreads out, will the public still have trust in the Pokémon Alliance? Lance's face was dark and he couldn't respond for a moment. And there's also a genius over there in Galar, who's not a few years younger than you. Lance/Crossing Elite. At this time, a member of the Quartz Alliance also spoke to persuade. It is said that he has never failed since his debut, and he has become the new champion of the Galar Alliance with his overwhelming power. Under such circumstances, our Quartz Alliance, as the headquarters of the entire Pokémon Alliance, cannot be compared to other branches. Galar Region's Alliance President Roz. That was an ambitious man who would risk everything for the development of Galar. Yes, although the word careerist is somewhat derogatory, it is really suitable to describe Roz. As the richest man in Galar, he did not indulge in enjoyment. Instead, we will vigorously develop Galar's Pokémon competitive industry. Not only are large gyms built in various cities in Galar that are more luxurious than those in the Kanto region and can accommodate more spectators, and also looking for potential trainers everywhere. It is said that the new Galar champion was discovered by him. Not only that, they also poach people everywhere. Given high wages, it would be worthwhile to poach superiors from other regions to Galar. For example, Kobo, one of the current leaders of the Galar Alliance, is from Hone and was later poached by Roz. There is no way, who asked others to give more, and it can be said that Roz does not hide his ambition at all. It is to make Galar surpass Kanto, or even replace it. Under such circumstances, the Alliance headquarters naturally would not allow Lance's scandal to be exposed. Chapter 19. Lance is Akainu and Lorelei is a ghost spider. Do you need me to fight with the new champion of the Galar Alliance? Lance said coldly. He felt more and more that these people simply looked down on him. What do you mean? Do you think you will lose to that guy who appears out of nowhere? Okay, let's get back to the topic. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting heavier, Dama Lankai, the short stature of the Alliance president who looked like Santa Claus, finally spoke. But rather than returning to the topic, it is better to say it is changing the topic. Lance, tell me about this newly discovered Team Rockets member. Is there anything we need to pay attention to? Although I knew in my heart that Dama Lankai was diverting his attention, but Lance took a deep breath and chose to give this kind old man some face. You are very young, probably in his early 10 years, and I am afraid that he has not officially become a trainer for a long time. He is only at the level of an ordinary gym leader, but he cooperates with his Pokémon very well, and he will definitely become a big trouble in the future. He has an extremely powerful Beedrill on top of my Dragonite. When he said this, Lance struggled for a second, but he immediately told the truth. So what if you lose once? Just continue to practice and become stronger. Hearing that the man had a Pokémon stronger than Lance's Dragonite, the expressions of the Alliance executives at the scene suddenly changed again. Wait a minute, didn't you just say that his level is only at the ordinary gym leader level? How come there is another Beedrill that is only stronger than your Dragonite? Lorelei noticed the point. At least his new breed of EV is like this. Lance, who gradually calmed down, also realized this. The level difference between the black EV and Beedrill is too big. Although the strength of the 6 Pokémon in a trainer's team varies, even his own dragon army is like this. But the difference between Joker's 2 is too big. Either the Beedrill is his main force, and the black EV has only been cultivated recently, so the level difference is very large, or Agatha, who is shrewd and calculating, said that Beedrill is not his. It can only be said that the old ones are still the best. He guessed most of it at once. I tend to be the latter, Lance said without hesitation. That's not bad. At the age of 10, he has a Pokémon stronger than Lance/Crossing Elite. That's really too exaggerated. The representative sent by the Joy family patted his rather plump chest. Don't be too happy too soon. Lance, who had no woman in his heart, didn't bother to look at the other party and sneered. Compared to the ability to command Pokémon, what is more worrying is his weird stuff. Then, Lance described the entire process of his battle with Joker to everyone word for word. Bruno, gloves that shoot spider silk. Lorelei, controller that forces Pokeball to fail. Everyone in the conference room looked at each other. What are these things? I've never heard of them. Spider silk is okay. The key is the controller. Agatha, the current champion, spoke again. According to you, Lance, If you use that, the Pokeball will not be able to return to normal from the shrunk state, which means that it can make the Pokeball switch malfunction. Right. Yes. When this topic was brought up, Lance's teeth tightened again. The Pokeball is not that hard. Can't we just let our Pokemon break the ball from the inside? Bruno proposed a solution. Even if the Pokeball is locked, just throw them out, then let the Pokemon break it from the inside. An ordinary Pokeball is only 200 Alliance coins. It's not a big deal. Fool. While your Pokemon is busy breaking the Pokeball, the enemy has already attacked. Bruno immediately realized the seriousness of the problem after being reminded by Lorelei. Imagine the scene of fighting with Team Rockets. The opponent used a device to make his Pokeball switch malfunction. Even if his fighting Pokemon can break the Pokeball from the inside in 1 second, but this second is enough to decide the outcome. Don't even mention 1 second. Half a second is enough. Not to mention that most ordinary people's Pokemon don't have this strength. Too dangerous. Agatha said Bruno's thoughts. Even an old man like her couldn't help but sigh that this machine is too powerful. This thing was invented by that joker. De Malankai spoke again. There was even a tremor in his voice. Such a genius was not recruited by our alliance in time. At such a young age he became a minion of Team Rockets. Damalanchi sighed. It was just like the king of Wei who missed Shang Yang. Such a genius, and so young, must have been bewitched by Team Rockets. The good-natured Damalanchi made up his mind secretly. If there was a chance, he would persuade this genius boy to turn back from his wrong path. If he is not lying, it is true, but whether he invented it or not, it is certain that the thing will be widely used by Team Rockets. Lance crossed his arms in front of his chest. It will be more troublesome to deal with Team Rockets in the future. Even as proud as he was, he had to admit that this controller was terrible. After speaking, Lance got up and left. Lance, where are you going? Bruno asked subconsciously. Practice. Lance said 2 words lightly. He acted out a little before coming to the meeting. It only takes half a second for his dragon to attack from the inside and destroy the shell of the ball, but it takes 1 second for him to throw the ball out to a distance where the attack will not affect him. If his dragon does not control the force well, he may even need to throw it farther, wasting 2 seconds. Total, it is 2.5 seconds. Too long. In order to deal with that troublesome machine, Lance feels that he must strengthen training. Let his dragon army be able to control the force perfectly. Use the perfect force to smash the Pokeball and counter-attack the enemy. At least condense the time into 1 second. To be honest, in the eyes of most trainers, this is simply a fantasy. But am I, Lance, an ordinary person? I'm super brave. This is all we can do now. I would like to inform all leaders and Jennies to be more careful when encountering Team Rockets, Damalanchi said with seriousness and sincerity. But this sentence is mainly meant for Lorelei. After all, Lorelei's attitude towards Team Rockets is even worse than Lance's. If Lance's attitude toward Team Rockets is that of Akainu, then Lorelei is more or less a ghost spider. Ghost Spider, Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, a member of the Hawks who follows Akainu. Damalankai was really afraid of her getting in trouble. Lorelei crossed her legs in black stockings, folded her hands on her chest, and turned her face to the other side. I don't know if I heard it or not. Noticing the vacant space next door, Lorelei raised an eyebrow and asked, why didn't this guy come? This position belongs to the last of the current Kanto 4 elites. Chapter 20. Lorelei, this world is too chaotic. It seems that there is a real estate group in Johto that hired him to do something, so he didn't come. Agatha recalled. Hey, hanging out with those dirty plutocrats all day long. Lorelei's tone was filled with disdain, but she couldn't say much to this elite senior who was far above her in age and qualifications. In short, let's send a message out and let everyone be careful about the Joker. Damalankai gave a summary of this meeting. Johto region, Qianwood City. It has been some time since Susheng tied Andni's here. Sheng, how are you? Seeing Susheng coming out of the first floor, Giovanni asked with interest. Susheng made some renovations to the seaside hut. On the first floor, there are common medical equipment such as testing instruments and microscopes, and some things that are not very visible to people. Well, they have to be done in the secret basement on the first floor. It's so inexperienced, I'll burp after 2 or 3 times. Susheng spread his hands and shrugged. In fact, it also has its own problems. Susheng ignored that the physiques of people in the pirate world and the Pokemon world are different. After all, one is directing Pokemon to fight and the other is going into battle himself. Therefore, Susheng habitually used techniques from the pirate world to conduct experiments and accidentally killed Andons. There is nothing we can do. We have to arrest people again. Susheng took out a stack of wanted posters. Uncle, could you please investigate the traces of these people again? Haha, it's a piece of cake. Giovanni is increasingly looking forward to what new tricks Susheng can come up with. However, when selecting wanted criminals, Giovanni deliberately avoided those Team Rockets members. It is still unacceptable for one of your own people to beat your own people. Fujin TV. The Pokemon Pokemon League will officially enter the era of Lance Elite. Many leaders expressed their appreciation for Lance Elite and said that in the next 2 years he will defeat Agatha Champion and become the new champion of the Quartz League. Professor Oak's Pokemon Lecture. Recently I discovered a new species of Pokemon. Their personalities are more irritable, violent, and aggressive than Pokemon with other attributes. It is not recommended for novice trainers to breed this Pokemon. I decided to temporarily name them the evil type. Okay everyone, let's go and conquer the Pokemon. Zijin TV. Mr. Stone Stephen, the son of Mr. Stone Joseph, the president of Devon Corporation, has shown great talent. Mr. Adam, the strongest gym trainer in the Hone Alliance, said that Stephen is very strong, but he is more optimistic about his disciples. Wallace. Street Corner Interview. We interviewed many trainers and they all said that they saw Lance Elite arresting criminals, which makes us believe that any evil will eventually be brought to justice. The recent hot news comes one after another, as if trying to cover up the incident between Lance and Joker. However, the Quartz Alliance was not happy at all, because according to witness reports, Joker has been acting extremely frequently in recent times. Many wanted criminals from the Alliance were defeated and taken away by him under witness. Although they can tell the TV station in advance and ask them to suppress the news. But you can stop the TV stations, but you can't stop the people, as Joker moves more and more frequently. Although other regions are still interested in this, Team Rocket's newcomer don't quite understand. But if it is limited to Johto, his fame is indeed getting bigger and bigger. President. Recently our TV station has often received complaints about why we don't report news related to Joker. The director of Zanlan TV station smiled bitterly at Damalankai. Just last week Joker was in front of many citizens in Kianwood City, defeated Ankla, a Class C robber wanted by the Alliance, and took him away. However, Zanlan TV did not conduct relevant reports, which made many citizens extremely skeptical about this. Thank you for your hard work. Don't worry, we will find a way. Although Damalankai said so, in fact he couldn't think of any solution. After all, he can't shut up ordinary people, right? Fortunately among the misfortunes, Joker hasn't caused any big trouble so far, and it can basically be suppressed. This is really interesting. Agatha, who was holding a newspaper, suddenly smiled strangely and said, some people have actually established a Joker fan club. Hearing Agatha's words, Lorelai, who had just taken a sip of tea, almost spit out her tea. Nanny Sigma. Is the world so chaotic that she can't understand it? Lorelai took the information from Agatha. There is a picture printed on the front page of the newspaper. A dozen little girls with an average age of early 10 stood together, holding posters supporting their idols. There are also hearts painted on it, with words such as love written on them. Lorelai instantly looked like an old man on the subway. Agatha remained indifferent. It is said that it is because they feel that Joker is more efficient in fighting criminals than the Alliance. Lorelai bit her pink lips lightly. You can't let Lance hear this. Although her attitude towards criminals is the same as Lance's, it can be summed up in 3 words: kill without mercy. But Lorelai is still calmer than Lance. Maybe it's because she uses the ice element. President. Joker has appeared in Goldenrod City. Not only Joker, but also Shadow, and the leader is the S-class wanted criminal, Alina. At this time, Damalankai's assistant quickly ran into the conference room and said anxiously. As soon as these words came out, even Agatha, who had always been secretive about her mood, frowned slightly. Shadow. The meaning of these 2 words is not inferior to Team Rocket's. If Team Rocket's is the largest criminal organization in Kanto, that Shadow is the largest criminal organization in Johto. Did Team Rocket's and Shadow start a fight? Damaranch jumped up from his chair very quickly. Joker is from Team Rocket's, and he has sex with Shadow. Doesn't that mean Team Rocket's and Shadow are in conflict? Okay, it doesn't seem to be the case. According to the news sent back by Mr. Goldenrod City Jim Howard, it was Shadow who suddenly appeared at the Goldenrod City station, snatching the trainer's Pokemon, and then Joker. At present, no other Team Rocket's members other than Joker have been found. Needs further confirmation. The assistant swallowed, managed to calm down and replied, how is the situation now? Lorelai also stood up from the chair and walked out. Team Rocket's and Shadow. Just in time. Let me, Lorelai, freeze you all to the ground. The assistant replied. Originally, Mr. Howard was at a disadvantage, but after Joker joined the battle, the situation tilted towards our side. At first glance, it sounded like good news, but Lorelai couldn't be happier. Damn it, the Alliance leader still needs the help of Team Rocket's to control the situation. Mother turned against Tiangang. The Shadow organization comes from the official game Pokémon Dark Whirlwind Lugia. It was originally a small region event set in a continent far away from the Alliance. It is quite powerful because it was released on the console. Its popularity is limited. In order to facilitate everyone's substitution, I will add pictures and basic information when the characters appear. My little sister has modified it and changed it to work in in Johto region. I personally think this plot is very interesting. Please stay tuned and please read it by the way. Chapter 21. Address your duties when working. Set the time back 1 hour ago. Goldenrod City, Maglev train station. Susheng took this train from Qianwood City to Goldenrod City. As one of the largest cities in Johto region, Susheng often comes here to purchase supplies. Just as he was about to get off the train, suddenly, a horrified scream came from the exit of the train station. Immediately afterwards, the commotion quickly spread to the entire train station, with passengers running around like headless flies. What's going on? Susheng stood on tiptoes and looked around, wondering what was going on. After a while, he listened. I came to a name, Shadow. It has been a while since I came here, so Susheng has naturally heard of the name of this organization, the largest criminal organization in Johto region. It is said that its strength is comparable to Team Rocket's in Kanto. What they do on weekdays can be called a copy of Team Rocket's. Robbed others' property, captured Pokémon on a large scale by violent means, and even, it is said that like Team Rocket's, they use Pokémon for shameful experiments. If you insist on saying there is any difference, maybe there is only a slight difference in the style of doing things. Team Rocket's directly robbed violently. Shadow is more likely to sneak into the village and don't shoot. Deploy the plan first, then take action. Mina-san, everyone look at me, look at me. Just then, a voice came into the ears of all passengers in the station through the train station broadcast. I am the chief scientist of Shadow, Alina. What is quite surprising is that the voice is actually a female voice. The voice was so cute that Susheng couldn't help but think of Aunt Kurosawa, who married to Japan in his previous life. Now, the entire Maglev train station is under our control. If you still want to live, please hand over your Pokémon and all your belongings. We don't want to hurt you, please. Just then, a group of people walked out of the train, took off their disguises, and revealed white uniforms like Kamen Rider. So that's it. Are they hiding among the passengers? And it's so easy to control the station, so there must be a traitor among the staff at the station from the beginning. But then again, it's called Shadow, but the uniform is white. It seems that the leader's culture is not very good. The Shadow members who walked down from the train took out their pockets and walked one by one to the passengers who dared not act rashly. The meaning is very clear. Hand over all the belongings and Pokeballs. You're kidding. I won't give you Plusle. At this time, a boy who was estimated to be 8 or 9 years old held a Plusle tightly in his arms with tears in his eyes. One stone caused 1,000 waves. Other passengers also responded, that's right, Pokemon is our family. How can we hand it over to criminals like you? If there is no Pokemon, won't we become lambs to be slaughtered? Everyone, don't listen to them. That's right, there are so many of us. Are we still afraid of them? The importance of Pokemon to trainers is self-evident. It is not only a partner, but also a comrade in arms and a family. Of course, even if some people don't have such a deep relationship with their Pokemon, but they also know that Pokemon is their life-saving talisman at this time. If they hand it over, it will really be like plasticine, allowing these criminals to control it. Oh my, we are different from Team Rockets, who are violent. Do you think that we, the Shadow, would conduct such a large-scale operation without adequate preparation? Alina's voice came from the radio again. As soon as the voice fell, hundreds of passengers found out. At some point, a faint purple mist was emitted from the drainage outlet of the station, which had drifted around the station, and those Shadow members dressed like Kamen Rider also put on gas masks. Poison gas. Hey, hey, hey. Are these guys crazy? On the other side of the crowd, Will, who also came to Goldenrod City by car to challenge the gym, was also dumbfounded. As a native of Johto, he had naturally heard of the name of Shadow, but he didn't expect these guys to be so crazy. Thousands of lives. You did it so hard. In less than half a minute, many passengers with weaker physical fitness felt unwell. I saw the Shadow team member walking up to me with a sack in his hand. The passenger in the front row gritted his teeth and finally said I'm sorry with tears in his eyes, then threw his wallet and Pokeball in. The surveillance camera captured all of this. In the station surveillance room, a woman in her 20s, slim, with pink hair and twin ponytails, put her long legs on the radio station and said with a smile, oh, great success, great success. The S-Class wanted criminal wanted by the Alliance, Shadow Senior Cotter and scientist Alina. That, sister, Goldenrod City's gym trainer Howard and Jenny police are here. At this time, standing next to Alina, a team member who was also wearing a white Shadow uniform said cautiously. Alina slapped the man on the back in anger. How many times have I told you, Naps, you should call your position when you are working? Yes, yes, yes. The male team member who was slapped said aggrievedly. Ms. Alina, gym leader, and Jenny are blocking the door. What should we do? Howard, he is an old man in his 60s, right? His strength is not that good. I will leave it to you, little brother. Alina said nonchalantly. Got it. Naps knew that if he angered his sister how terrible, but I still couldn't help but complain in my heart. Didn't Didn't you say you want to claim your position? Why did you call me brother again? Although the two are indeed siblings. Alina then shouted into the microphone again. The friend who handed over the Pokeball and money can leave first. Inside the station, the passengers who heard Alina's words moved much faster. What does bonds with Pokemon mean when your life is at risk? After all, you can't expect everyone to be Ash. Damn it, what on earth am I? Seeing those in the shadow coming to him, Will is deeply entangled. Are you going to fight them? Maybe we can find a way out. I won't hand over Natu and the others. But there are so many people on the other side and it's so congested here. Can you really escape? Just as the shadow people were getting closer and closer, Will himself became more and more nervous. He suddenly heard a voice not far from him. I see, no matter which world you are in, stations, airports, etc. are all places with the highest passenger flow. If you start here, you can indeed get the most resources, and after you succeed, you can leave in the car immediately. The one named Alina. Women are very smart. Will has a straight black question mark face. Where did Mater come from? Is now the time to praise criminals? Chapter 22. Will I be so broken? Will subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. I want to see which weirdo has the leisure to say these words at such a dangerous time. Wow. Will just turned around. He didn't see the other party's true face clearly. He only saw a black shadow suddenly appear. Then, a black windbreaker, red gloves, and a mask. Will's pupils suddenly dilated. When he was stunned, the shadow team member who walked in front of him had already called out the other party's name. Joker. The next moment, a black shadow appeared in front of the shadow team member. After a blow, the other party's eyes turned white and he fainted immediately. Will took a closer look and found that it was the Pokemon he had seen before when he challenged the blue gym. Black Eevee. After knocking the shadow player unconscious, Eevee twisted the opponent's back collar with his right front paw. With a little throw of his body, he threw the other person directly into the carriage. And the other side, Alina in the monitoring room also stood up because the surveillance in front of her was blurry at this moment. Nothing can be seen. The monitor is destroyed. Joker. The expressions on the faces of the dozens of shadow team members who were still holding linen bags changed dramatically. Several of the wanted criminals captured by Joker were members of Shadow. Immediately afterwards, many people recalled the intelligence the organization had obtained some time ago. No, it can't be considered that the organization got it. The League has reported this news through the news. Everyone, release the Pokemon immediately. One of them, who was probably a captain-level member of the Shadow organization, shouted to his subordinates. Team Rocket's invented a terrible tool that can lock the Pokeball switch, making it impossible for the Pokeball to release Pokemon or retrieve its Pokemon. It can be said that this incident caused an uproar not only in Johto but also in the entire Pokemon continent. Anyone with any brains knows how terrifying this device is. Even if you can let the Pokemon use special moves to destroy the Pokeball from the inside. However, Pokemon whose level is not high enough cannot exert force in the ball, and it will take a certain amount of time to break the Pokeball, and because the space is too small, you may injure yourself. While everyone in Shadow was in a hurry, Joker was already on the move. Under the attention of the surrounding Shadow team members and thousands of ordinary passengers at the scene, Susheng took out the remote control from his windbreaker pocket and said with a smile, "Killer Queen, I give you a thumbs up." When he saw Susheng press the button, many Shadow players took out Pokeballs unbelievingly. Keep pressing the middle button. But the Pokeball was unexpectedly unexpected. No response. Pokeball really malfunctioned. Will also secretly took out his Natu's Pokeball. After pressing it a few times, he found that it was indeed as the news said, and it did not return to normal from the reduced form. Is that the magnetic controller that was reported in the previous news? Will turned to look at Susheng, his face full of disbelief. Without the help of Pokemon, you are just mortals. Susheng looked at the group of men in white with a wicked smile. Then he winked at the stunned passengers around him. Everyone, do you need me to tell you what to do? A young man wearing rimless glasses who looked a bit nerdy was the first to react and pounced directly on the Shadow team member closest to him, and his behavior was like dropping a torpedo into an already unstable lake. Boom exploded. Whoa, Shadow, I'll fight with you. Everyone come together. Damn it, look clearly when you strike. You hit me. Thousands of people vs dozens of people, and this is without Pokemon. The ending is that there is no need to think about anything. Spare your life. Spare your life. Help, help. Call the police. Call the police. Call the police. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Ouch. Be reasonable. Be reasonable. Dozens of Shadow team members were immediately beaten into pig heads. At this moment, two girls with pink hair, estimated to be around 6 or 7 years old, ran towards the linen bag that fell on the ground. My Smeargle. My Smeargle. One of the girls wearing round glasses reached for her pocket anxiously, but because the scene was too chaotic, I accidentally tripped over a Shadow teammate who was beaten to death. He was about to fall to the ground with blood on his face. Nut jam. Another Another girl with pink hair and twin tails from behind yelled in panic. At the critical moment, a hand came across and hugged the bespectacled girl's waist. The little girl who was called Hu Tao by the girl with twin ponytails looked up. I found that what came into view was a face wearing a mask. Be careful, little lady. Susheng picked up a Pokeball with Smeargle in his pocket and handed it to her, smiling lightly. Is this your Pokemon? Hu Tao quickly took the Pokeball, looked at Smeargle inside through the ball cover, and burst into tears. Sorry, I didn't protect you. Originally, she would rather die than hand over Smeargle, but those bad guys from the shadows took it from their hands by force. It's okay, it's okay. The pink-haired girl with twin ponytails who caught up comforted her friend again and again. Although they both have pink hair, the girl with double braids has a darker color. Whitney, Hu Tao threw herself into her friend's arms and cried bitterly. Everyone, that's it. At this time, Susheng shouted, if we don't stop it, the dozens of shadow team members will be beaten to death. When the passengers heard this, they all stopped and started moving. Although most of them also knew that the masked boy in front of them was a criminal, but just now, he was indeed the one who saved himself. Everyone, let's go quickly. Don't forget that there is still poisonous gas here. After hearing Susheng's words, everyone reacted one after another. It's okay if you don't say it, you'll feel it once you say it. My head is getting heavier and heavier, and I am getting more and more nauseated. Let's go, everyone, let's go. That is the guy in black clothes. Thank you. Your mask is very handsome. If you abandon the dark side and turn to the bright side, I will definitely be your fan. The army of passengers rushed to the exit. Before leaving, many people couldn't help but express their gratitude to Susheng. Susheng smiled slightly, and together with Uev threw the beaten half-dead shadow teammates into the train carriage. That big brother, thank you. Susheng turned around and found a girl with glasses named Hu Tao with tears on her face and pursed her lips as she looked at him. Don't take it to heart, lovely little lady. On a whim, Susheng cosplayed the show of Kaido Kid. Hu Tao looked at Susheng blankly. You are Joker. Another voice came suddenly. That guy was from the radio just now. Will's expression changed suddenly as he hadn't left yet. He heard it. That woman is the owner of the voice on the radio just now. It's called Alina. Susheng silently took off the gas masks from the faces of several shadow team members, handed them to Hu Tao and Whitney, and put one of them on his mouth. Then pressed the open button of the train door. Moon Eevee. Under Susheng's order, Uev, who had already run into the cab, pressed the train start button. The train drove automatically and drove out of the station at high speed, and Eevee also jumped out of the window the moment the train started, looking at Joker, who was wearing a gas mask, and the two little girls. Will, no, where is mine? Chapter 23. You are going to be wiped out. Why not join? Haha, I didn't expect that the famous rising star of Team Rockets would foresight our plan. After a brief moment of shock, Alina quickly regained her composure and returned to her usual cooing tone. You actually defeated so many of my men without being aware of it. Did you use that magnetic remote control? The Alliance has already informed the public about the magnetic remote control through news. After all, this thing is too dangerous. Originally, ordinary people were often at a disadvantage when facing Team Rockets. If you can't even use Pokemon, then you will be completely reduced to fish to be slaughtered. Therefore, after repeated consideration, the Pokemon Alliance exposed this matter. It would be a pity for a genius scientist like Brother Joker to stay in a violent organization like Team Rockets. Why not come to our shadow? Lena smiled and said, this is the paradise for our scientific researchers. Even with the mask on, everyone present could still feel the deep disdain from the corners of Susheng's slightly raised lips. This is not surprising. After all, in the era when Ash debuted, the organization Shadow had never been heard of. There is only one reason. By the time Ash comes out to take risks, this organization has been wiped out. Either the Alliance did it or Team Rockets destroyed it. If that's the case, then why should I join your organization that is destined to be destroyed? Miss Alina, since everyone is engaged in scientific research, don't be so petty. Susheng smiled lightly and said, do you think I can't see it? Susheng raised his hand and pointed at Alina's feet. Will, Whitney and Hu Tao looked up. Their expressions suddenly changed. I saw that Alina had thrown 3 Pokeballs to the ground without knowing when. Slowly rolled towards her back. Obviously, Alina secretly threw the ball out, hoping to get out of the range of the magnetic remote control. Don't think about it. Whitney immediately wanted to rush to the snatch Pokeball, but Susheng raised his hand to stop Whitney. Under Whitney's puzzled gaze, Susheng spoke. I'm afraid the Alliance army has already gathered at the entrance of the station. If they attack, it will be difficult for both of us to escape. How about we each take a step back? Let's call it a truce and leave the fighting to the next time. Alina still had a smile on her face, but her tone was a little dangerous. Oh, little brother kidnapped so many of my subordinates, and you just want to let it go. Do you care so much about those useless subordinates? And does Miss Alina assume that I am the only one here? Are you really not afraid that I will call out the other Team Rocket's members with a cloud-piercing arrow and make dumplings with the Alliance in your shadow? Susheng's rhetorical question made Alina hesitate. S-Class Wanted criminal Alina. According to information provided by the Alliance, the strength is at least close to the level of Elite 4. It would not be difficult for her poke dream to break the poke ball from the inside. Unless it is absolutely necessary, you should try to avoid fighting with her. Ha, it's really interesting. I look forward to meeting you next time, little brother Joker. After a brief moment of contemplation, Alina smiled, turned around, picked up a few poke balls on the ground, and quickly disappeared at the end of the station's aisle. You guys wait here for a while. Reinforcements from the Alliance will arrive in less than 5 minutes, Susheng said to Whitney and Hu Tao. However, the last word "come" has not yet been uttered. Then Will Saw will fall to the ground with a thud. His face turned purple and he was still spitting bubbles. You can tell at a glance that you are poisoned without checking. Oh, sorry, I forgot about you. When Susheng saw this, he picked Will up on his shoulders. There is no other way. I'll give you a final ride outside the station. Get out of my way. Whitney is still in there, followed by a Toros. The current gold-plated gym leader Howard's face turned red with anxiety. The granddaughter he spoke of was none other than the red-haired girl with twin tails. Whitney. Howard leader, please calm down. The other party has hostages. Jenny, who was carrying Grolive beside her, quickly tried to dissuade her. How can I not be anxious? Whitney is only 6 years old. Howard was anxious, and Naps, who was leading the shadow combat force on the opposite side, wasn't doing much better. Why hasn't my sister sent you the signal that it's over? Is this too late than planned? Huh? What's the sound? Suddenly, Naps heard a movement behind him. The other shadow team members also heard the sound and subconsciously turned their heads to look. Then they saw a huge human sea army composed of countless Pokémon and humans rolling towards them like waves. What's going on? Naps was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground. Everyone, go for it. Although there was a row of shadow players standing at the exit, the morale of the tourists who had just survived the disaster was now high, and there were so many people around them who were emboldened. When they saw the group of criminals dressed in white, one or two of them rushed forward with their Pokémon waving their fists as if they were drunk. Stop them! Naps shouted, but Howard and Jenny behind the scenes also reacted and took action immediately. Help quickly! For a time, there were thousands of passengers and their Pokémon in front of the shadows led by Naps, followed by gym trainers Howard and Jenny. Dumplings were made in one fell swoop. Less than 10 minutes, the shadow combat troops led by Naps were wiped out in one fell swoop. Most of the tourists gathered around Joy Anchency for inspection. There are still a few brave people watching the excitement from the outside. What happened? Why did the hostage escape on his own? Director Jenny of Goldenrod City was confused by this sudden well to the bound shadow. While the team was handcuffing them, they couldn't help but ask the onlookers what was going on. It's Joker. Joker saved us. Yes, yes, yes. He suddenly appeared and immediately made those bad guys unable to use their pokeballs. Is there any way for the Alliance to recruit him? The surrounding passengers who had just escaped from death began to talk about it. Several Jennies looked at each other. Joker. Could it be that Joker? Whitney. Where is Whitney? Howard twisted Naps' collar and yelled, I don't know. I'm not in charge of the station. Naps, whose breathing was blocked, said with difficulty. Suddenly, Naps seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand and was forcibly lifted into the air and flew quickly to the roof of the station. Everyone looked up in shock. Found Alina and a Gardevoir standing there. It's Psychic's unique move. Confusion. Sister, what's going on inside? Naps was shocked as he was put down by Gardevoir. Children, don't worry about adults' business. Alina was so angry that she gave her bratty brother a slap in the face. Naps dared not be angry but dared not speak. Let's go, Alina said as she prepared to leave with her bratty brother. Stop. Jenny and others were shocked, and the director was about to order a hunt. Suddenly, Howard, who is a gold-plated gym leader, shouted, Whitney. Before they could turn around, they heard the crowd around them exclaiming and even cheering. Joker. Chapter 24 Era Joker Group. We like you. Taking advantage of the moment when the Jenny police team and Alliance reinforcements below were distracted, Alina has left with her little brother. When Howard, a gym trainer, saw the red-haired girl walking next to the boy in black mask, he rushed up to her. Whitney. Grandfather. Whitney took 2 quick steps and threw herself into Howard's arms. It's okay if it's okay. It's okay if it's okay. Grandpa was scared to death. While Howard was in tears, he couldn't help but look at Joker in surprise. He remembered that this boy was from Team Rockets in the previous announcement from the Alliance. Susheng first pushed Hu Tao and motioned for her to come over. Then he put the unconscious Will on the back of Howard's Toros. He has inhaled a lot of poisonous gas. Please let Joy show him quickly. Howard hesitated for a while but agreed immediately. He is first of all the grandfather of his precious granddaughter, and secondly an Alliance leader. Come on. Susheng shook off the Jenny police team on on the opposite side. The next second the spider silk popped out, rippling between the buildings, and disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. Fortunately, there are many high-rise buildings in Goldenrod City. If it were replaced by a rural town like Pallet Town, it really wouldn't be able to fly. Is that guy Joker? A female voice suddenly sounded from the crowd, followed by a fatal chill. Everyone turned to look. I saw Lorelei, one of the 4 elites of the Quartz Alliance, arriving at some point, released her dugong, raised her head and pointed it at Joker floating among the buildings, charging up the cold energy of Psybeam in her mouth. Don't want. Udao's little legs flew up and hugged Dugong's neck tightly. I can't fix Lit Leo anymore. No. Big sister. Whitney also broke out of her grandfather's arms and threw herself into Lorelei's thunder. What are you doing? Lorelei also showed the same expression as his dugong. Miss Lorelei, it's thanks to him that we survived this time. Yes, let's forget it this time. It feels like Joker's action rate is higher than that of the Alliance. If we wait for the Alliance to rescue us, we might all die inside. The surrounding onlookers also gathered around to act as peacemakers. But the last sentence made Lorelei Will-O-Wisp laugh. What's going on? 5 minutes later, Lorelei learned the story of the incident from Jenny. His face became darker. The villain of Team Rockets actually became a hero. What a shame. What makes Lorelei even more aggrieved is that she can't say anything. After all, this time the opponent is indeed one step ahead of the Alliance. On the railway track about 20 kilometers away from Goldenrod City, the suspended train that was previously hijacked by Shadow and later activated by Susheng's Moon EV is parked here. The front of the train was smashed into 2 huge deep holes, and half of the carriage was detached from the track. At the front, a Nidoking was standing, just pulling his hand out of the iron sheet of the front of the car. Obviously, it was Nidoking who stopped the speeding train. This was also done by future Red Snorlax. Susheng in Joker form fell from a high altitude to the ground, his windbreaker scraping in the air, making a whirring sound. Well done, Sheng. Giovanni put his hands in his pockets, walked out from behind Nidoking, and smiled with satisfaction. The idiots of Shadow must be furious. It's just luck, but this is indeed a big gain. After confirming that there is no surveillance here, Susheng took off his mask and smiled. It was speculated that Shadow planned to escape by train after he succeeded. Susheng decided to play along with the plan and let Giovanni ambush here. He then threw Shadow's idiots into the carriage and started the train. After traveling a certain distance, let Giovanni intercept. Play along with the plan. I guess I won't have to be a bounty hunter for the next period of time. Susheng opened the carriage, which was filled with Shadow's minions. These idiots are enough for a while. Speaking of this, Susheng and Giovanni laughed at the same time. 2 days later in the morning, after a trip to Lorelei in Goldenrod City, they returned to the Pokémon League headquarters in Indigo Plateau. This time, there was also gym leader from Goldenrod City, Whitney's grandfather Howard. Oh no, it can be said that all the gym trainers from Kanto and Johto regions who could come came. In addition, there was Lance, who was originally active in Kanto. Joker has been very active recently. He even took down more wanted criminals than him at one point. This made the Dragon Envoy feel that his status was challenged, so he caught criminals everywhere like he was brushing achievements. As a result, before he caught a few more people, he heard that something big happened in Johto. This report is quite interesting. LT Surge, a leader of the Kanto region Kyujim, who was wearing camouflage uniform and looked particularly young compared to the future, smiled while holding a newspaper. Blaine from Cinnabar Gym, Soten from Kikyo Gym and others stretched their necks to take a look. When they saw the title clearly, they all took a breath. Who stood up to the evil? The Alliance. Team Rockets. Good boy. Which newspaper dared to write this? What made the old comrades even more confused was the group of girls with crazy faces in the photo above. One by one, they held up cheering signs and banners with the words Times Joker Group, we like you. I don't understand, but I was shocked. Hey, it's really interesting. Team Rockets actually became the hero who saved the people. Sabrina, the youngest trainer of Saffron City Gym, folded her arms around her chest and sneered. It's my fault. As a full gold gym leader, I failed to solve this matter in the first place. I take full responsibility. Howard stood up and said, I will resign from the gym leader position. It just so happens that I have always had a dream of opening a ranch. It's considered an early retirement. Don't say that, Howard. It's not your fault. Chuck dissuaded. After all, who would have thought that those guys from Shadow would be mixed in with the passengers? Yeah, instead of looking for who is at fault, why don't we all work together to find a way to prevent this from happening again? Erica, who is about the same age as Sabrina and the youngest among the leaders present, also came out to smooth things over. She is so good at being a person at such a young age. No wonder she can be a leader manager in the future. First, in the future, passengers will have to undergo identity checks and body searches when taking the train. Second, inform the public that they should develop the habit of releasing at least one Pokemon to follow them. De Malankai stroked his beard and spoke. Obviously, the first one is aimed at Shadow. If they were checked more strictly before getting on the bus, maybe this wouldn't have happened. The second one is obviously aimed at Joker, or rather, at his troublesome magnetic remote control. This is the first time the League has seen the horror of this device with their own eyes. Fortunately, it was not used against them. At least not this time. Please vote, and ask for monthly votes and recommended votes. I have a lot of manuscripts in my bank and it will never stop. It's more likely to be sob. Chapter 25 Team Rockets. How come I don't know that this person exists in the organization? Team Rockets and Shadow are dog eat dog. Joker takes action. Shadow loses more than 30 members. Dragon Envoy Lance Elite arrests Team Rocket's superior team. Cinnabar Gym trainer Blaine accepted an interview and said that Team Rockets does not represent justice and hopes that young people will learn to think independently. The League issued a new notice to prevent Team Rocket's magnetic remote control. I hope all trainers can get used to releasing a Pokémon to follow them around. Although the Goldenrod City train incident made a big fuss, however, it is impossible for the League to officially recognize Joker's credit. But after all, so many people have seen it, so it is impossible to confuse right and wrong. In the end, after some discussion, the Alliance could only use 3 words to summarize the incident: dog eat dog. And under the semi-mandatory requirements of the Alliance, many trainers are also learning from the future Ash. Release the Pokémon that is not too big and follow it around you. The purpose is to prevent Team Rockets from using the device invented by Joker to deal with ordinary people. This made the people of Team Rockets far away in Kanto also confused. I haven't heard of such a person joining the organization recently. I didn't get anything that awesome either. And the initiator of all this is currently busy saving lives and healing the wounded. Qianwood City, the seaside hut where Susheng lives. In the operating room, which at first glance looked a bit crude, the young man stood in front of the operating table wearing a white coat, medical mask, and headgear, his gloves covered in blood. On the operating table in front of him, a Tauros was lying. Okay, it's okay. After the wound was finally sutured, Susheng stroked Tauros's head and comforted him. Brave Niu Niu, not afraid of difficulties. Moo. Tauros chirped softly to express his gratitude. Susheng recovered the ball from Tauros. A ragged trainer outside saw Susheng coming out and hurried to greet him. Well, that doctor, may I ask about my Tauros? Don't worry, the operation was successful, but you won't be able to do strenuous activities for the next 3 months. Susheng handed the Pokeball to the other party. Thank you, the opponent cried with joy and almost knelt down to Susheng. He apologized to Tauros through the ball cover. Sorry, it's all my fault. If I hadn't accidentally walked into Arbok's lair, you wouldn't have been injured like this. Please settle the bill. This trainer, thanks for your kindness, will charge you 20,000 Alliance coins. No problem, Dr. Susheng. If your skills are not employed in the Pokemon Center, it would be a great loss to the Alliance. Raising his sleeve to wipe his nose, Tauros' trainer flattered him while handing over the money. Haha, then I'm afraid I won't be able to help your Tauros heal. Susheng smiled. Ah, that's right. The trainer of Tauros slapped his forehead and said with a smile, then please, Dr. Sug, please help us poor trainers more. He is not the kind of trainer who can receive Royal 3 after paying Alliance taxes for 10 years. There is a fee to enjoy Pokemon Center treatments. Yesterday, he accidentally entered the Arbok family's lair and was chased by an Arbok and dozens of Akans. If it weren't for Tauros fighting his way out, he would have died inside. But when I rushed to the Pokemon Center in Qianwood City this morning, the medical staff said that to treat this Tauros, at least 6 figures of Alliance coins are needed. The injury was too serious. When he heard this number, he collapsed. After selling himself, he doesn't even have that much money. Just as he was walking down the street holding the Pokeball containing the dying Tauros, crying loudly. At this moment, a trainer who had witnessed what happened came up and said to him, you can try a hospital on the other side of the beach. There is a little doctor there who has good medical skills and charges cheaper. The trainer of Tauros held on to his last glimmer of hope and found Susheng. When people saw his size, they were dumbfounded again. Is he crazy, or is the person who showed him the way crazy? But when he saw that Tauros was only breathing his last breath, he thought of treating a dead horse as a living horse doctor, so he gave it a try. Then, the situation became what it is now. Thank you very much. I want to take a rest, please. Susheng took off the mask and hat on his face, sat on the chair and smiled with difficulty. Okay, Dr. Sug, please rest first. I will help you give GG. The trainer nodded repeatedly while holding Tauros' Pokeball and left with admiration on his face. When he was left alone, the fatigue on Susheng's face disappeared without a trace in an instant. He walked into the operating room again, picked up the tweezers, and carefully collected the hair of the Tauros, the fangs of Arbok and other dropped objects. Sure enough, practicing my skills and collecting materials to treat Pokemon is the most efficient way. Through the trophies obtained from the Golden Goldenrod City train incident. Susheng made a major breakthrough in his research. Susheng also wanted to test his medical skills more, so he became a black doctor without getting approval from the Alliance. In this way, you can improve your own health by healing various Pokémon. Medical level and can continuously collect genes of various Pokémon. Win-win. It was dusk when I walked out of the house. Beach hut. Bang. Before Susheng could put on his head, he heard a painful knocking sound from the seaside. Susheng looked up and saw the silver light of the Moon Eevee's tail, which was wrapped in metallic luster, hitting the side of the Radon opposite. Orberg tail. However, the Radon was not to be outdone. The side of the face was hit, but the speed of the hand was not slow at all. It was like swinging a big stick and hitting the side of the Moon Eevee's waist. Arm hammer. Bang. The Moon Eevee was hit and hit the wall next to it. Susheng jumped off the beach and picked up the Moon Eevee, who fell to the ground. I just went in for less than an hour and you practiced again. Susheng was helpless. The effect is outstanding, and it is also the most powerful arm hammer among fighting skills. The Moon Eevee was twitching all over after being hit by this move, and Growl seemed to be out of tune, but even so, he still smiled at Susheng. Puff. On the other side, Radon also spat. He spat out a broken tooth. The Iron Tail just now was quite powerful. Giovanni walked up and expressed his praise for the Moon Eevee, and then asked Susheng, "You have been working in the Pokémon Center for a week. How do you feel compared to the Moon Eevee, whose upper limit is at most elite level?" Giovanni cares more about Susheng himself. Of course it's a big harvest. Susheng smiled back, carried the Moon Eevee back to the beach hut and helped it treat it. Half an hour later, the Moon Eevee's right hind leg was covered with a thick bandage. No training or fighting for 3 days, understand? Susheng repeatedly warned. Bulletin Yi. Eevee nodded repeatedly, but Susheng was still worried. "Let's take her to work with us in the next few days. This girl is too stubborn." "Okay, let's go to the night shift." After dinner, Susheng twisted his neck and pressed the secret compartment hidden behind the poster on the wall. At this time, he learned it from watching a movie in his previous life. By the way, the star on the poster is Diantha, a child star from Kalos region. A piece of floor in the corner of the living room opened automatically, revealing the stairs leading to the basement. Bulletin Yi. Suddenly, Eevee jumped out of the windowsill as if she remembered something. After a while, she returned to Susheng's feet with a piece of debris in her mouth. "That was Radon's broken tooth just now. Oh, I almost forgot about this. Don't waste it." Susheng took the fragment and rubbed the Moon Eevee's head. "What kind of amazing invention will you come up with this time?" Sheng. Giovanni patted Radon's shoulder with a resentful look to comfort him, and asked Susheng expectantly, "Don't worry, uncle, good things are worth waiting for," Susheng said with a smile. And on a street in Kianwood City, the black Eevee used by Joker does move very similar to the one I saw in the Azure Gym before. Wilco's drum washing machine pinched his chin and talked to himself and glanced at the new Pokemon in his Pokeball. But then again, why did my Execute suddenly become like this? Chapter 26. Will's Little Thoughts. The next day, Will came to the Kianwood City Pokemon Center. His Pokemon was not injured, and he mainly wanted to ask Joy what happened to his Execute. "Oh, maybe he can't be called Execute now." "Sorry, Will, we are only responsible for treatment, not research. I don't know why your Pokemon became like this." Looking at the Pokemon next to Will with 3 oval faces, grass leaves on its head and a body like a coconut tree stump, Joy Soledad explained with a strong curiosity in her eyes. After Susheng's Moon Eevee a few months ago, this is the second time she has seen a Pokemon she has never seen before. Other trainers in the Pokemon Center also cast curious eyes here, but this is not a rare thing. Currently, Pokédex has not been developed. Professor Oak's lectures often popularize new Pokemon that the public has never seen. For example, the attribute Dark has just been discovered by Professor Oak. Many Dark Pokemon have been in the news recently. Joy Soledad then analyzed, but after we gave it a physical examination, we found that it was very healthy. As for you wanting to know more about this new species of Pokemon, I recommend you go to Kanto to ask Professor Oak. Currently, the highest and only authority in the Pokemon academic community, it's Oak Sueshin. Alright. After making sure that his partner was fine, Will felt relieved. Not surprisingly, this should be evolution. "Then what should I call you now?" Will pinched his chin in distress. "Execute's evolution type. Is this the first of its kind in the world? I don't even know what to call it." "Hey little brother, this Pokemon of yours, I haven't seen it before." At this moment, a young man came up curiously. Is something wrong?" Will turned to look at the other party. This person is clearly the trainer of the Tauros that underwent surgery in Susheng yesterday. "It's nothing, I was just passing by and saw that Miss Joy seemed unable to answer your question." The trainer of Tauros crossed his arms and complained, "The level of the Alliance is really not good, and the fees are expensive and not very good. I'll leave if it's okay." Will is not interested in listening to his complaints. No, let me tell you, I know a very good doctor who who is on the beach. You can go see him. Since his own Toro's escaped death, he has become a fan of Susheng. Ha, will blink. There is no physical problem with my Pokemon, but what I am troubled about now is just the naming issue. There is no need to find another doctor, and Will doesn't think there are better doctors than the Joy family. What's more, this kind of thing can't be solved by doctors, right? If you are looking for it, you should look for researchers like Professor Oak. But I saw the way this man's eyes lit up when he mentioned that doctor. Will decided to go take a look. Anyway, this time he returned to Kianwood City just to try his luck. After a while, Will followed the man's suggestion and came to a single family house on the beach in Kianwood City. Is this right here? Huh. Will was about to knock on the door when his expression suddenly changed, because he found through the window that there was a black EV snoring against the curtains at the table in the house. Is it the same one? Will said to himself after coming back to his senses. Wait until he looks over again. I found that EV, who had been snoring with her eyes closed, suddenly stood up at some point and was staring at him warily with scarlet eyes. Will was so frightened that he fell to the ground. It happened that the door opened at this moment. What are you doing? Susheng asked with raised eyebrows. Will quickly stood up, patted the dust on his butt and said, I heard that there is a doctor here with excellent medical skills. Oh, your Pokemon is injured. I can't say it was injured. It's just that it suddenly changed its appearance for some reason. Although I already knew from Joy Soledad that there was nothing wrong with my Pokemon's health. But in order to avoid the other party's suspicion, Will still released his Execute evolution body. Oh, isn't this Executor? Susheng's eyes lit up. This was the first time he had seen Executor since he traveled back in time. Executor, is that its name? Will is curious. You just said that it suddenly changed its appearance. What exactly happened? Susheng did not answer Will's question but asked him in return. Compared with the era when Ash set out on his adventure, the Pokemon world is currently in an era where many things are still in the development stage, including many unknown Pokemon. Dark was only recently discovered and officially announced by Professor Oak. The fairy type seems to have not been discovered yet, and even Jigglypuff's trainers think that Jigglypuff is purely a normal type. Well, Will frowned and recalled, then said, I was camping in the puzzled forest at that time. I released all the Pokemon to prepare for camping, including Execute. I was setting up the tent at the time, but when I turned around after setting up the tent, I found that my Execute was missing. Instead, this is the Executor you're talking about. I was shocked at the time. I thought my Execute had been eaten by someone. Natu and the others kept explaining, and I realized that it was my Execute. Will's arrogant explanation. Susheng squinted his eyes and thought for a while before asking, was there anything nearby at the time? To evolve Execute into Executor, you need the prop Grass Stone, but currently only Water Stone, Fire Stone, and Thunder Stone are sold on the shopping website. After Susheng's search for information during this period, the Grass Stone has not yet been discovered. This Executor is probably evolution before accidentally touching the Grass Stone in the wild. After hearing this, Will thought for a while. It's nothing. I specially chose an open space for camping. Except for a big moss-covered rock, there is nothing else around. Upon hearing this, Susheng immediately guessed what the rock was. Moss rock. It has the same effect as the Grass Stone in the game, allowing Eevee to evolve into Leaf Eevee. Don't worry, this is just a normal evolution. Your Executor is healthy. As Susheng said this, he went back to the house to tidy up briefly, picked up a backpack and prepared to go out. Are you going out? Will was stunned for a moment. Why did he want to leave so suddenly? I'm very interested in the stone you mentioned. The evolution stone is also one of Susheng's main research directions, otherwise he would not buy the 3 evolution stones of Water, Fire, and Thunder online. Now that I know the news about the raw materials of Grass Stone, how can there be any reason to let it go? Looking at Susheng's back as he prepared to leave, Will suddenly said, if you don't mind, I'll lead you. Anyway, you have nothing to do. Although he said this, in fact Will had his own little juju in his heart. The rare black Eevee and this guy's age and figure are completely consistent with Joker. Chapter 27. Giovanni gave you face, right? Oh, Ashen, do you want to go on a long trip? When Susheng and Will were preparing to leave Kianwood City, they happened to meet Giovanni, who was returning. While asking, Giovanni also glanced at Will. Who is this kid? You are the strongest leader in the Kanto region. Will recognized the other person at a glance. After all, Giovanni is a celebrity. Haha, the title of the strongest is just a compliment from others, and I can't afford it. Giovanni smiled kindly. Are you Asheng's friend? We need to get along well with him. Although he has been a genius since he was a child, Will still inevitably becomes nervous when facing a big shot like Giovanni. Well, that's it, right? But we just met. Does this guy know Giovanni? What's the relationship? When answering, Will muttered in his mind. At the same time, he was also shaken by his doubts just now. A person who has a close relationship with the Alliance leader, could he be a criminal of Team Rocket's? This is impossible. It's like why no one doubts Wayne's Snubbles is Batman, because people can't imagine that a billionaire would wear tight clothes and wander around the streets at night. Seeing the attitudes of Giovanni and Susheng, it was obvious that their relationship was unusual. With this level of status, he can be regarded as a second-generation official in the Alliance. Are you too free to join Team Rockets? Why are you standing still? Are you still going? Seeing that Will was still in a daze, Susheng asked impatiently. Let's go. Forget it, there are already 7 badges packed in anyway, and only the one in Mahogany Town is left, so there is plenty of time. There's nothing much fun before the big game starts. Let's see if this guy can provide himself with some fun. Will thought. Wait until the backs of Susheng and Will disappear at the end of the street. A young man, a few years older than Lance, walked out of the corner of the street and reported back to back with Giovanni. Booze, you have stayed in Johto for too long. If you continue like this, you will arouse the suspicion of the Alliance. After all, Giovanni is the gym trainer of the Kanto region, although he can usually let his disciples in the gym take over his duties. But it won't work if the time is too long. I'm sorry, Archer. The main thing is whether we can get that kid or not is related to the future of our Team Rockets. Giovanni sighed. The person talking to him with his back turned at the moment was none other than Archer, his confidant of Team Rockets. Indeed, but boss, time is really running out. To be honest, Archer had doubts when he heard Giovanni mention Susheng's matter before. What kind of kid deserves to be respected by his boss who spends so much time on him? However, when Susheng, under the name Joker, continuously caused huge waves in Johto region and even attracted a lot of attention in the entire Pokémon continent, Archer also had to admit it. That boy does have the qualifications. Not to mention, he also invented the magnetic controller, a bug-level artifact. If he had that thing, even if Lance came, Archer would say, I would fight 10 of them. Ahem, exaggerated, but that thing does have the ability to change the situation of the battle in an instant. Well, I will solve it as soon as possible. Team Rockets and Jim, I'll leave it to you, Giovanni said calmly. Yes, Archer replied in a sonorous voice. Before leaving, Archer remembered something and reported in a low voice, also, boss, the Iron Mask Marauder guy has been pursued by the Alliance recently. He said he hopes to join our Team Rockets to seek refuge. What do you think? Iron Mask Marauder. Giovanni pondered for a moment, then said calmly, although his brain is not working well, his strength is barely enough, so let him be the captain. Iron Mask Marauder is a very arrogant guy. If he is only made the captain, he will not accept it. Archer thought for a while and said, then let him be the new guinea pig. Giovanni sneered. What? With your level, you should be grateful for taking you in, and you dare to ask for it? I gave you face, right? The Enchanted Forest is a large forest located between New Bark Town and Cherry Grove City in the Johto region. There are many ghost-type Pokémon living here, and they often play pranks on passing trainers. Therefore, many trainers are unwilling to enter this forest even if they have to take a detour. Susheng and Will walked into the Enchanted Forest while chatting. When Will learned from Susheng that his Execute evolved because of touching the moss rock, he opened his mouth in astonishment. In addition to water, fire, thunder, sun, and moon, there are other evolution stones. I really learned something new. Not only stones, many Pokémon need special props. Stones are already common. Some Pokémon need scales, cream, rags, etc. to evolve. I can only say that Pokémon is really a magical species. Susheng released the Moon Eevee to follow him. Being attacked by wild Pokémon in the wild can be said to be something that every trainer will encounter. Not to mention that there are a large number of ghost-type Pokémon living here. Ghost-type Pokémon are notoriously bad-tempered. There are also many who like to attack humans. Really? Will sighed repeatedly, and his previous suspicion that Susheng was Joker was more shaken. After spending a few days together, he found that this guy was a complete academic bully. It was completely different from Joker's flirtatious personality who liked to tease little girls. With his knowledge, he must have become the second Professor Oak in time. Oh, found it? Will suddenly became happy and raised his hand to point forward. In the middle of the lawn in front of him, there was a huge stone the size of a single bed covered with moss, as Will said. Moss rock, a special item that can make a specific Pokémon evolve. If nothing unexpected happens, it is the same kind of evolution stone as Leaf Stone. Go ahead. Susheng flicked his index finger lightly, and Moon Eevee nodded slightly. Splash tightened his right front paw. The bulging muscles slammed into the surface of the moss rock. The flying rocks flew in all directions. Executor, who was following Will, quickly used confusion to form a barrier to catch the rubble flying towards his master. Can you tell me before you do it? Will complained. You are a person who can become a 4 elite in the future. This level can't possibly do anything to you, right? Susheng chuckled. After a few days of getting along, Susheng was sure that this short and fat guy was Will, one of the 4 elites of the Quartz Alliance. The reason why he didn't recognize him at first sight, because this guy really has no presence among the 4 elites. He didn't even appear in the animation. 4th fourth elite? I don't really want to be one. Will scratched his head. Although he didn't know why Susheng felt that he would be a fourth elite in the future, at least at this stage he didn't want to be one. Once you have a position, you will be managed by the alliance. It's too unfree. Woof woo woo. While Susheng was collecting the gravel of the moss rock, a low barking sound suddenly sounded behind the two of them. The two turned their heads at the same time. They found a black dog-shaped Pokemon crawling on the ground, drooling, staring at the two of them with hostility. Chapter 28. I am Iron Mask Marauder, and I will never show mercy. What's going on? This guy, have we entered its territory? Will was startled by the drooling dog that suddenly appeared. There are not many types of Pokemon that will actively attack people. Most Pokemon attacks on humans in the wild are caused by humans mistakenly entering the Pokemon's territory. Could it be that he and Susheng accidentally entered the dog's territory? No, I was on this stone before. I passed rest next to my head, but I didn't see this dog coming at that time. Was it only after that he was marked by this dog's P? No, Pokemon like Houndoom like to move in groups. Usually one or two Houndooms lead a group of Houndours. Susheng opened his mouth to explain. Most Pokemon have the habit of moving in groups. This is true for both the Meowth family and the Houndour family. Generally, an evolution type is the leader, leading a group of non-evolution types. Meowth of Team Rockets used to follow a Persian. This is also reflected in the game Gen Z, and this Houndoom has no little brother following him. 9 times out of 10, they are domesticated. Oh, is this guy's name Houndoom? Is it a name recently recognized by the Alliance? Since I conquered it until now, I have always given orders directly. I have never called it by name or given it a name. A joking voice suddenly came, with ridicule and chill. At this time, Susheng and Will noticed a burly figure walking out from behind Houndoom. It was a man with a slightly bloated figure, estimated to be in his early 30s, and wearing a mask that covered the upper half of his face. Just looking at his image and the smile on his face, he doesn't look like a good person. This guy is the Alliance's A-level wanted criminal, Pokemon Hunter Iron Mask Marauder. Will looked shocked and called out the masked man's name. He. The Iron Mask Marauder did not change his mood when Will called out his name. He just looked at UEV at Susheng's feet and Executor next to Will with a sneer. That's Dark's Pokemon too, right? Because it's a new species just discovered by the Alliance. Recently, many customers have asked for Pokemon with this attribute. I've been very lucky recently. Oh, this one is grass type, right? I haven't seen this product before. Is it a newly discovered variety? Haha, I didn't expect that I could make a lot of money before I left Johto. The Iron Mask Marauder completely ignored Susheng and Will, looking at UEV and Executor as if they were seeing some rare treasure, and kept making comments. It seems that for the sake of brats, leave the Pokemon behind and get out of here. I'll let you go. In the middle of speaking, Iron Mask Marauder suddenly grinned and raised his voice. What did you think I would say? The painting style changes suddenly. Houndoom, who was already drooling and looking hostile, suddenly opened his mouth full of fangs. The impact of darkness, which was dark purple and almost black, shot hard at the two of them. Dark Pulse. I'm different from those idiots who are kind to women. Even if they are imps, I will eradicate them. The Iron Mask Marauder, will never be merciful. The Iron Mask Marauder laughed arrogantly. Don't get carried away, fat pig. Will, who has been regarded as a genius since childhood, quickly regained his composure. The Executor beside him shook the grass blades above his head, and pink-purple energy fluctuations surged on his body, turn into a colorful wave to attack Dark Pulse. However, in the next moment Dark Pulse tore it apart and continued to move forward with undiminished power. Will was shocked. What? Dark is immune to psychic? Susheng reminded. It seems that Professor Oak has not mentioned this in the lecture. Eevee has rushed up. The small body jumped up. Boom. Tackles. Dark Pulse exploded on Eevee's body. It's actually force. Seeing this scene, the smile on Iron Mask Marauder's face stopped abruptly. The smoke slowly dispersed. Moon Eevee, who was less than half the size of Houndoom, bared her teeth and glared at the vicious dog of the same breed across from her with a ferocious smile. Compared with the previous sparring partners, your Houndoom's attack power is not as strong as the street girl in Happy Street. Susheng's mocking face. JPG. Moon Eevee's body surface shone with white light and instantly turned into a black and white intersecting shadow, approaching Houndoom at extremely high speed. Pay attention. Iron Mask Marauder reminded Houndoom. Boom. UEV hit Houndoom hard in the chest. Quick attack. Houndoom fell back several meters. After all, it was Houndour's evolution type. This level was not enough to make him lose his fighting ability. A pillar of blazing flames rose from the throat and was released in the next moment. Flamethrower. Fire plus dark. It completely restrained me. Executor. Will frowned. Snarl. Susheng suddenly raised his voice, startling Will. I don't know whether Susheng asked UEV to use Snarl or he used Snarl himself. UEV raised her neck and screamed to the sky. The wave-like dark energy rippled out like a tide. It collapsed collided with Flamethrower and was instantly swallowed by it, but it still had a little power left and hit Houndoom behind. However, this move felt even less powerful than the quick attack just now. After being hit, Houndoom just tilted his head and didn't even mess up his steps. Ha ha ha, what kind of attack is this? Iron Mask Marauder laughed disdainfully. However, the smile on Susheng's face was even more disdainful. EVU ran, letting Flamethrower burn her body. That ecstatic smile seemed to say, Kamaji, can you have more? The smile on Iron Mask Marauder's face was paused again. How could it be? No matter how strong the defense of that kid's Pokemon is, it is impossible for it to be burned so easily by Flamethrower, which is a skill of Houndoom. Does the snarl just now have any special effect? We'll guess. Damn, burn her to death. Iron Mask Marauder rage yelled. Houndoom increased his output and the surrounding grass was burned to ashes. However, Houndoom's Flamethrower seemed to have an exaggerated visual effect, but it could not stop the Moon Eevee's pace. Double kick. Susheng spoke calmly. The Moon Eevee jumped up and landed on its two front paws first. In an inverted posture, the left hind leg was in the air and kicked out in a rabbit kicking eagle posture. Bang. Houndoom was kicked to Iron Masked on a big tree behind Marauder. The whole tree tilted heavily, and the Pokemon such as Pidgey perched on the top of the tree were frightened and flew away in a hurry. Moon Eevee grinned evilly, raised her right front paw, pointed one of the claws at the ground, and slightly raised her head and leaned back. This was the posture she learned from her master before. It's a pity that she is not a humanoid Pokemon like Gardevoir. It's already the limit to be able to do this. Wow, we must not mess with this guy. Will and his executor saw the expression of Moon Eevee and they shuddered secretly. But this action, it feels really similar to the Joker in the Golden Station. Before I updated, the collection and voting were relatively normal, but after the update, these data are stuck. Don't play tricks on me. Chapter 29. Arrogant at first and respectful later. The thought makes people laugh. Damn it. It seemed that Houndoom was about to lose his ability to fight. The furious Iron Mask Marauder threw two Pokeballs in one breath. Sneasel. Caesar. Will, what are you standing there for? Susheng raised his eyebrows at the future Quartz Alliance elite. I can't wait. Will grinned in response. He was the kind of person who liked to wander around and have fun. It was the first time to fight a desperate battle with Iron Mask Marauder, a villain who would take people's lives at the first move. It was indeed a little nervous at the beginning, but I got used to this kind of battle rhythm immediately. The fear in my heart turned into excitement and I raised my hand to command Executor to attack. Take it, fatty. Executor released Size Hawk again, this time aiming at Caesar, a steel plus bug type. Facing Executor, Ma Sneasel, who had an absolute advantage in attributes, saw this. The sharp claws turned, jumped over Caesar's head, and rushed towards Executor. Assurance. We also use assurance here. The moment Susheng's words rang out, Moon Eevee also rushed out from the side. Like Ma Sneasel, he stretched out his front claws. The arms of both sides intersected, like two swords slashing against each other. Then, Ma Sneasel was hit hard and flew out. These two little ghosts. Even though he was wearing a mask, from the tone of Iron Mask Marauder's voice, one could imagine his shocked expression with eyes wide open under the mask. Under the combined efforts of Susheng and Will, these brutal Pokemon that he was proud of were completely suppressed. Natu. Will seized the opportunity and threw another Pokemon. Oak Ball. The released Natu shot directly and hit the side of Iron Mask Marauder. Stimulate. Will's face turned into an emoticon. The next second, the whole person fell down in an awkward position like a dog eating shit and was rode several meters away. The Iron Mask Marauder reluctantly raised his head after taking a mouthful of mud. Susheng raised his leg slightly and stepped on his face. Ouch, ouch. Stop fighting, stop fighting. The Iron Mask Marauder was kicked and screamed. Ha ha ha. Being arrogant at first and respectful at the end makes me laugh. Will, who caught up, pointed at the Iron Mask Marauder lying on the ground begging for mercy and laughed. What a pleasure. This is much more fun than the gym challenge or something like that. Euler. After watching Susheng play for a while, Will couldn't help but join the fight. This scene is very similar to the famous scene in The Wind of Saffron where the gangster trio beat passersby. Within a few minutes, Iron Mask Marauder's already fat body became swollen again. The mask that covered the upper half of his face was kicked away by Susheng, revealing his original mask. In contrast to the fierce mask, his appearance is unexpectedly ordinary. Looking at it this way, he is just an ordinary uncle in a midlife crisis. Will squatted down, looked at the Iron Mask Marauder whose face was bruised, turned to Susheng and asked, Hey Sheng, what should we do with this guy? Give it to the Alliance in exchange for a bounty? We can still make headlines. Susheng did not answer Will. He bent over and twisted the Iron Mask Marauder's collar with his left hand and slapped him in the face with his right hand. Whoa! The beaten half-dead Iron Mask Marauder barely opened his eyes. Don't mess around. I am a cotter of Team Rockets. If you are right and kill me, fire. Team Rockets will not let go. After begging for mercy for a long time, Susheng, and will beat him harder and harder. Soft is not enough. Iron Masked Marauder can only be hard. I hope I can use the name of Team Rockets to scare these two brats. However, before he could finish speaking, Susheng said, use hypnosis on this guy. Huh? That move is very dangerous and is expressly prohibited by the Alliance. Will is a little embarrassed. You still care about this? Susheng asked funnily. He just kidding. Will smiled evilly and then raised his finger to gesture to Executor. Executor's 6 eyes radiated energy, making eye contact with Iron Masked Marauder. The Iron Masked Marauder's eyes instantly lost focus. It's just like the Sharinon, Susheng praised. Although the Pokémon world also has a dark side, overall, it is still much more glorious than the worlds of One Piece and Naruto. Among them, Pokémon plays the most important role in it. What is happening in front of you is a case like this. By using hypnosis to control people's minds, Jenny can easily extract information from criminals. It doesn't matter how tough you talk, but this move is prohibited by the Alliance. The reason is simple, because the power of Pokémon is too powerful for humans. Once the intensity is not controlled well, it will damage people's brain nerves. It may range from mental illness to permanent loss of consciousness or even brain death. Therefore, Damalankai strictly prohibited Alliance trainers from doing this kind of thing. Even if Jenny is interrogating a prisoner, she is not allowed to use this trick, but there are exceptions. For example, Agatha used this technique to control Bruno in the future. If Will's Executor controlling the Iron Masked Marauder is equivalent to a single Megatama Sharinon, then Agatha controlling Bruno is at least a kaleidoscope. Thanks to mother-in-law Agatha's sophisticated skills, Bruno was not made into a psychopath. Take us to your lair, Susheng said to the controlled Iron Masked Marauder. The Iron Masked Marauder walked towards the other side of the forest with his eyes blank. It's just that due to physical problems, my steps are slightly staggering. Oh, as expected of you, this guy is a Class A wanted criminal in the Alliance. There are definitely a lot of good things in this lair. Will gave Susheng a thumbs up. But what to do with these guys? Do you want to take them with you? Will immediately noticed that the circles under his eyes turned into Iron Masked Marauder Pokémon such as Sneasel and Scizor. Natural selection. Let them choose their own path to the future. Susheng followed Iron Masked Marauder without looking back. Generally, after the Alliance captures the Pokémon of such criminals, they will have professional psychologists provide psychological treatment to them. After being cured, those with strong abilities will be assigned to powerful trainers within the Alliance. Those with poor abilities will also be handed over to relevant organizations such as the Pokémon Club to help find suitable trainers. And those with a stubborn temper are basically released into nature. This is pretty good. Those who are still influenced by their master and whose character has turned against humanity may even be euthanized. The method Susheng chose was relatively mild. Will shrugged and chased after him, having no objection to Susheng's approach. Not long after, the two followed the hypnotized Iron Masked Marauder into a cave. When the Iron Masked Marauder turned on the lights, Will, who was still in a state of excitement, seemed to have been poured cold water on him and calmed down a lot. I saw all kinds of Pokémon locked in large and small iron cages. Basically, they are rare Pokémon that can be sold for a good price in pet shops. These guys, the situation is not quite right. Will walked to the cage containing several Slowpoke. Although the experience of Slowpoke is quite dull, but these few have no light in their eyes. The tail was cut off. Moreover, the cut was too severe. Although Slowpoke's tail is a precious ingredient, it will regenerate if cut off. There is even a dedicated Slowpoke ranch, but this is obviously not done well. The fracture is already bleeding. Anyway, this is a bit cruel. Will swallowed and said to himself, although he is not the pure and upright, silly, and sweet character of Ash, is this too much? The hard one is at the back. Hearing Susheng's voice, Will turned his head reflexively. Then he saw a skinny one with only bones and a layer of skin. Well, he couldn't recognize what Pokémon it was. Chapter 30. This is the requiem we send to your mother. It's Altaria. Susheng answered Will's confusion. He could also tell it through the scattered blue and white feathers on the opponent's body. The symbol of Altaria is the fluffy fluff like clouds, and the one in front of me is just like the parrots I saw on the internet in my previous life. Those parrots that stripped off their feathers due to depression. No, it's more serious than this. Although those parrots had plucked all their feathers, they were not as skinny as Altaria. Is it because this freshman failed to sell these Pokémon in time and was too lazy to take care of them after he got these Pokémon? Will speculated. It's more than just that. Susheng winked. Moon Eevee rose into the air and used Orberga's tail to cut several large cages in half. Susheng and Will successively took out the Pokémon inside that had dull eyes and seemed to have dull senses. A stronger fishy smell poured out. Inside, there are several Pokémon corpses. What do you think will happen when you put different types of Pokémon in a cage? The space is squeezed and they are extremely hungry. Susheng's question instantly silenced Will. Will. He didn't answer, but his face said everything. Muhu. Altaria, who was picked up by Susheng from the cage, reluctantly raised her eyes. Her eyes had almost lost their longing for life, but somehow still retained a glimmer of light. Susheng, who was holding Altaria, also changed his expression slightly. The left hand holding the opponent's abdomen exerted a little force. Muhu, muhu. Altaria's voice was still weak, but it improved by 2 points. This feeling is. Susheng, who was touching Altaria's belly, had a serious expression on his face. In the next second, he swept all the debris on the only table in the cave to the ground. Start the operation here. Doesn't it matter? Will's face was full of disbelief, but even a layman like him could see that this Altaria could not last until the two of them returned to town. All we can do is give it a try. Knowing that he couldn't help, Will silently stood a little further away, took out potion from his backpack, and gave potion to the tails of the slowpokes that were not serious. The injuries they suffered in this group of Pokemon were already considered minor. The time is only 10 minutes. Susheng, who was standing in front of the table, froze his hands and said to himself in a voice that only he could barely hear, "It won't work anymore." Not to mention that the conditions for surgery in this environment are inherently harsh. Even if it were his own secret base in Qianwood City, the probability that he could save Altaria's injuries was less than 20%. He is a scientist, not a god. Moo, moo. Altaria faintly heard Susheng's words with difficulty. After calling out twice, she lowered her eyes and found her abdominal cavity. For a Pokemon that was so skinny that it was just skin and bones, its belly was really big. "Let me try." "You did a good job." Susheng understood what the other party meant. Moo. Altaria's eyes finally had a little more light. Now her last wish is to see the seedling she left in the world before leaving. After applying medicine to most of the Pokemon, Will fell to the ground in fear, because he saw that Susheng had cut a hole in Altaria's abdomen with a scalpel. Will, who was afraid of disturbing Susheng, quickly raised his hand to cover his mouth. The moment the blood gushed out, he, who was 1 or 2 years younger than Susheng, could no longer hold back and ran out, vomit all over the floor. When Will came back, it was found that Susheng had already dug a hole in the cave and put Altaria's body in it, and in his arms there was a Pokemon egg that came out of nowhere. Will saw it and understood everything. She left with a smile. Will came forward to take a look. It was found that Altaria's body had been buried for most of the time, leaving only its head outside, and its beak was slightly raised. It's too early to be happy. This Pokemon egg did not absorb enough nutrients when it was in its mother's body. It is still unknown whether it can hatch normally. Susheng covered Altaria's face with the last handful of Lois. "Hey, can't you say something nice at this time?" Will was speechless. "Do you have to be so pessimistic? People who do scientific research must always consider the worst results." Susheng stood up calmly. "Tisk, I'm not happy." Will put his hands in his pockets and kicked the stone in the cave away. The flying stone fell on Iron Masked Marauders for it. It directly smashed the abscess on his face that had just been beaten by the two. Iron Masked Marauder screamed as if waking up from a dream. Then he looked around in confusion and fear. This is my base? Wow, I didn't expect that. I'm quite talented." "This guy didn't become a psychopath," Will shouted with some surprise. After all, it was the first time for him to let his Pokemon invade human minds. When he let Executor control Iron Masked Marauder just now, he was mentally prepared to drive this newborn crazy. "I didn't expect it to be crazy." It must be said that it was a miracle. Suddenly, Will raised his finger as if Lishania was possessed. "Hey, I thought of a wonderful entertainment program." "What?" Susheng came up with the egg. Will walked to Iron Masked Marauder and said with a smile, "This guy killed Altaria and its children. In this case, we can't let his life go easily." In Iron Masked Marauder's horrified eyes, Will made a gesture of losing the Han country market. "We take turns to kick this guy's execute. Whoever can make him scream louder wins." Iron Masked Marauder was shocked. "What are you talking about, kid?" Susheng showed the same expression as Wang Yu's hung and asked, "Then, what is the reward?" Will's smile gradually became abnormal. "Of course, it's this guy's Oyu Jinjin." As the two walked in, Iron Masked Marauder's expression gradually froze. Wait, you don't. I'm from Team Rockets." The horrific growl sound echoed throughout the enchanted forest. The pranking ghost Pokemon were all confused. Under normal circumstances, troublemakers like the Jengar family would definitely come over to see what was going on. But this time, they all shrank back in place. There was no way. The scream was too miserable. "It hurts. It hurts so much." It started with Susheng and Will. Then Nidorino, Little Kangaskhan, Mariup and other Pokemon were released. They also rushed up, using special moves such as Horn Attack, Brick Break, and Thunder Shock. Besieged Iron Masked Marauders Ajinjin. Susheng kicked and glanced at the Pokemon egg in one hand. "Swablu, did you see it? This is the requiem we gave to your mother." In order to recommend, please read it. Just turn to the last page, please. Chapter 31. Giovanni Ashen. The alliance is not a good thing. A few days later, Susheng Sheng and will return to Qianwood City. What a pity, the bounty of the Iron Mask Marauder is quite high. Will was still mumbling when he came back. He was mainly sorry that he couldn't give the Iron Mask Marauder to Jenny in exchange for the bounty, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, when they calmed down, the ugly guy's crotch was rotten. Once Jenny asked what happened. You can't say that the two of them kicked it to pieces, right? Then who will be caught? Go back. Su Sheng quickened his pace. Not only did he want to quickly start research on Leafstone, but also on the newly obtained Pokémon egg. According to his own speculation, the possibility of the Swablu in the egg surviving was very small, but he still wanted to give it a try. Oh, Ah Sheng, you're back. Huh? That egg is in the beach hut. As soon as Su Sheng came in, Giovanni's eyes were attracted by the Pokémon egg in Su Sheng's arms. Uncle, I'll tell you later. Su Sheng just finished the sentence and walked into the medical room quickly. He wanted to check the egg carefully. Little friend, can we talk? Giovanni saw this and had to focus on Will. Looking at Su Sheng's expression, it should not be picked up by chance. This. Will was a little entangled, although it was very enjoyable to kick at that time. But now thinking back, Will is still a little scared. After all, the two of them were considered to have killed someone, right? And Giovanni is a well-known gym trainer in the league. I said he won't send me and Su Sheng in, right? With his eyes rolling, Will decided to find out Giovanni's attitude. Alas, it would be great if these two were father and son. I can't send my son in, right? That leader Giovanni, if Sheng, no, it's a friend of mine. He accidentally beat someone to death. What would you do? Will asked stutteringly. Giovanni was stunned, then smiled with relief. I thought something big had happened, but that's it. If he hadn't had to maintain the amiable image of the leader of the alliance. Giovanni almost couldn't help laughing up to the sky, and then said, it's just killing someone. What's the big deal? Ah Sheng is half my disciple. I believe him. Oh no, it's your friend. I believe he didn't mean it. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. On the contrary, I support you doing this. Giovanni smiled brightly from the bottom of his heart and couldn't wait to ask Will who Su Sheng killed. It would be even better if he killed a congressman or a high-level trainer of the alliance. Then Su Sheng would have almost no choice but to join Team Rockets. Seeing Giovanni's attitude, Will was relieved and said with a smile, it was a pervert called Iron Mask Marauder. Before he died, he said he was from Team Rockets. Giovanni, leader, you didn't see how he died. It was shameful, but it was also very refreshing. Haha. The smile on Giovanni's face stopped abruptly. Even for someone like him who had experienced countless storms, it took him 2 seconds to recover. Sokka, Mr. Giovanni, is there any problem? Seeing that Giovanni's expression seemed a little wrong, Will asked again with some concern. No, he. Giovanni's face was filled with a kind smile like an elder again, and he patted Will's shoulder. Well done, you did a good job. Come on, Will, tell me your glorious story from beginning to end. Giovanni pulled Will to sit down. Will got excited when he mentioned this. It took him more than 10 minutes to tell the story from beginning to end. In the end, there was not a single piece of good skin under that dead fat pig. It's a pity that the resolution of the mobile phone is too low and the picture is not clear enough. Otherwise I want to take a picture as a souvenir. At the end, Will still felt a little regretful. Well done. If I meet this kind of trash, I will also cut him into pieces. When he said the last 4 words, Giovanni gritted his teeth, and Will completely trusted Giovanni. Damn, he is worthy of being the strongest gym leader in the Pokémon League. So hateful. However, what Will didn't know was that Giovanni was angry about something completely different from what he thought. Giovanni didn't think much of Iron Mask Marauder, although he had agreed to his employment application to join Team Rockets before, but his attitude towards this person has always been foolish. It's tasteless and it won't be a pity to get rid of it. If Su Sheng kills him, it won't matter. It just so happened that this bitch kept saying he was from Team Rockets before he died. Doesn't this greatly reduce the impression of Team Rockets in Su Sheng's heart? Damn you. You were so arrogant before you died. Damn it. Giovanni gritted his teeth secretly. In fact, he was already ready to say goodbye to Su Sheng, because as a gym trainer from Kanto, he has been away from Viridian City for too long. Giovanni thought about the plan to recruit Su Sheng and felt that there was no need to rush. As long as you continue to provide sponsorship, Su Sheng just holds the idea of return, and his future stance will gradually favor himself. Just like picking up girls, take your time. But the Iron Mask Marauder incident happened. Giovanni immediately noticed that the situation had changed. If because of this incident Su Sheng becomes disgusted with Team Rockets, thus affecting the plan of the genius he is optimistic about to join Team Rockets, Giovanni said that he had to dig up the Iron Mask Marauder's body and whip it. Kid Will, please have a good rest first, and I'll buy you some delicious food to celebrate. Giovanni found a random excuse to leave the house. At the same time, he quickly calmed down and thought about coping strategies. At the same time, he did not forget to curse Iron Mask Marauder in his heart. A few minutes later, Giovanni took out his cell phone and dialed a number. "Hey, Archer, check for me." 2 hours later, Susheng walked out of the medical room. Will and Giovanni are already waiting in the living room. The coffee table is filled with all kinds of sumptuous delicacies. "How's it going, Sheng?" Will asked as he swallowed the donut in his mouth and touched the frosting on his mouth. "I barely managed to save my life, but only God knows whether it can be hatched successfully and whether it can survive after birth." Susheng sat down calmly, picked up a burger and took a bite. "I also heard about the Iron Mask Marauder from Will. It's hard to deal with that kind of scum." Ashen. Giovanni chuckled and pushed a cup of Coke to Susheng. "It's not a big deal. I've seen them all before they were born." Susheng smiled. "After eating, I want to take you to see something. Although it may be a bit too exciting for your age, I will return to Kanto soon. Before that, I want you to know that the alliance is not good either." Thing. Susheng glanced sideways. Will was confused. Will was a little suspicious of his heirs. No, you, an alliance leader, say that the alliance is not a good thing. Isn't this a bit contrary to Tiangang? Everyone, don't forget to turn to the last page. My little sister is pitiful and begs for a follow-up reading. Chapter 32. Houndoom robbed my house and asked me to move out. Led by Giovanni, Susheng and Will left the beach house and walked on the streets of Qianwood City. Mr. Giovanni, where are we going?" After walking for a while, Will couldn't restrain his inner confusion and asked Giovanni. "Don't worry, we'll be there soon." Giovanni's calm tone contained a hint of excitement that was hard to conceal. "Just when I wanted to rest, someone handed me a pillow. Let me, Giovanni, take advantage of the good things you have done." Pokémon League. As he walked, Will also discovered that he was heading towards the outskirts of the city. But what exactly did Giovanni want them to see? Will still can't figure it out. "Could it be that you discovered some precious Pokémon?" Long. When we are about to leave the city, suddenly there were bursts of movement in the suburbs of the city, and the further people walked outside, the more obvious the noise became. "Is this a construction site?" Will looked around, surrounded by excavators, cement trucks, large transport trucks and other construction tools, and around there were felled trees. "But I didn't see a single worker nearby." After the three of them continued to go deeper, someone finally came to stop them. Hey, you're not allowed in front." Mr. Giovanni. The middle-aged man wearing a hard hat and looking like a contractor was about to stop him, but he recognized Giovanni in the next second. Giovanni chuckled and said, "President Liu and I are old friends. I heard that he was in trouble, so I came to see him." "Oh, I see. Thank you, Mr. Giovanni, but it's almost solved." The contractor quickly made way. The three of them continued to move forward, with Giovanni walking in front and explaining. "This is San/Real Estate Company contracted the Qianwood City expansion project. Do you remember Mr. Liu?" Sheng. Susheng pondered for a moment and replied after 2 seconds. "The one who sold us the house." Giovanni nodded. "Yes, now the Pokémon Alliance is getting stronger, the birth rate is also rising, and the demand for houses is naturally increasing. At this time, the city needs to be expanded." Speaking of this, Giovanni paused. "We're here." Susheng and Will also paused and looked forward. "What are those Pokémon?" Will's pupils widened at the first sight. A large number of Alliance trainers sent out their own Pokémon, and they were fighting with another group of Pokémon without trainer's command, which were 99% wild Pokémon. The types of trainers Pokémon were different, and the wild Pokémon were mainly Houndoom family, Ursaring family, Murkrow family and Donphan family. "It's the wild Pokémon whose territory was occupied," Susheng replied. "Yes." Giovanni smiled faintly. "If humans want to expand their territory, they will inevitably take away the homeland of Pokémon, so this kind of conflict occurred. Can't we let those wild Pokémon move away, or let other trainers capture them?" Will asked again. "If someone runs into your house, occupies your house, and then asks you to find another place to live, can you bear it?" Susheng asked back. Will was speechless for a moment. "And going to a new place means that it is very likely to fight with other wild Pokémon. Although the fight between Pokémon is not as insidious as that of humans, it is no less brutal. Seviper and Zangoose, Pidgeot and Fearow, these Pokémon fought to the death for their respective tribes and territories. Isn't this rare? Instead of going to a new environment and fighting new enemies, it is better to fight with these humans who have occupied their homes. This is probably what these wild Pokémon think. As for letting trainers capture them, it is even more impossible. Since the moment the Pokémon League decided to seize the homes of these Pokémon, they are destined to stand on the opposite side of humans. How can they become partners of humans? Donphan is not going to fight anymore." Will suddenly noticed that a wounded Donphan stopped attacking and called out to the 5 or 6 Fanpi behind him. Woo. The Fanpi's injuries were not as serious as Donphan's. It was probably because the big brother was in the front and helped them block most of the attacks. But after hearing what the big brother said, the Fanpi also drooped their heads and their big ears almost drooped to the ground. Then Donphan turned around and left in the opposite direction of the construction site. The Fanpi followed behind. After a while, the backs of Donphan family disappeared completely in the depths of the jungle. You've given in. Although there was no Meowth from the Team Rocket's trio to translate, Susheng also guessed what Donphan had just said. Woof woof. At this time, a Houndoom with blood on its forehead roared at Donphan a few times, but the other party still didn't turn back. A woof. The Houndoom gnashed his teeth in anger, as if cursing traitor. Woof woof. At this time, another Houndoom came up to comfort him, and shook his head in the direction where Donphan and the others left, with a bit of pity on his face, probably saying, why don't we go too? Woof. However, the Houndoom with bleeding head roared even louder, severely rebuking the one who comforted his companion or spouse. Then, the largest Houndoom roared at the Houndours behind him, as well as the surrounding Ursaring family and Murkrow family. Woo woo woo. Seeing this, the other Houndoom beside him and the Houndours behind him also raised their necks. A woo woo woo. Susheng, it's Howl, a move that increases the attack power of yourself and your companions. Sure enough, for a while, the morale of the three tribes of Houndoom, Ursaring, and Murkrow soared. With unstoppable force, they rushed the temporary troops formed by the Alliance trainers into pieces. Not only that, they also frantically destroyed the residential road that the real estate company had just built, smashing the walls, guardrails, and so on. What a bunch of ungrateful beasts. Liu, the boss of a real estate company who had met him once before, rubbed his temples and turned to the tall man behind him and said, then I'll trouble you. As he spoke, a man who was nearly 1.9 meters tall and had blue hair in a big back, a man wearing sunglasses in broad daylight, walked out from behind Liu. That person is Aldous, one of the four elites of the Quartz Alliance. Will was startled again. Susheng also looked at the other party secretly. After all, it would be several years before Ash started traveling. It was normal for there to be other four elites before Lance and the others. But this Aldous looks like he is in his late 30s and not even 40. Why was Ash no longer the four elite of the Quartz Alliance when he started his adventure? Just when Susheng was guessing, Aldous took out a pokeball and threw it gently without saying a word. By the way, does it count as a spoiler if I reveal the true identity of Aldous now? It shouldn't count. After all, you can find out if you look it up. As long as the story is interesting, you should be able to accept it. It doesn't matter if you haven't played this game. Everyone can understand what the little girl can write. Chapter 33. Neither side is a good person. I'm tired of seeing this kind of thing. As the pokeball in Aldous' hand drew a semicircular arc in mid-air, a blue shadow stood in front of Houndoom and Ursaring. That is, the dragon of Johto region. Kingdra, go. Aldous spat out each word like gold. Kingdra breathed in slowly, and in the next moment he suddenly spit out a wave of purple and blue gas flames from his mouth. Dragon Pulse. Howl. And Ursaring opened its claws to attack. Slash. Boom. But the moment Dragon Pulse came into contact with Ursaring's body, Ursaring, which was considered burly among many Pokémon, flew out in the blink of an eye like a baseball being hit by a bat. The faces of the other Ursaring, Houndoom, and Murkrow who were wreaking havoc crazily around them changed. Precisely because they are wild Pokémon, they rely on their keen intuition to feel that this opponent is not on the same level as the previous ones. The leader of Houndoom jumped up, and a dark beam of deep purple and almost black shot out from his mouth. Dark Pulse. Kingdra's body surface suddenly glowed with translucent blue light, forming a semi-spherical shape, isolating the Dark Pulse. It's guarding. The Houndour boys behind the Houndoom leader saw this. They all opened their mouths and released pillars of blazing flames. Rain Dance. Under Aldous' sunglasses, his left eye calmly glanced at the Houndoom on the side and said two words lightly. Kingdra raised his head, looking up to the sky and injecting mysterious energy into the sky. In less than 10 seconds, the originally cloudless sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds. Heavy rain fell suddenly. Originally, the Water Plus Dragon Kingdra had extreme resistance to the fire element. Now there is a rain dance bonus. Kingdra's expression didn't change at all despite being hit by those Houndour babies' flamethrowers. The temperature is not as high as that of a sauna. Awesome, worthy of being the four elites of the Quartz Alliance. The Alliance headquarters. Will sighed. The moves and habits of those wild Pokémon were completely detected by the uncle in sunglasses. Moreover, none of them are water resistant. Giovanni said with a smile. In this case, 99% of his next moves will be serve. Before Giovanni could finish speaking, Susheng intervened. Sure enough, in the next second, Aldous seemed to repeat Susheng's words. Serve. Kingdra accumulated azure energy in front of his pointed mouth, and in the next moment he lowered his head and released it toward his feet. Boom la. The blue light wave tackles the ground 360 degrees. No blind angle creates waves as high as 7 or 8 meters. Pounces on all the wild Pokémon around who are doing crazy damage. The waves crashed on the Ursaring and some Teddy Ursa, sucking them into the whirlpool. Not to mention the weak Houndoom and Houndour. Before she even had time to cry out, she was filled with water. better. In other words, Murkrow family, which has a flying advantage, is slightly better and flaps its wings immediately. He escaped the wave with almost no chance. But I saw Aldous winking at Lio. Upon seeing this, the real estate owner instantly understood what the Alliance elite meant and shouted to the Alliance trainers who had just gotten up, "Are you just freeloaders? Hurry up and clear out the remaining targets." A group of Alliance trainers heard this. "Quickly send out Golduck, Tentacruel and other water-type Pokémon and jump into the pool created by Kingdra." The Murkrows aimed at the sky above and used their special moves such as Psybeam and Hydro Pump. Murkrow family was originally the weakest among the three clans. Soft one. Seeing the Houndoom and Ursaring comrades fell, their mentality was affected again. A moment of negligence turned into a huge flaw. After being hit by the attack, it fell to the ground like a kite with its string cut off. As expected of Mr. Aldous, if it weren't for you, the damage caused by these beasts would be even greater. Lio walked up and said with admiration, "About the issue of remuneration, it doesn't matter." Aldous shook his head. "President Lio and my father are partners, so this little thing is what I should do." "Haha, it's true, I'm the one who cheated." Lio laughed. "Then, at least Mr. Aldous can have dinner together later and celebrate the smooth progress of the Kianwood City expansion plan. If Mr. Cai Shen is free." "President, be careful." In the middle of Lio's words, the stuffing guard suddenly shouted, "Woof!" Behind and to the right of the two men, the Houndoom leader jumped up. He rushed toward Lio and Aldous with his mouth wide open. Flames ignited between the fangs. Shock and fear flashed in Lio's eyes. But Aldous remained calm and composed and calmly ordered, "Hydro Pump." Kingdra suddenly turned his head. The giant Hydro Pump has the bonus power of rainy weather and can be fired instantly. The powerful water column hit this Houndoom precisely on the head. With the force exerted, it was slammed into a stone pillar of a bridge just built by the real estate company dozens of meters away. The Hydro Pump was so powerful that cracks were created on the surface of the stone pillars. Poof! Kingdra put away the Hydro Pump, and Houndoom also fell down in embarrassment. Boom! At this moment the stone pillar completely broke and the upper half of the pillar was cut off, hitting the unconscious leader of Houndoom directly. "Wang Wu, father." One of the Houndours in the group had eyes that were about to burst, and he subconsciously wanted to get up and rush forward, but after being hit by the surf just now, it is now powerless. Woof woof. At this time, another Houndoom from the group next to it flew out. She is the spouse of the leader of the Houndoom and the mother of the Houndour. If you are making a movie, the plot development at this time should be that the female Houndoom knocks the Houndoom leader away. However, the reality is cruel. The moment when Mrs. Houndoom was flying away, she was about to knock her spouse away. Boom! The broken column collapsed completely. At the same time, suppress the two Houndooms. Woof woof father, woof woof mom. Houndour's heartbreaking roar resounded throughout the construction site. "Wouldn't it be alright if you just lie down on the ground and seek your own death?" Lio wiped the water stains on her face that were either sweat or rain, and looked at Aldous gratefully. "Thank you for lending a helping hand again, Mr. Aldous." "It doesn't matter. I don't know how President Lio plans to deal with them." Aldous pointed at the Ursaring, Murkrow family who fell to the ground, and the Houndours whose leader was dead and one or two of whom were almost mentally broken. "Well, let your men find a place farther away and throw them away. If they maliciously attack humans again, why not euthanasia?" Lio thought for a while and said, "If you don't mind, can you leave them to me? My father has channels to arrange them for suitable trainers." Aldous suggested. "Since Mr. Aldous said so, I naturally cannot refuse." Lio smiled and said, "But before that, please come to the party together." "How about it, Ashen? After seeing this kind of thing, do you still think the Alliance represents justice?" Not far away, Giovanni looked sideways at Susheng. "Both sides are not good people, and I'm tired of seeing this kind of thing." Compared to Will, whose worldview was greatly impacted, Susheng acted calmer than Giovanni imagined. Although it didn't have the effect of making him hate the Alliance, it could at least leave him with the impression that the Alliance is not a good thing either. Right? Giovanni is still very satisfied with this operation. Chapter 34 Susheng, you plot against me. Soon, at Aldous' request, Lio asked her men to bring a large truck pulling cement. Houndour, Ursaring, Teddy Ursa, Murkrow and other Pokémon that could not afford to be seriously injured were thrown into the carriage and prepared to be taken away. At this moment Giovanni came up with Susheng and Will. "Oh, Mr. Giovanni, are you here too?" Lio looked at Giovanni in surprise. "I heard that President Lio encountered a little trouble, so I came to take a look." Halfway through, Giovanni turned his attention to Aldous. "But I didn't expect that the four elites would be the first to solve the problem, and we wouldn't have the chance to appear." "Nice to meet you, Mr. Aldous." With that said, Giovanni reached out his hand. "Nowhere Giovanni leader's name is so popular." Aldous shook hands with Giovanni without a smile. "What are you going to do with these Pokémon?" Will pointed at the wild Pokémon piled in the back of the truck. Aldous didn't want to answer at first, but seeing that the child child was brought by Giovanni, he still gave him the dignity to explain again. I plan to send them to my father, and he will choose suitable trainers for these Pokémon. A suitable trainer? Hearing this, Susheng had a strange expression. These Pokémon were deprived of their homes by humans and severely injured, especially Houndour family, who watched their leader die before their eyes. For them, being released into the wild is the best place, unless the trainer you choose for them has an eloquence comparable to Uzumaki Naruto. Otherwise it would be impossible to tame them, not even Ash. This Alliance elite doesn't know this. We plan to invite Mr. Cai Shen and celebrities from the Johto region to a banquet over the weekend. Mr. Giovanni and the two children will also come together. Right. Liu invited with a smile. Who is Mr. Cai Shen? Susheng looked at Liu curiously. Giovanni explained helpfully. All this elite's father is the richest man in Johto region and a famous philanthropist. With that said, Giovanni declined Liu's invitation. Although I really want to go, I'm going back to Kanto. I'm afraid my superiors won't be satisfied if I stay away for too long. Through this incident, Giovanni has concluded that Susheng will never favor the alliance. In this way, he can leave with peace of mind. That's it. What about Ashen and this kid? Liu turned her attention to Susheng and Will again. As a moderately successful businessman, what he is best at is investing. These two children can be so close to Giovanni, and their future achievements will definitely be extraordinary. Thank you, Uncle Liu, for the invitation, but if there is nothing else, we will definitely come. Susheng did not give a definite answer. However, he became slightly interested in Aldous, an elite who did not appear in the original work. After returning to the house, Will was still lost in thought. What happened at the construction site today had a huge impact on him, especially the scene where the two Houndooms were smashed to death in front of him. Will felt that he would never forget it in his life. Ashen, I will go back to Kanto first. If anything happens, please contact me at any time. Giovanni put on a scarf and a gentleman's hat, looking like a gambling god. Thank you, Uncle, for your investment during this time. Let this be considered as the reward for this time. Susheng handed two things to Giovanni. One of them Giovanni knows is a magnetic remote control that can temporarily disable the Pokeball switch. Another one. This is Evolutionary Stone/I. Giovanni narrowed his eyes and asked curiously. Green Evolutionary Stone/I? It is completely different from the discovered Evolutionary Stone/I such as Red Firestone, Yellow Thunderstone, and White Moonstone. I named it Leaf Stone, which can allow some grass-type Pokemon to evolve. Although, Uncle, you don't seem to have grass-type Pokemon in your team, but maybe you will use it in the future. Hearing Susheng's words, Giovanni nodded with satisfaction. There are indeed many people under his command who use the grass type, and there are even one or two henchmen among them. Because grass-type Pokemon are often very good at using poison, poison-type Pokemon are quite favored by villain organizations. I saw you right, Ah Sheng. After leaving these words and an appreciative look, Giovanni turned around and walked away. These two things alone are completely worth his time in Johto. Although I lost my son, I didn't expect to encounter such a treasure here. And Will, who was originally paralyzed, also jumped up from the sofa with a pop. Hey, Sheng, what you just gave Giovanni is. What surprised Giovanni just now was the leaf stone. What surprised Will was the magnetic remote control. Everyone knows that it was invented by Joker. Difficult. Could it be said that Susheng is really? Why are you so surprised? Weren't you so suspicious of me from the beginning? Susheng's rhetorical question made Will even more stunned. How did you? Susheng responded first. You want to ask me how did you know? Right. While Susheng began to take care of the Pokemon egg while explaining. I knew it when you offered to be my tour guide and take me to find the Moss Rock. Generally speaking, would an ordinary person run so far for someone they just met for the first time? If it's a good guy like Ash, it's possible, but you? Obviously not. Will was still confused. Another question popped up. Who is Ash? But immediately, another question that he was more concerned about came to his mind. Then why are you now? Susheng interrupted him. Your next sentence is, then why are you actively exposing your identity now? Why are you actively exposing your identity now? Will's eyes widened. It's very simple, because you are now an accomplice. After taking care of the Pokemon eggs, Susheng began to mess with the test tubes filled with various liquids. Accomplice. Will couldn't keep up with Susheng's pace. Susheng took out his mobile phone, clicked on a video and pressed the play button. The resolution of this video is obviously a level higher than that of mobile phones on the market. Ha ha ha, scream, ha ha ha. In the video, Will laughed extremely devilishly and kicked Iron Mask Marauder Ou Jinjin, who was bleeding profusely. We usually use two words to describe this kind of person. Pervert. Will was doubting his life. You know, he and Susheng did it together in the video. If Jenny saw it, no, even if he showed it to a random passerby, they would think that he and Susheng were in the same group. Even because his laugh was more perverted, most people would probably think that he was the main culprit and Susheng was forced. worse. If I go to the police station, do you think you can be safe? Susheng's words made Will silent. Thousands of words finally converged into one sentence. Susheng, you plotted against me. Chapter 35. With Gardevoir XXN dare not be arrogant. In the next few days of getting along, Will gradually accepted the reality that he was an accomplice. And he also figured it out. It's nothing, because from another perspective, he and Susheng can be said to hold each other's handle. In a relationship where you dare not touch me and I dare not touch you, in this case, it is better to live in harmony than to tear your face. And before cleaning up the Iron Mask Marauder with Susheng can be said to be the most exciting thing Will has experienced so far. Awesome. Let's practice here today. Qianwood City Beach. Susheng suddenly spoke, winked at Uev, and returned to the cabin together. For the whole morning he was training with Will in battle. Although not as good as Giovanni, he is at least a potential stock to stand in the elite field in the future. As a sparring partner, it is more than enough. Will took Executor back to the Pokeball and left a Pokemon at his feet. It was a Slowpoke. Will and Susheng had previously smashed the Iron Mask Marauder's lair and chose one from the group of victimized Slowpokes. Why did he choose this one? Because Susheng and Will were playing football at that time. Although many other victimized Pokemon participated, those Slowpokes were panicked and did not dare to kick. It was because the Slowpoke family was relatively gentle, and it was also because they were hurt. After Will noticed this, he pointed at the Iron Mask Marauder, who was no longer angry, and said to the Slowpokes, "Come on, fight together." The other Slowpokes still did not dare to take action. Only the Slowpoke launched confusion. The Iron Mask Marauder's lower body was twisted into a knot. At that time, even if Iron Mask Marauder didn't die, he was definitely only half dead. As a result, because of Slowpoke's confusion, Growl's decibel level broke the record. This made Will like the Slowpoke at first sight. You must take revenge, right? I like it. What? Sheng, you are not from Team Rockets. During lunchtime, Will was shocked again when he learned from Susheng that Susheng, no, Joker is not a member of Team Rockets. It feels like being with Susheng. There are new surprises every day. When did I say I was from Team Rockets? Susheng asked back. Will was speechless again. Well, it seems that Joker himself didn't say that, but that's what the media reported. Well, it seems that we can't believe everything the league says. Will scratched his head. He is now at the age where he believes everything he hears on TV. However, after seeing what happened at the construction site, he trust in the alliance has also been shaken. Most of it is still believable, but you still have to think about it yourself. Susheng's previous statement that neither side is a good person was actually a bit exaggerated. In the previous life, in the name of freedom and adventure, it was not a good idea to burn, kill, loot, and attack pirates from ordinary people. The Navy, which acts as a lackey of the world government and turns a blind eye to the celestial dragons massacring ordinary people, is not a good thing either. This is indeed true, but if you apply this theory to the Pokemon world, it is actually inappropriate. Indeed, there must be darkness and moths within the Pokemon League, but no matter how hard I try, I won't. It's not as exaggerated as the Navy in the pirate world. At least not a celestial dragon was created. Susheng said to himself. Ah, Sheng, what are Tianlong people? Will asked curiously. It's nothing, let's eat. By the way, I cooked the food, and you are responsible for washing the dishes. Susheng thought of something and said. Will rolled his eyes. He felt it was necessary to tame a Pokemon that was suitable as a nanny and a good wife and mother. Alas, Gardevoir in Hone seems to be pretty good. Sheng, let's go to Hone if we have a chance. Will told Susheng his thoughts. Gardevoir. Susheng's chewing movements paused. Good guy, quite discerning. By the way, Will, who was the 4th elite in the previous game, did have a Gardevoir. That was the #1 wife in the hearts of countless Pokemon fans in her previous life. It has the most anthropomorphic form among thousands of Pokemon, and it can even be considered a beauty among humans. She is beautiful, loyal, and will die for you, and she also has considerable strength. Isn't this the perfect wife candidate? And more importantly, there is no need for a bride price to marry her. Susheng felt that if he had had Gardevoir in his previous life, those naughty people in a certain red book would not have dared to be so rampant. Let's find a chance to go later. Let's go to a banquet tomorrow night. Hearing Susheng's words, Will immediately remembered Lio's invitation a few days ago. Ah, are you interested in that kind of banquet? To be honest, I would rather find a few scum like the Iron Mask Marauder to torture. It felt like after experiencing the incident in the confused forest, a switch in Will's heart seemed to have been turned on. It's not that I want to go, it's that she wants to go. Susheng shook his head towards Uev, who was gathering with Will's Pokemon and enjoying lunch. Will's expression became even more curious. I have communicated with Uev, and she also feels that Aldous' proposal of finding suitable trainers for those wild Pokemon is unreliable. As a domesticated Pokemon that was abandoned by its previous owner, Eevee understands the feelings of Houndour and Ursaring who lost their home. No, they were more serious than what they encountered encountered at the time. At least I met him. Yue looked at Susheng tenderly. At the same time, she also felt that what the blue-haired human said was unreliable. Houndour, Ursaring, they have everything taken away by humans. Under such circumstances, are you still willing to live hand in hand with humans? Are you kidding me? It's as outrageous as forgiving the enemy who killed your father. Well, we can't let Uzumaki Naruto hear this. Therefore, Yue hopes to go with the owner to check the situation. Their master and servant all felt that something was wrong. Hey, you can still discuss this kind of thing, Will said in surprise. Although Pokemon can understand human speech, the reverse is not true. Therefore, it is basically impossible for Pokemon to communicate with their trainers completely indiscriminately like humans. Unless you have telepathy like the legendary Pokemon, or translation abilities like Meowth from the Team Rocket's trio. My situation is quite special. Susheng scratched his arm. Will did not delve into the topic and immediately asked what he was interested in enthusiastically. Then go. It feels fun. Oh, by the way, do you want to go as Susheng or as Joker? Before Susheng could answer, Will said impatiently, let's just say it's Joker. It's just right. I'll find a mask and put it on too. When I met you at Manjin Station, I thought that life was so exciting. The more Will talked, the more excited he became. He had already turned on his computer and browsed for suitable masks. Susheng's expression became increasingly weird. I remember that Will always have a mask on his face in the future. What kind of world-correcting power is this? Chapter 36 Deep Dark Fantasy. Chapter 36 Deep Dark Fantasy. How's it going? Ah Sheng, I look like this. The next day was approaching evening. After struggling for more than a day, Will finally made his Phantom Thief suit, a colorful costume that looks like a clown suit, and an eye patch that covers the upper half of the face. Quite a bit the mysterious confidence of Son Gohansian Superman form. Susheng was speechless for a moment. Will's black mask reminded him of an acquaintance from his previous life. He was afraid that he would say deep dark fantasy in the next sentence. However, Will didn't seem to see the disdain in Susheng's eyes. After turning around like a show-off, he remembered something else. Oh, by the way, should I think of a code name? After all, you have the nickname Joker, so what about me? How about using the name in the playing card, King or something like that? Just call me Van. I think it suits you. Susheng smiled maliciously. No, I don't know why. I feel that you haven't installed Miracle Eye properly. Will refused without thinking. Susheng began to organize his equipment. Will struggled in front of the mirror for a long time but still couldn't figure out what code name he wanted to take. Don't waste time. Get ready to go. If you haven't thought of a nickname, just use a fake one. I can call you Ashu, Xiaoi, or something like that. Huh? This nickname is not impressive at all. Will was very dissatisfied. It's good that I didn't call you the Golden Pavilion of Power. Susheng pouted. Finally, on the way, Will pinched his chin and struggled for a long time and even knocked his right fist on the palm of his left hand. I figured it out. How about magic? My clothes are made with reference to magicians. Does it sound good? Susheng thought for a while and said, just call me Jack Ma. It was getting close to evening. Many upper-class people in Johto region dressed in gorgeous clothes entered Liu's mansion one by one. When the security guard saw Susheng and Will without adults, he was a little suspicious. But after seeing the invitation, he immediately let the two in. Wow, there are quite a few celebrities. Will turned his head left and right, and in a short while he found several faces he often saw on TV. When I think about doing bad things under the noses of these big shots, wow cool. I haven't decided what to do yet, and can you not be so disgusting? Susheng said that if you are not a pink-haired mind-reading loli, don't say wow cool casually. However, Susheng himself also found a lot of familiar faces. Among the gym leaders alone, there is Chuck from Qianwood City and Suishin from Violet City. What attracted Susheng's attention the most was, standing next to Liu, a short old man with a white beard wearing armor similar to Uchiha Madara's style and a Rayquaza headdress on his helmet. Behind him, there are two attendants on the left and right, one of whom Susheng knows. It is Lance's cousin Xiaozuan. There is also a Dragonair beside each of them. The patriarch of the dragon family of Blackthorn City, the grandfather of Lance, one of the four elites of the Quartz Alliance, nicknamed Elder Dragon. The two behind are the current leader of Yanmo Jim, Axion, and his daughter Xiao Shuang. Noticing the direction of Susheng's eyes, Will whispered, he is definitely the most important person in Johto region. Even Mr. Damalankai, the president of the alliance, has to give him some face. Just as Will finished speaking, another old man came up, but he is different from Elder Dragon, whose white hair and beard cover half of his face. Although this old man is also short, he is more bloated. He uses a cane, has a shiny forehead, wears a pair of black framed glasses, and has a kind expression with a smile at any time. Following behind him is Aldous, one of the four elites of the Quartz Alliance, whom Susheng and Will met at the construction site a few days ago. On the other side of Aldous, there was another man with very similar facial features and sunglasses. But his hair color was different from Aldis's blue hair, and he had red hair with a middle part. Haha, sorry to be late, brother Long. Long time no see. The bald old man smiled and stretched out his hand to Elder Long. We are honored to have you here. Liu's face was full of smiles. Now, around him, the two most powerful old men in Johto region were gathered. Will whispered, that man is Keshinai, whose real name is Dead Gold, the father of the fourth elite Aldis, the richest man in Johto region and a famous philanthropist. And that red-haired uncle is said to be his second son, that is, Aldis's younger brother. I remember his name is Aldis. Yes, that's the name. He is the gym trainer of Olivine City and is known as the strongest leader in Johto region. I have to say that the bald uncle is quite good at giving birth to sons. One is a league elite and the other is an elite level leader. Aldis and Alta's brothers also have a Pokemon around them. They are Alakazam and Murawa. Susheng's eyes moved slightly. The gym trainer of the shallow green gym, in his memory, should be Jasmine of the steel type, right? A cute little girl. No, the current timeline is still a long way from Ash's adventure. Even the leader of the gold-filled gym is Grandpa Whitney. It's normal that the current leader of Qianchong gym is not Jasmine. After all, Jasmine is probably not as old as Will now. Speaking of which, many people here have released their own Pokemon and taken them with them. Will noticed another thing. Many of the guests present released their Pokemon. Needless to say, the security guards standing at the door were surrounded by Pokemon who were not easy to mess with at first sight, and the Aldis brothers and the masters from the Yulong family. He also released some Pokemon that were not too big and followed him around like bodyguards. But the next second, Will thought of the reason. Beware of Joker's magnetic remote control. You have changed the world, right? There was a little admiration in Will's tone. Obviously, these people did this to prevent a sudden attack by Team Rockets. Although Will himself already knows that Joker is not from Team Rockets, but the Alliance doesn't know. Susheng glanced at the Cai Shenya twice and quietly left the center of the banquet hall. Let's get to work. Susheng and Will officially took action, but neither of them noticed it at the moment. The gray-haired girl who was following Liu, looking like she was distracted, was about the same age as the two of them. Father, I want to go back to my room to rest. The gray-haired girl pulled Liu's trouser leg. Okay, go quickly. Liu waved her hand and didn't care. He is busy trying to please the two most powerful figures in the Johto Alliance. Karen, the daughter of real estate tycoon Liu. After leaving the banquet hall, he breathed a sigh of relief. I still can't cope with this kind of atmosphere. Karen sighed. His face was full of helplessness and disgust. If she were an ordinary rich girl, Karen would most likely become a victim of a growing family in the future and be forced to marry another plutocratic heir or a high-ranking trainer. But fortunately, she has shown extremely high talent as a trainer since she was a child, so she was given a considerable degree of freedom. But even so, Karen still didn't like the atmosphere of this home. If given the chance, she would also like to leave here. At this time, Karen came to the third floor of the villa. When passing by the storage room, Karen paused. She thought of the wild and screaming Pokemon that her father had asked people to move into the house a few days ago. I heard from my father that after the banquet ends tonight, they will be given to Mr. Cai Shen as gifts, right? But it seems that Mr. Cai Shen will find a good place for them, so there should be nothing to worry about. After Karen struggled briefly, she finally opened the door to the storage room. Chapter 37. Why don't you dare to fight with the Pokemon Alliance? In the storage room of Karen's house, there is a huge cage. Previously, Houndour, Ursaring, Murkrow and other Pokemon were defeated by Aldis at the construction site outside the city. All were locked in iron cages, although not as miserable as Altaria and Slowpoke, who were abused by the iron-masked marauder in the puzzled forest. But at this moment, Ursaring is also dim and slumped on the ground. I guess he was under anesthesia. All Pokemon are shackled, but there was only one, and even its mouth was muzzled. It was the two sons of Houndoom who were killed by broken pillars. Karen pursed her lips, walked up to the Houndour, squatted down across the cage, and whispered, "Don't worry," Dad said. "He will hand you over to Grandpa Cai Shen, and then he will help you find a suitable owner." Karen finished speaking. Houndour, who was lying on the ground snoring, suddenly opened his eyes, startling Karen. Not waiting for Karen to react further, Houndour suddenly raised his hand, and his left front claw passed through the gap between the iron cage columns and scratched Karen's arm hard. If its claws were not locked, it could not be fully deployed. There is no doubt that Karen's entire arm will be cut off. Because the mouth was also gagged, Houndour couldn't even fully activate it. He just glared at Karen with the same eyes as the two pillars. "You destroyed my hometown and killed my parents. Now that things have happened, you still have the nerve to say anything about helping me." Karen, who had almost had a piece of flesh torn off, did not cry out but looked calmly at Houndour's eyes. I heard about you, what my father did. I'm sorry. I let you go. You find a way to escape and find a new suitable place to live." Immediately, Karen quickly left the storage room and quickly found the key to help Houndour unlock the door. Hound emerges from the cage. We looked at her again, and after a moment of silence, we did not launch an attack this time. But this Houndour did not run away, but turned to look at the other Houndours. Karen understood its meaning instantly and opened the locks of other cages. You guys, leave quickly. If we let them go in this way, I'm afraid the whole army will be annihilated. As soon as Karen finished saying this, a strange voice suddenly sounded from the door of the storage room. Karen was startled and suddenly turned her head to look. I saw two mysterious teenagers who were not much different in age from me but were wearing masks, standing at the door, looking at me with half-smiling expressions. You are. Karen stared at Susheng blankly. That face, that mask, she had seen it on the news. Susheng in Joker mode stepped forward and put his hand on the pulses of these half-dead Pokémon. They were anesthetized, and your father kept them here without giving them complete treatment. In their current state, it is impossible to escape from this villa with such a large flow of people, Susheng said while conducting physical examinations on these wild Pokémon one by one. Concluded, Murkrow family has the least injuries, and coupled with their own flying capabilities, their escape success rate is the highest. The second is the Ursaring family. This Ursaring is more seriously injured, but because of its protection, these Teddy Ursa's injuries are less serious, and the probability of successful escape is not low. With that said, Susheng finally walked up to a few Houndours and stretched out his hand to feel their pulses. Ouch! Seeing a human touching his own compatriot, the Houndour released by Karen immediately let out a threatening growl, but it just howled. UEV immediately stood in front of him, staring straight at Houndour with her scarlet blood eyes. To be honest, if it weren't for UEV's compassion for Houndour and the others, she would have forced Dauphin up. At this time, Susheng also took his hands away from the Houndour's necks. Well, they are completely dead. Their injuries were not serious in the first place, and they have not received good treatment recently, let alone running away now. I am afraid they will not be able to walk stably. From a rational point of view, at this time they should be abandoned. But, ouch. Before Susheng could say the words behind but, Houndour could no longer contain the anger in his heart and lunged at Susheng with a roar. Sure enough, humans deserve to die. Damn it, how dare you ask me to abandon my compatriots? Everything happened too suddenly. When Will and Karen, who were full of surprise, reacted, Houndour's sharp claws that made 3 cuts on Karen's arm were less than half a centimeter away from the mask on Susheng's face. In an instant, a black and white shiny shot out from below and hit Houndour's abdomen hard. Bang! Houndour was slammed against the wall. Karen took a closer look. The one who took action was the Black Eevee. According to Professor Oak's previous popular science program, remember that it was named Moon Eevee, right? Susheng's eyebrows raised slightly under his mask. What's the rush? I haven't even finished speaking yet. However, Houndour, who had just climbed up after landing, suddenly opened his fangs and mouth. A blazing flame was released. Flamethrower. After being captured by Lio, it has been kept in a cage. As soon as I closed my eyes, my mind was full of images of my parents being crushed to death. Right now, it is holding in a lot of anger. Want to vent your anger? Susheng shook his hand. Moon Eevee also opened her mouth and fired dark black waves to attack Flamethrower. Dark Pulse. Will, who was guarding the door, was shocked. Hey, if there's a fight here. There was a bang in the air. Without any suspense, Dark Pulse completely suppressed Flamethrower and knocked Houndour away again. The storage room, which was not too large in area, immediately shook violently due to the explosion. It even spread to the banquet hall on the first floor. What's going on? In the hall, the expressions of the upper-class people including Lio, Aldous, and others changed slightly. As the boss, Lio shouted sternly to the security guard guarding the door, "Go and see what's going on." In the storage room, Susheng and UEV stared with cold eyes at Houndour, whose strength was already in the wind and fell to the ground. I don't object if you want revenge, but if you want to vent your emotions like a mad dog, then you need to be treated. Your enemies are Lio, who contracted the project, the Pokémon Alliance, who implemented the city expansion plan, and the 4 elite Aldous, who killed your parents. I was not involved from the beginning to the end. If you're angry with them, what's the point of quarreling with me? Why don't you dare to fight with the Pokémon Alliance? What bothers Susheng the most is shouting it's all the world's fault all day long, and then going around a crazy psychopath just like Uchiha Tsuchiko. If the woman you like dies, you go to Kirigakure Umbu and Monolan to report it. Why did you kill your master and his mistress? They didn't hurt your woman. Oh no, Haruren is not your woman, right? God of Gold, a new month has arrived. Please vote for the monthly recommendation ticket and read it. Please just turn to the last page. I want to continue writing. Chapter 38. Isn't it enough to spend some money? Spend a little, it won't cost much. Hey, Joker, someone is coming up. Will, who was guarding the door and heard the footsteps, suddenly changed his face and turned his head to shout at Susheng in the storage room. Susheng exhaled, and his eyes under the mask quickly swept over the wild Pokemon in the cage. Although I don't think it's reliable. If you choose to stay here, maybe that blue-haired Oji-san can really provide you with a long-term meal ticket. Now the commotion is so big. Even if you want to escape, you may not be able to escape, so you can choose for yourself. After hearing Susheng's words, the Murkrow and Ursaring in the cage looked at each other. Finally, they stood up at the same time. Just as Susheng had expected before, they were taken away by humans, and it was good that they didn't shout, "I don't recognize this world," on the spot, becoming a domestic Pokemon of humans. Are you kidding? Okay, Susheng spoke again. According to the original plan, after letting you out, turn right and break into the room at the end of the corridor. Break through the room and jump off the balcony. This is the closest way to the back door. This was the escape route I planned for you, but now because of this stupid dog, the plan can't be used. Susheng looked at Houndour with disdain. Seeing Houndour bowing his head and not saying anything, Karen secretly reached out and wrapped her arms around its neck and hugged it tightly in her arms. There's no way. Let's run separately. In this situation, we can only rely on fate. Susheng spread his hands. Just then, Karen suddenly spoke, raising her hand like a primary school student asking a question to the teacher. If there is a bait to attract attention, can it buy more time? Bait. Before Susheng spoke, Will at the door blinked. After a few seconds, he came back to his senses, and his expression was like Ben Baorba, who was assigned by Hydra to kill Tang Monk and his disciples. He pointed at his face and said, "No, no, you don't want us to be bait to attract fire. Is this young lady mentally ill? There are several elite trainers downstairs. Isn't it seeking death if I am being targeted? I will just like to have fun, not to die." Susheng also found it funny. Does this little girl really think she is a saint like Luffy who works for nothing? I can help occasionally, but it is limited to a little help. You want me to sacrifice myself to help you? Maybe in the next life. Not to mention that the helping hand object is this Houndour with a bad temper. No, no, Karen hurriedly explained. I mean, you can take me as a hostage. It's safer. Isn't it played like this in TV dramas? Isn't it the same? We'll use Snarl. After all, they had to attract attention. Found it in the storage room. Someone entered the storage room. Just then, several security guards in charge of the banquet came up. Run. Susheng chuckled. Ursaring and Murkrow, who were carrying the child, looked at each other, and the next second they rushed out of the door and ran to the left and right. The guys ran away. Quick, stop them. This is what the president wants to give to Mr. Keshin. The security guards were startled and quickly asked the Pokemon such as Machoke and Scyther to act as a human wall to block the way. Wow. Ursaring knocked a Scyther away with his huge body. Murkrow and others followed closely and the scene was in chaos. The few security guards who had just come up saw that the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, so they hurriedly took out the Pokeball and prepared to call out a new Pokemon. Beep. Seeing this, Susheng pressed the button in the center of the magnetic remote control. The security guards collectively found that the Pokeballs in their hands had no response. The next second, Ursaring, who led Teddy Ursa and a group of Murkrow, knocked them dizzy. Yes, it's Joker. Team Rockets. Team Rockets is coming. Alarm, alarm. Team Rockets is invading. Request reinforcements. The security guards who were knocked unconscious kept shouting downstairs. One of them gritted his teeth and climbed up, slapping the alarm on the wall. Do-do-o beep. The shrill alarm sounded throughout the villa. Joker. Team Rockets. When the celebrities downstairs heard these two words, their faces suddenly changed. That guy. Xiaozhuang was also startled and immediately remembered Susheng's extremely powerful bead drill. Elder Long blinked his narrow eyes under his white eyebrows and whispered to his son and granddaughter, "Protect the masses." Yes. Xiaozhuang and her father immediately called all the guests in the hall to gather together and used two Dragonaires to perform a double guardian trick to protect everyone. Elder Long took out a Pokeball from under his armor and pressed the power button twice. It really can't be started. Lance deserves to lose. I kind of want to meet that Joker. Did he invent it? Hearing the words of his family leader, Axiang smiled bitterly. Dad, don't run around. Another old man, Keshin I asked curiously. The noise seems to be coming from upstairs. Let's go and have a look. Keshin I, you are a guest. Don't bother you with such a small matter. Liu hurriedly dissuaded him. At the same time, he guessed something. Upstairs. Could it be that Team Rocket's target is those imprisoned Pokemon? This is a big noise. Let us help. Aldous. Keshin I winked at his two sons. Except for their hair color and clothes, the two brothers, who look exactly the same, made an ancient no gesture and quickly left the hall. Then I will also leave for a while. Sorry for being rude. Liu hurriedly followed, cursing Joker and Team Rockets in her heart. Damn, you came to my house just for such a small thing? If you want it, you can contact me privately and I will sell it to you for some money, right? Spend some money. Spend some. It won't cost much. Ha, disgusting. In the storage room, three Houndours looked at the lame Houndour next to Karen with concern. It was originally the most seriously injured in the team. During the few days it was detained here, it ignored toward the food sent by humans. Just now, it was hit by UEV twice. Now it can't even stand up. If you don't leave now, you really can't leave, Susheng reminded Wu Wu. The 3 hound hours looked tangled, asking them to abandon their compatriots and the descendants of the chief. I really can't say it. Tisk. Susheng smacked his lips and threw a pokeball to Karen. You capture it and hide it. Karen picked up the pokeball thrown to her, hesitated for 2 seconds, and said with a hint of request, Houndour, please, let me capture you. Hearing this, the Houndour first looked at Karen, then looked at his compatriots. This time, knowing that if he threw a tantrum again, it would only delay his compatriots, so he lowered his head. Please read and collect. I want to make a recommendation. Chapter 39. You oil the road. Afterwards, Karen successfully captured the Houndour. Here, where should I hide? Karen, who had conquered Houndour, had a fleeting joy in her eyes, and then she thought of another question. She was wearing a dress now, which had neither a belt to tie a pokeball nor a pocket to hold things. You can hide it on your chest. Someone I know did it before, Susheng said casually. It's just that he knew her, but she didn't know him. Hiding the ball in the chest really confused Professor Su back then. Now you can run away without any worries, right? Susheng then turned his head and glanced at the remaining 3 hound hours. Compared to Karen's Houndour, the remaining 3 black dogs with more normal personalities nodded and prepared to escape together. However, the seriousness of the situation has far exceeded everyone's expectations. Joker, the situation doesn't seem to be good. Looking at the brothers Aldous and Elts who were walking towards the side with an Alakazam and Marowak respectively, Will swallowed his saliva and felt a great pressure. Iron Masked Marauder, the fat pig, is definitely not on the same level as these two. Even I can feel it myself. And what's more visually impactful, behind the two of them there is a Ursaring, several Teddy Urses, and 2 Murkrows lying down. There is no doubt that these wild Pokemon that were just released failed to escape successfully and were intercepted by these 2 brothers. If it were according to my plan, at least half of the Pokemon would have escaped successfully, but it turned out like this, Susheng complained. Houndour in the Pokeball in Karen's hand lowered his head secretly. What should we do now? Joker, do you want to fight? Will barely calmed down and looked at Susheng sideways. Fighting? You are just greased the road. Susheng said nothing without saying anything. He turned around and ran in the opposite direction. That Aldous is definitely an elite level expert, and he can hold an elite position in a headquarters like the Quartz Alliance, so he is definitely not a fake elite like the Kalos region. There is also a gym trainer, Arts, who is said to be an elite. Why fight? It's not good. Will was stunned for a moment and then reacted in the next second and immediately followed Susheng and ran in the opposite direction. The remaining 3 hound hours first looked at Ursaring and Murkrow, who fell to the ground. Finally, they followed Susheng and others and fled in the opposite direction. They are smarter than Karens and know that they can't be saved. Do you want to do it or should I? Aldous asked calmly. Arts took a step forward in silence, raised his arm and pointed his palm towards the running Susheng and others. Marowak threw the bone stick in his hand, drawing an arc that violated the laws of physics in the corridor and hit the ankles of the 3 hound hours one after another. The hound hours were knocked to the ground one after another like bowling pins. Wow, this accuracy! Susheng's eyes flashed with surprise. The 2 sons of the bald old man are both very powerful. Bonemerang has not stopped yet and continued to fly towards Susheng and Will. UEV braked when he saw this, and his right arm flashed with black light and stabbed to meet it. Feint attack. The bone stick was immediately knocked back. Marowak jumped up in the distance and caught the flying bone stick again. Joker, they. Will pointed at the hound hours who were lying on the ground and howling in pain. There is no other way. Just try this. Susheng grabbed one of the hound hours. Then, in the eyes of everyone in disbelief, the wound on the Houndour's ankle healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ouch. Even the Houndour himself looked unbelievable. Then, Susheng picked up the second and third. Although they were not completely healed, at least they were able to move temporarily. Why are you still standing there? Run. Susheng kicked one of the hound hours in the butt. Woof woof. The hound hours reacted quickly and ran to the end of the corridor without looking back. Joker, what was that just now? Siguyi, Will exclaimed as he ran. I don't have time to explain to you now. Susheng couldn't help but scratch his left arm while running. Tisk, isn't the adaptability enough? I need to improve it after I go back. On the other side, Liu also followed the brothers Aldous and Elts up. When he saw the messy corridor and the 2 masked ghosts running in the distance, he almost guessed what happened. Damn Team Rockets. Liu mentally blamed Team Rockets for this, but immediately his attention was drawn to his daughter. To be precise, he was attracted by the 3 bloody claw marks on his daughter's left wrist. Karen, what's going on? Liu quickly squatted down and grabbed his daughter's arm. Father, this is... Karen panicked and her brain crashed for a moment, not knowing how to explain. But before she could come up with a reasonable excuse, Liu immediately noticed the pokeball in her daughter's hand, and through the translucent ball cover, she noticed the Houndour inside. Is this the one from from before. Liu's pupils suddenly widened. He had a deep impression of this houndour. A few days ago, when the workers were asked to move these wild Pokémon into the house, several security guards were scratched and bitten by this beast. It had to be equipped with more iron chains and muzzles than other Pokémon. Did it scratch you? Liu remembered immediately. The scars on the hands of the workers who were scratched before were similar to her daughter's. No, it's not. Karen was shocked, but Liu had already stretched out her hand to grab the Pokeball in her hand. Give it to me. This damn beast should not be kept. Deal with it immediately. Deal with it. Hearing these two words, Karen's pupils suddenly shrank. In this situation, in this occasion, what does the word deal with mean? How could she not hear it? No. Karen didn't know where she got the strength from, struggled to break free from Liu's hand, turned around and ran. Karen. Liu was shocked. She had no idea what happened to her daughter. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Karen bit her pink lips tightly and ran while looking at the houndour in the ball. It has no more energy and can't escape alone. And the Pokeball can't be opened because of that person's remote control. Wait. Karen remembered that Susheng had just healed other houndour's hand. Recalling the direction in which Susheng and will escape, Karen turned around, went downstairs, and climbed through the window. Almost at the same moment, Susheng and will jumped from the second floor one after another. What the hell are you doing? Susheng, who almost stepped on Karen and turned her into Karen Zhang, started swearing. Please, father wants to catch it. You, please save it. Use your magical power. Karen folded her hands and held the Pokeball containing houndour in front of Susheng. Chapter 40 The Phantom Thief's First Battle with the Elite Trainer. Susheng glanced at houndour in the Pokeball and said without hesitation, verbal words. Why, with the power you just had, you should have no problem curing this child. Karen became more and more excited. She saw with her own eyes the magical power displayed by Susheng. There is no comparison with potion spray or anything like that. First, I don't like this dog. His temper is too bad. If it hadn't been for it, the situation would not have deteriorated to this point. Secondly, I'm not skilled enough in using that ability. I just used it on the 3 houndours to the limit. If I use it again, I will be in danger. I won't risk my life to save one. I don't like it, dog. Karen's expression became more and more desperate and she was about to cry. What should I do with this child? Let it fend for itself. Susheng was too lazy to pay attention to her. By the way, are these girls crazy? Can you just take it and run directly to the Pokemon Center? What are you looking for me for? Joker, here we come. Will reminded. Susheng turned his head and looked in the direction of Will's finger. Altaz and his Marowak are here. Unfortunately, you have no way to escape, so just let us go. Altaz strolled closer. The temperament of this person is slightly different from that of his iceberg-faced brother. That's not certain, Mr. Altaz, Susheng said with a smile. Really? Then, Marowak, earthquake. Altaz decided to take down the two of them first. Marowak raised the bone club in his hand high, then jumped up and knocked it hard on the ground. Earthquake. The considerable power made the ground in the entire villa courtyard tremble crazily, and invisible shockwaves rippled out. Even the people in the villa staggered. At the back door, Xiaozhuang's eyes lit up in the hall and he shouted to Elder Long, Grandpa, I'm going to catch that guy and avenge my cousin. Hey, Xiaozhuang. Xiang wanted to stop him, but Xiaozhuang had already rushed out through the window. Father, no, will everything be okay? Xiang turned to Elder Long and asked, It's nothing. After all, Mr. Cai Shen's 2 children are gone, so Xiaozhuang shouldn't be in any danger. To be honest, I kind of want to go. Elder Long stood on tiptoes and looked into the distance with all his strength. One thing he is very similar to Giovanni is that he likes to cultivate young people with potential. The Yulong family actually has a secret tradition. That is, when they find a potential gym challenger, they will invite them into the family's sacred place, Dragon's Den. As long as you can pass the test of the Dragon Elder, you will be given a Dratini cub. Is it atmospheric enough? This is the decision made by Elder Long. It may seem like a big investor is throwing money around, but in fact this move can be said to be a long-term strategy to catch big fish. Because he was eligible to obtain these Dratini cubs, Norman chose a first-level elite trainer without any discomfort. After these trainers get the Dratini cubs, they will definitely be grateful to the Yulong family. Once the Yulong family, or Elder Long, has any request, how could they not be confused? Jinx. The courtyard battlefield. Will's eyes narrowed slightly and he shouted. A Jinx that had been hiding behind him suddenly jumped out. Psybeam. At the master's command, Jinx's thick lips formed a silvery glow and suddenly shot to the ground. Repatch the cracks in the surface that were cracked by Earthquake's shockwave to slow down the destructive power of Earthquake. Rock slide. Altaz immediately changed his strategy. Marowak struck the ground with his bone club again. The splashing flying rocks shot towards Jinx like a rainstorm. Psychic. Jinx's body surface overflowed with light purple light, and the next moment it turned into circles of ripples. Rock slide and Psychic were at a stalemate for a while, but it only lasted 2 seconds, and Rock slide clearly suppressed the mental barrier. In the the third second he completely broke through and pressed towards the opposite side. But Evie, come on. Susheng's command came with a smile. Jinx stepped aside and stepped out of the way. The next moment Evie jumped out from behind her. Small body, but the muscles are like Oriberg was as strong as his, and his bulging veins seemed to burst at any time. Moon Evie let the flying rocks hit him, proud that it did not affect his pace. Did you strengthen yourself while Jinx was stalling for time? Altis saw the secret. Bone stick hit randomly. Altis sighed inwardly that the two children, who were much younger than him in age, cooperated perfectly, and immediately gave orders to Marowak. Marowak rushed forward, swinging his bone stick and hitting horizontally. Abyss thrust. Moon Evie flew into the air, and his body spun wildly in the air. Just before colliding with Marowak's bone stick, he suddenly stretched out his claws. Feeling the pressure from the bone stick, Marowak gritted his teeth secretly. It was so powerful that an elite level 1 could feel such pressure. How much did this black dead fox strengthen in those few seconds? Water pulse. When Marowak and Moon Evie were in a stalemate, Will's command from the back sounded again. Altis was shocked when he heard it. Looking up, Jinx behind Moon Evie put his palms together, condensed a high-density water ball, and threw it heavily to the ground. The next moment, splash! A 4 or 5 meter high wave splashed and rushed straight over Marowak. Back off! Altis shouted to remind him. However, Moon Evie was quick and grabbed Marowak's shoulder and pressed him to the ground, making him unable to move. The waves behind came over, even hit their own people. Altis was shocked. Is Team Rocket so cruel to their own people? The waves surged over, and Moon Evie and Marowak were covered together. Dark pulse. Susheng suddenly ordered. Boom! A dark shock wave suddenly exploded in the waves. Under Arts's incredulous gaze, a figure jumped up and jumped back in front of Susheng. It was Evie. Arts looked at Evie, who shook off the water but whose expression did not change at all. The shock in his eyes under the sunglasses was even more intense. How is it possible? Although Evie has excellent double defense and is not weak to water, how could she still have the energy to launch an attack under such an attack? Look at his Marowak again. At this moment he knelt on one knee, holding the bone stick tightly with both hands to support the wetland. Although its overall level is definitely better than Jinx and Evie, water type is too strong against it, and it was also hit by a dark pulse. Skill swap. Arts reacted. One of Jinx's characteristics is dry skin. This characteristic can be unaffected by water type's special moves and restore a certain amount of physical strength. I see. In those few seconds, Moon Evie did not strengthen herself but used skill swap to swap her and Jinx's characteristics. Just now, Marowak's rock slide hit her, and she was actually not as calm as she seemed, but she pretended to be strengthened, as if she had used a special move to strengthen her defense in the previous gap. In fact, she used skill swap to change the characteristics. Even if she was injured, she could let Jinx use the water type special move to restore her health later. You can think of so many things in a moment. Now I believe that you invented the magnetic remote control. Altis sighed. The plot of Shadow Organization is very important. It is related to the protagonist's first legend and the plot of the whole book. It doesn't matter if you haven't played the original game. I can write it so that everyone can understand it even if they haven't played the original game. Please give me some food and encouragement. Chapter 41. Joker teaches you to be a bad guy and remember to keep a poker face. That Moon Evie, her acting is really good. Altis then turned his eyes to the Moon Evie at Susheng's feet. Although according to Professor Oak's lecture he knew that Pokemon like Moon Evie have innate excellent defense, but just now she took the rock slide from Marowak head on. It must be painful, but even so, she still kept a queen-like calm smile on her face to relax her guard. Too scheming, too scary. Thank you for the compliment. Susheng glanced at the Moon Evie who was receiving Jinx's hydrotherapy and chuckled. Just as this guy responded to my expectations, I also want to give her a perfect victory. The last blow. Dark pulse. The Moon Evie suddenly opened her mouth. The violent evil energy fell directly on the staggering Marowak in the shape of a ray. In time, he will become a headache for the entire Pokemon continent. Altis silently gave his evaluation of Susheng in his heart. For some reason, he was inexplicably excited. Rock slide. Hearing the master's order, Marowak took a deep breath, used the last bit of his strength to stand up, and clasped his hands on the ground. The flying rocks flew out again. However, Marowak's physical strength was already a candle in the wind. After a stalemate of only about a second, Marowak's movements suddenly changed, and there was a flaw in his moves. At this moment, Dark Pulse broke through the obstacle of rock slide and hit Marowak. Will dubbed and laughed at the right time. Marowak lost his ability to fight, and Moon Evie won. Karen and the Houndour in her Pokeball were completely stunned. Really defeated the elite level Arts? Although it was 2 against 1, it can be regarded as a successful challenge across levels. Susheng smiled. Can I ask a question, Mr. Arts? Altis looked at Susheng in confusion. The other party continued to speak. You asked Lio for those wild Pokemon. Is it really to help them find suitable possible owners. As soon as these words came out, Altiz's eyebrows twisted reflexively. Susheng asked again, as an elite trainer, can't you see it? These Pokémon whose homes and even parents have been taken away by humans, do you think they will live in harmony with humans and even obey human orders? Do you really believe this? Altiz remained silent. Although his eyes could not be seen due to the sunglasses, some micro-expressions and unnatural movements showed that he was guilty. Sure enough, there is a problem, Will said. He was not very smart, but after hearing what Susheng said, he felt that something was wrong. Now it was confirmed. The houndour in the pokeball in Karen's hand was furious again. Damn human, they really had other plans. If it weren't for Susheng's magnetic remote control that made the pokeball switch malfunction, he would have rushed out and bit this human to death. Mr. Altiz, what are you and your family planning? Susheng asked with a smile. Altiz remained silent, but this time someone answered for him. He doesn't need to answer this question. Walking behind Arts was his brother, Aldous, one of the 4 elites of the Quartz Alliance. Not only that, Joker, you criminal, I will punish you for my cousin Lance/Crossing. A girl came over with Dragonair. Oh, isn't this Xiazwan? How is Mr. Lance/Crossing Glance/Crossing Bird? Susheng asked with a smile. My cousin is not called Lance/Crossing Glance/Crossing Bird. The brother-obsessed girl cursed. Doduadu, it's not over yet. A siren sounded. Several Jennies brought Grolithe, Electrike, etc. to the courtyard, raised the microphone and shouted, Joker, you have been surrounded. Surrender quickly. Buzz buzz buzz. Not only that, above the villa, a helicopter with the TV station logo also flew over the crowd. Dear viewers, this is the Azure TV. This is the Azure TV. Now you can see that in the villa of Mr. Liu, an outstanding entrepreneur in Qianwood City, the Alliance's wanted criminal Joker and one of his companions have been surrounded by Mr. Aldous of the Alliance Elite and our city's police. I believe that this criminal who has caused many disturbances in Johto region recently will soon be brought to justice and deal a heavy blow to Team Rockets. At this moment, many celebrities who Susheng knew but didn't know him were squatting in front of the TV and tuned the TV to Johto's Azure channel. Kanto region, Pallet Town. Professor Oak in a white coat slurped instant noodles, his eyes fixed on the boy in the picture who was only 11 or 12 years old. It was he who invented the controller that could make Pokeball malfunction. Such a young child. Since Susheng invented the magnetic remote control, the Alliance immediately approached Professor Oak, hoping that he could find a way to deal with this machine. Professor Oak was speechless. I am a biologist, not a mechanic. You should ask Duan or Silver for this matter, right? On the sofa in the research institute, a beautiful woman who was estimated to be in her early 20s was holding a 7-year-old and a 4-year-old boy on her left and right, and said gently, Red Ash, you can't become such bad kids. Beside her, another chestnut-haired girl of the same age as Karen also said to her 2 younger brothers, Green and Gary too. Oak Blue rolled his eyes. This young master wants to become the C of the Alliance. People from Hampton would not be stupid enough to commit crimes. Red Johto region, Goldenrod City. Whitney and her best friend Hu Tao were sitting on the sofa hand in hand. Hu Tao watched the news nervously, holding her hands tighter and tighter. Big brother. Viridian City is located in the secret underground base of Viridian Gym. This doesn't seem good. Boss, do you want to contact the people at the Johto branch to prepare the bail? Archer stood next to Giovanni, watching the live news broadcast on the projector and worried. There's no rush. Giovanni sat on the boss's chair, stroking his beloved Persian with one hand. I want to see how this kid can break the situation. At this moment, Susheng in the news screen spoke. Mr. Altiz, let me tell you a trick to be a bad guy. Susheng raised his right index finger and said with a smile in an instructive tone, no matter what kind of desperate situation you encounter, you must not panic and remember to have a poker face. Because once you have a panicked look on your face, you have already lost. Even if my nasty plot is exposed, I will never lose my position, no matter whether the opponent is a heinous criminal or a powerful trainer. We always remind ourselves to keep a poker face. No matter how painful it is, we must keep fighting. Just like my Moon Eevee, we must never expose our weak side to the enemy. So, as a bad person, you are not qualified. Chapter 42. If I am an artist, your cousin is just a critic. As soon as Susheng said these words, the audience in front of the TV exploded. Nanamai, the eldest daughter of the Oak family, looked at her grandfather with a look of disbelief. Grandpa, what does he mean? Professor Oak himself was also confused and muttered what Susheng had just said. As a bad person, you are unqualified. Then if you think about it, doesn't it mean that Altiz is a bad guy? How is that possible? Professor Oak said to himself in disbelief, and other viewers who were watching the live news broadcast also had the same expression. Not only the general public but also the top leaders of the Alliance feel the same way. Sinnoh region, Celestic Town. In a humble hut, Carolina, a famous historian in the Sinnoh region, and her 2 granddaughters had the same expressions as Professor Oak. Is leader Altiz Alta's a bad guy? Is this guy kidding? Miss Zulin, who was about the same age as Susheng and had a gaybite standing next to her, looked incredulous. She has also heard of Alta's name. That is an excellent trainer who is actually called leader but has elite level strength. Moreover, he has an excellent reputation among the league leaders, and you can often hear news about him helping the weak. Like Mr. Giovanni, the strongest leader of the Kanto League, he has a typical good-natured character. This kind of person, Joker actually calls him a bad person, a false accusation. I want to use this method to distract the other party and create a chance for myself to escape. Carolina Professor speculated, sitting between her sister and grandma, licking a lollipop. Lily of the Valley, a little girl from the Lan family who was about 2 years old, said with a milky voice. The topics my sister and grandma talked about were so profound that the Lun family couldn't understand them, but this big brother wearing a mask looks very handsome. Well, the words of Lily of the Valley are also the common thoughts in the minds of many children and girls in front of the TV. It doesn't matter whether Joker is making false accusations or making false accusations, but when he said those poker face remarks with a smile and an extremely confident tone, it's really handsome. Lily of the Valley, don't worship bad people. Sister Zulin knocked her little sister on the head. When things come to a close, do you still want to delay time with such words? At the scene, Alda sneered and said, it's a pity that you framed the wrong person. My brother is in the Alliance. Oh no, his reputation in the Pokemon continent is obvious to all. Maybe some people will believe you when you framed me. You framed him. Haha, you might as well say Kanto Alliance. All the gym trainers are members of Team Rockets. Alda's words made many viewers in front of the TV nod secretly. Yes, this is definitely a frame-up. Altas is a gym trainer with a well-known good-natured personality in Johto region. How could he be a bad guy? It must be the inherently evil imp from Team Rockets who complained first. It's up to you to think what you want. Anyway, I'll take my leave today. Although it's a little different from the original plan, I've gained a lot. Goodbye, everyone. As he spoke, Susheng pressed a button on his uniform. Buttons. The windbreaker on the back unfolded with a bang and turned into a triangular hang glider. Yeah, the black version of Kaito Kid. Want to fly? When Platycodon gym leader Seoshin saw this, he instantly guessed what Susheng was thinking. Unfortunately, the Pokeball switch is out of order, and he cannot send out the flying Pokemon he is proud of. Ah shoo, let's go. I have my own code name. Okay, Will muttered and complained. With that said, Susheng took out the remote control again and pressed the button on it. In an instant, Jinx turned into red light and returned to the Pokeball on Will's waist. The eyes of all the trainers on the scene changed. There was no doubt that it was a magnetic remote control, and the fat guy in the mask can take the Pokemon back, which means the Pokeball can be used. Go. Macho, please. Dodooli. Almost instantly, all the trainers around subconsciously took out the Pokeballs on their belts. But Joker is running away. A Jenny shouted. I saw the motor under the glider behind Susheng making a starting sound, and the fat man in the mask began to rise. Don't even think about running away. Xiao Chuang, who originally planned to take the ball, rushed forward with his Dragonair. However, Uev raised her head slightly. A dazzling light burst out from the dark body. The sting made everyone unable to open their eyes. It's Chinese trick. Oh, damn it. Xiao Chuang put his hands in front of his eyes, still trying to find his way forward in the bright light. Through her fingers, she could vaguely see Susheng's annoying face full of mockery. Sister Xiao Chuang, let me tell you something. If I am a skilled artist, then your cousin will just follow me and nitpick. He is nothing more than a critic at best. In shiny, Uev also turned into red light and flew back to Susheng's Pokeball, and the strong light also faded away. Skarmory. Seoshin immediately released his Skarmory and rose high into the sky of the villa. However, Susheng and Will had already disappeared. Seoshin leader, where did that guy fly to? The female captain of Team Jenny raised her head and shouted to Sutien. Seoshin, who was sitting on Skarmory's back, also looked confused. After turning his head left and right and looking around for a long time, he replied blankly, No, except for my Skarmory and the TV station's helicopter, there are no flying objects in the nearby sky. Jenny was shocked. What did you say? Xiao Zhuang also opened his mouth in astonishment. How is it possible? Two big living people. How did they disappear out of thin air? Elder Long blinked his eyes under his white eyebrows as if he had thought of something, but he just smiled slightly and didn't say much. Lance taunt in front of so many people. Haha, this young man, wearing casual clothes and also pretending to be confused. Susheng, who was standing behind Elder Long, heard what he said and said, Old man, you are overthinking. I just suddenly felt that it was quite cool to say that line in the atmosphere just now. As for why I mentioned Lance's name, it's purely because among the people I've dealt with, he has the highest standards. You can't say Giovanni, right? Woof woof. Just when everyone at the scene didn't know what to do next, accompanied by a bark, a houndour jumped out of nowhere, rushed in front of Aldous, and took a bite. Fortunately, Fortunately, Alakazam next to Aldous has quick eyesight and quick hands. The moment the dog's front teeth touched his owner's arm, just hit him with a thunder punch. Houndour! Karen exclaimed, running up and hugging Houndour tightly in her arms, who had been punched again. What's going on with that dog? Aldous covered the wound, which was just a superficial wound but was already bleeding. He looked at Houndour, who was held in Karen's arms with a grim look on his face. And Houndour's move also attracted everyone's attention to this pair of beautiful women and wild dogs. Chapter 43. Lance came to Johto and decided that he would not be able to take advantage of you. Sorry, Mr. Aldous. As the organizer of the banquet, Liu rushed up with sweat on her face. The image of the handsome uncle was gone. She shouted to her daughter in a somewhat off-guard manner, Karen, why do you still keep that thing? Give it to me quickly. Originally, I planned to use this banquet to win over the high-level dignitaries of Johto region. In the end, there was such a big commotion. What's even worse is that the storm is almost over, and there's still a stinky dog causing trouble. Mr. Liu, is that Houndour Lincolnjin's Pokemon? Mr. Cai Shen asked at this time. No. Liu hurriedly performed light-speed cutting with Houndour and scolded her in a more serious tone. Return. What are you doing? Get it quickly. Don't want. Karen also yelled very loudly. Does she know what will happen if Houndour is handed over at this time? Not to mention that his father is currently very angry and needs a venting bag to vent his anger, just like Houndour did in the storage room just now. Moreover, Houndour just bit the League 4 elite who was the target of his father's fawning. Once Houndour is handed over, Karen can't even think about it. Thinking of this, Karen quickly put Houndour back into the ball, turned around and ran out without saying a word. Liu still wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Because of the commotion, more and more citizens gathered here. Karen got into the crowd and disappeared after a while. Elder Long, when will Lance Elite subdue these criminals? Mr. Cai Shen, may I ask why Joker said that? Does the leader of Altus have any secrets that cannot be revealed? Leader Sushin, can you tell me how Joker escaped? A large number of onlookers and reporters gathered around the villa. Inquiry. Public figures such as Elder Long, Master Cai Shen, and Sutian faced various problems, and at the Quartz Alliance headquarters, in the room of 4 elite Lance, a news rebroadcast is being played on TV. Among the shiny Joker's smiling face full of joking can be vaguely seen. If I am a skilled artist, then your cousin will just follow me and nitpick. He is nothing more than a critic at best. Yes, it was exactly what Susheng said to Xiaozhuang before leaving. Click. A crack was created in the remote control in Lance's hand. The next second he stood up and took off the cloak hanging on the wall and put it on. His tone revealed a chilling coldness. Then, let me show you the power of the so-called critic. Okay, I haven't gone to find you yet, but you dare to ant me in front of the whole world? Okay, very good. Then I will meet you personally. When the time comes, I must pull off your mask and slap you in the face. Come to Johto, and you won't be able to eat the good stuff. More than half of the nearby citizens went to the outside of the villa where the incident occurred to watch the excitement, and the street seemed particularly empty. On the street in the middle of the night, Karen was holding the Pokeball in her arms and walking forward with difficulty. Pokemon Center. Still. How far away? Pooh. Finally, Karen lost her strength and fell to the ground. Her physical condition is also not optimistic. Don't forget, she still has the 3 stripes on her elbow that Houndour grabbed away before. The Pokeball that was originally held in his arms fell to the ground. Houndour jumped out of it and vaguely heard the voice of this human woman. You, leave quickly. Houndour hesitated for a moment and finally suppressed the pain in his body, bowed his front body, and carried the other person on his back. Fortunately, this is just a Lolita in her early teens. If it were an adult woman, its size would definitely not be able to support it. Woof woof. Just when Houndour was almost unconscious, a familiar growling sound suddenly came from Growl. Houndour turned to look. Those are actually its brothers. Woof woof. The 3 escaped Houndours approached the son of the patriarch with joy on their faces. One of them kept saying to him in dog language, that kind-hearted human being wearing a mask took us out. We are free. Let's leave the city together. Houndour was silent after hearing this, looking at Karen, who passed out quietly, and then replied in dog language, do me a favor. More than half an hour later, there was a knock on the door outside the Su family's cabin. The faces of Susheng and Will, who had just returned, changed slightly. Giovanni is gone. They don't know many acquaintances in the city, and someone came looking for me right after the operation ended. Could it be? Susheng and Will exchanged looks. The 2 released Evie and Nata respectively. One on the left and one on the right guard the gate. After ensuring that the formation was foolproof, Susheng nodded to Will. Will signaled Nata to use confusion to twist the doorknob and open the door. At the moment when the door opened, UEV opened its fangs and small mouth, and the shadow ball had been charged and ready to be launched. However, when she saw the person coming, the shadow ball condensing in UEV's mouth stopped abruptly. The ferocious look on his face also also turned into surprise. Uev, Buletin Yi, is it you? Susheng and Will were also stunned. Those squatting at the door were the 3 hound hours that were let go half an hour ago. No, there was one more that passed out. At the same time, there was Karen lying on the ground next to her, unconscious. Damn it, why did you bring them here? Will was startled. What a coincidence. Susheng guessed the reason and looked at the group of hoes speechlessly. Undoer. Whoa. One of the female hound hours squatted in front of Susheng, growled in supplication at him, stretched out her paws, and scratched Karen's houndour. No need for a translator. Susheng could guess what she was talking about. Whoa. The other 2 hound hours also turned into monsters. Like the 5 members of the Kazukave defense team, they stared at Susheng with tears in their eyes. I just had to write the words please on my face. This world is too magical. Dark Pokemon is also starting to look cute. Please don't look at us like that. Okay. Will blushed and leaned down to do a rough inspection, and said in surprise, Sheng, this woman is so seriously injured. Plop. Whoa. At this time, the houndour next to Karen barely opened its eyes, howled twice, and fainted again. Seeing this, Susheng also knelt down and raised his hand to caress its back. A voice sounded in Susheng's mind. Save her. I know you don't like me, but save her. The sound stopped suddenly. It also fainted. What should I do? Throw it into the sea. Will blinked and asked, pointing to the sea 100 meters away. Susheng twisted the back of the houndour's fate with one hand, turned around and walked towards the house, turning his back to Will and said, the price will be paid after they wake up and prepare for the operation. It seems we are not bad enough. Will winked at Natu. Natu used confusion again and grabbed Karen and transported her to the operating room. When the other 3 hound hours saw this, their faces showed obvious joy, wagging their tails and followed them. When the last one entered, he didn't forget to close the door. Chapter 44. Don't hang on to someone if you don't like them. Karen's eyelids moved slightly, feeling a touch of warmth on her face. Subconsciously, he reached out and rubbed his eyelids and then opened his eyes. An unfamiliar feeling. Karen straightened her back suddenly and felt a pain coming from her left arm. Looking down, he saw that his left arm was already wrapped in a thick bandage. Then Karen discovered that it was not only a strange ceiling but also a strange living room, as well as a strange sofa and blanket where she was lying. This here is. Karen turned her head left and right and happened to see houndour snoring next to the sofa. Don't move it, otherwise the newly sewn thread will split. Karen looked in the direction of the sound and saw a young man of similar age sitting at the dining table enjoying breakfast. Who are you? A passing mask. Just a doctor. Susheng transformed into a ruthless rice drying machine, chewing a poached egg, and said expressionlessly, these dogs brought you to me. You have been sleeping for 2 days. It is a miracle that one patient carried another patient so far. Only then did Karen realize that there was also a houndour at Susheng's feet, and there are 2 more around. One lay on his knees, the other on his abdomen. There is no doubt that they are the same species as houndour. Karen then looked at houndour sleeping at her feet and subconsciously reached out to stroke the hair on its back. Both of your lives are saved. Now get out of here. Susheng mercilessly issued an eviction order. Karen, who was about to say thank you, looked in disbelief. Why are you so merciless? Karen struggled for a long time before she managed to choke out a sentence. I can't go back. If I go back, my father will definitely kill houndour. Karen pursed her lower lip, suddenly remembering Susheng's identity, and said expectantly, You just said you were a doctor, right? Then can you? This is not a hospital, let alone a nursery. As soon as Karen raised her butt, Susheng knew what she was about to fart, but he refused. Although it is indeed the best choice to keep this houndour with you who knows your identity. But Susheng didn't have a good impression of houndour, who had a bad temper and hated humans. What he wants to do is take the superior route like Luffy. If you accept a Pokemon, you will share Will and Woe. You will never add a Pokemon you don't like to your team. Otherwise, wouldn't she become the most hated scumbag in her previous life? Even though you clearly don't like it, you still hang on to others. Yes, but this child will be homeless. Karen said anxiously. It's none of my business. Sushendeo, these guys should be of the same species, right? I don't plan to adopt them. They are all going to return to the wild anyway, so let's take them with them. Seeing that Susheng was determined not to accept him, Karen stared blankly at the 4 hound hours gathered together. Yes, it is indeed more suitable to stay with its companions than me. As soon as Karen stepped out of the house, Will's hind legs came out of the basement. Get ahead. Hoo-hoo, why do I have to hide? Will said dissatisfied. Because you are too stupid with your mouth. If you are not careful, your secret will be exposed. Nonsense. I'm very smart. Okay, Will retorted unconvinced. Until almost noon, Karen came to suburban road number 47 west of Kianwood City. Although the time we got together was short, I am really happy. Go and find a new place to live with your partner. Karen released houndour, squatted down and smiled lightly. Wangguo. Houndour looked at Karen and let out a low groan. I don't know what it's talking about either, but but he didn't leave immediately. Are you worried about me? It's okay. Karen's smile became even brighter. When I go back, I will be detained by my father for a few months at most. Okay, goodbye. In order not to worry Houndour, Karen took the lead and returned to the city, trying not to look back. She was afraid that she would regret it if she looked back. However, it was precisely because Karen didn't look back that she didn't see it. Houndour never left but stared straight at her back. Wang Guo. The other 3 Houndours also reminded it that it was time to leave. However, when Karen's back was about to disappear, the Houndour shook its head. Growl replied to its companions and ran towards the city without looking back. What, that guy? He looks so awesome. It won't hurt if he takes Houndour in. On the way home from Qianwood City, Karen scolded Susheng while walking. Although Houndour and his companions returned to the wild, Karen obviously still couldn't bear to part with it. If that annoying guy is willing to adopt him, he can visit it often. While passing by the square, Karen found that the news that happened in her home the day before yesterday was being played on the big screen in the square. The female host reported 2 days ago, Team Rocket's member Joker and a boy who was suspected to be a new member of Team Rocket sneaked into the home of Mr. Liu, an entrepreneur in our city. According to the official response, the purpose of these 2 people was to take in the poor wild Pokémon that Mr. Liu kept at home and prepare to hand them over to Mr. Cai Shen's Pokémon Protection Association. As we all know, Team Rockets often illegally captures wild Pokémon on a large scale. They even don't hesitate to snatch other people's Pokémon. It seems that it is for this reason that these wild Pokémon in Mr. Karen's hands are coveted by them. But please rest assured, the Alliance officially stated that it has dispatched investigators Inxing, Mr. Lance, the Dragon Messenger of the Quartz Alliance's 4 elites, to investigate the matter. Seeing Joker's face appearing one after another on the news screen, Karen pursed her lips secretly and whispered to herself, both of them are very annoying. When Karen returned home, she found a large number of Jenny and international police gathered around her. When seeing Karen, a security guard shouted, "The eldest lady is back." Soon, several maids swarmed up talking all over the place. "Oh, miss, you are back. The master is waiting for you. Hurry up, hurry up." As soon as Karen entered the yard, before she had a chance to take a sip of water, she was pushed back by the maids. "Just stepped into the hall of my house." Karen almost turned around and ran away. Fortunately, the maids were prepared and immediately closed the door and turned into a human wall to block the door. It was completely different from Karen's expectation of being confined in Dingtiangwen for a period of time. Sitting in the hall was not only his father, Elder Long, the leader of the Yanmo Yulong family clan, Lance, one of the Quartz 4 elites, and his cousin Xiao Shuang, the richest man in the Johto Alliance. Mr. Keshin is also one of the 4 elites, Aldous, and the top person in charge of the Pokemon Alliance, President Damolankai. "Child, sit down." Damolankai smiled and patted the seat next to him, but Karen could not feel any warmth. In the end, under the sharp eyes of his father, he bit the bullet and sat down. "Well, get closer to Damolankai. At least this way, if your father wants to beat someone, he has to consider that the family scandal must not be made public. Don't beat him in front of outsiders, right, Karen? Right? According to my investigation, you should be the first one to meet Joker among everyone present." As soon as Karen sat down, Lance spoke immediately. Karen's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. This atmosphere, it seems that it can't be resolved in just 2 days of confinement. Chapter 45 Lance/Crossing of the Righteous 3 Views of Yulong Justice. Chapter 45 The Dragon Controller Justice Lance/Crossing with the Right 3 Views. Karen, who was being stared at by the big guys around her, felt like a group of Huoguang sitting around Emperor Xian of the Han Dynasty, with a thorn in his back. Lance spoke first, as the first person in the house who met Joker 2 nights ago. "Do you know what his purpose was for sneaking in here?" Karen recalled and opened her mouth several times, looking like she wanted to say something but stopped. If Joker didn't lie, then his purpose was indeed good. That is, he suspected that Aldous, one of the 4 elites of the Quartz Alliance, or the family of Keshin, the richest man in Johto region, had other plans. Because the wild Pokemon locked in their own storage room, it's good enough that they don't seek human revenge. You still want them to live in harmony with humans and become domestic Pokemon? Funny. After being enlightened by Joker, Karen also felt strange. As an elite trainer, Aldous wouldn't be able to figure out such a simple question, right? But she couldn't say it clearly. After all, the other party is one of the 4 elites of the Alliance. Wouldn't it be offensive to say it out? What's more, Keshin is the person my father wants to please. No, I don't know. I just wanted to go into the storage room to see the Pokemon, and then I met Joker and his companion. Karen buried her head and said with a stiff face, "Is that so?" Lance is not a psychology expert, but he is well informed. Seeing Karen's fearless look, he knew that she was definitely not telling the truth. At least, she didn't tell everything she knew. "When you ran away from home the day before yesterday, did Joker Joker find you? The hound hours he let go seem to be of the same family as the one you took away. According to the habits of the houndour family, they like to live in groups. Lance keenly discovered a problem and said in a deep voice, "Where did the houndour you took go?" According to their family habits, they should have reunited afterwards, and the other 3 hound hours were taken away by Joker. Lance's words made Karen's face change drastically. Yes, she remembered. The other 3 hound hours were rescued by Joker. This morning, they appeared at the home of that annoying doctor. It is possible that the 3 hound hours found her after she fainted. Then they were rescued by that annoying doctor. But after careful recollection, Karen remembered that the hound hours were too friendly to that annoying doctor. Although the other hound hours did not hate humans as much as her own, they at least hated humans. How could they be so friendly to humans? If Karen was forced to think of a human that the hound hours might be friendly to, she could only think of one: their savior Joker. That is to say, those 2 annoying guys are the same person. Notice the fleeting change on Karen's face. Lance said with empty eyes, "It seems that you do have some information that we don't know. Can you tell me?" Karen bit her teeth. I don't know. I really don't know." Now Karen understood why Susheng kicked him out, but she couldn't betray him. At this moment, everyone in the hall realized that something was wrong, and Kesh and I also found the misunderstanding. "Karen, did Joker help you with the injury on your hand?" Liu also frowned and stared at her daughter's left elbow wrapped in bandages. "No, it's not." Karen quickly hid her hand behind her back. However, her startled attitude deepened everyone's suspicion. Aldous, who had been silent all the time, finally spoke. "Miss Karen, if Barry is unwilling to speak up, why not let my Alakazam do it for you?" As he said, Aldous' Alakazam jumped out. Everyone instantly understood what Aldous meant. He wants to use hypnosis. Karen's pretty face turned pale. Of course she understood the horror of hypnosis. Any human under the control of hypnosis will reveal all the secrets hidden in their hearts. "Father." Karen could only turn to her father, Liu. However, after a brief contemplation, Liu's answer made Karen feel as if she had fallen to the bottom. "Okay." Karen's pupils lost focus instantly. Why? Karen obviously didn't understand the ways of the world. The day before yesterday, her houndour almost bit off Aldous' arm, which made Liu's situation in the Johto business district extremely embarrassing. This is considered paying back the debt. No. However, although Liu, as a father, agreed, 2 people objected. One was the good old man Damaranji. The other, a little unexpectedly, was Lance. Damalankai frowned. "Liu, use hypnosis on people. S is very dangerous. Not everyone is a newbie to Mega like Ash, who gets beaten up by Thunderbolt and Flamethrower every day, just like no one is doing anything wrong. For humans, Pokémon are too powerful. Let psychic power invade the brain. Once the intensity is not controlled well, it may turn people into idiots." Damalancy even explicitly opposed Jenny's use of such interrogation methods on criminals. Lance also said she is not a criminal and does not need to use this method. Although Lance felt that criminal organizations such as Team Rockets and Shadow would not regret death when hypnosis is used on them, Lance definitely supports it with both hands. But Karen is not a criminal, and Lance doesn't know how to do it, and he doesn't bother to use this method. It can only be said that Lance, who has not yet gone dark and wants to implement the human purge plan, still has a very upright outlook. The premise is that he has not met Team Rockets. Forget it. The child has just come home and it's not good for us to have so many people asking questions around her. Damalankai spoke again. "Let the child go back to rest first and have a good sleep before we talk." Seeing that the president of the alliance has spoken, the others had nothing to say and stood up to leave. "Karen, from today on, you are not allowed to leave the house. No, you are not allowed to leave the room," Liu said indifferently. Karen walked up to the 2nd floor and returned to her room in silence. Oh, I go out occasionally and see a lot of strange things. Sure enough, if you live a long time, you will encounter everything." After going out, Elder Long said with a smile, "Brother Long, this is no small matter." Damalankai smiled bitterly. The Joker incident can be said to have brought shame on the alliance. What makes Damalankai even more confused is that the boy seems to have more and more fans among the people. "Lance, I've openly challenged you. As a critic, you can't be looked down upon." Elder Long joked to Lance, a little worried that the world would not be in chaos. The main reason is that he feels that Lance's growth path is a bit too smooth and needs to be hammered down. Snort. In response to his grandfather's joke, Lance had 1,000 words to say, all in this displeased hum. Chapter 46 UEV I must clarify the status of the East Palace. "No, why are you back again?" At the beach house, Will opened the door and looked at the 3 dogs waiting to be fed. He felt numb all over. He also lived in Susheng for a while. In just 2 days, there were probably more people knocking on the door than in the previous month. Oh no, the person knocking on the door is not a person. The 3 hound hours were too lazy to pay attention to Will. After staying with Susheng for 2 days, they knew that this little fat man had no status in this family. As soon as the door opened, he slipped in through the crack in the door. Seeing Susheng in front of the experimental table, one of the dogs jumped up excitedly and crawled into Susheng's arms. Uev, who was lying in the corner of the experimental table, stood up instantly. An explosive dunk knocked the dog from mid-air to the ground. In order not to make Karen suspicious, Uev was kept in the ball by Susheng. Now that it has finally been released, can you still be allowed to compete for favor here? As long as I am here, you will be concubines after all. Woof woof. Seeing this, Black Fox dared to hit his sister. The other two hound hours raised their heads and barked at Moon Evie. Don't scream. Susheng frowned and uttered two words. Let Evie and Houndour be quiet for a moment. But they still stared at each other, their eyes facing each other, and arcs of electricity flashed faintly. In front of the experimental table, Susheng took out a little bit of his own blood and observed it under the microscope. The cells of Viridian power still need to be stabilized, Susheng said to himself. After finishing his research for the time being, Susheng turned his attention to these three hound hours. Tell me, why are you back again? And where is that guy? Susheng turned around and looked around. I didn't see that Houndour with a nasty personality. Woof woof. One of the dogs squatted in front of Susheng and kept tail whipping. When Susheng saw this, he knelt down and reached out to touch her head. Baya. Evie bared her teeth and looked unhappy. Susheng said with a smile, Evie, I have to touch the target to activate my ability. Buletin Yi. Evie lay down again with her face slightly puffed up. Susheng put his hand on Houndour's head. Houndour shook his head and cupped Susheng's hand. Not like a dog, but more like a cat. Woof woof. Woof woof. The other two hound hours came up. I want it to. I want it to. A cross appeared on Uevie's forehead. It's endless, right? Susheng's left hand covered the Houndour at the beginning, and his right hand touched the other two. I see. That reckless dog chose Karen. After hearing what Susheng said, Will guessed what happened and said in surprise, that hot-tempered Houndour left with that woman? Is it true that it would choose to be a human partner? Maybe something happened between them when we didn't see it. Susheng didn't have much interest. After taking his hand back, he said to the hound hours who looked unsatisfied, What about you? Do you come back to want to stay with me? This time, there was no need to use Viridian's power to translate. Susheng also guessed what they were thinking. The dogs sat in a row, nodding in unison. It's a pity that they look a bit fierce. If it was replaced by the cute Evie, or at least grow live, it would definitely cause the girls to scream. If you take a picture and post it online, it might even become a hot search. But straight men like Susheng still like this kind of ugly and cute dog. In the previous life, his cousin raised a French bulldog. Although it was ugly, Susheng still liked to pet it. Hey Asheng, are you going to take them in? I thought you didn't like Pokemon like Houndour. After all, Will was a little surprised when he recalled Susheng's attitude towards Karen's Houndour. That's because that one has a bad temper. Susheng curled his lips. He didn't have any Pokemon he hated. Even if it was Kricketune, he wouldn't mind training one if he had a chance. But Susheng valued character very much. For example, Ash's old spray. Although he later became Ash's main force and attracted countless fans, and was also the main reason why Charizard's status in GF rose. But to be honest, I really couldn't like the old spray in the early days. Although Ash's level as a trainer was not enough at that time, he was your savior after all, right? And you treated him like that? It's really a bit ungrateful. To be honest, Ash really has a good temper and can tolerate him for nearly 100 episodes. If it were me, even if I didn't let him go on the spot, I would have thrown him to Professor Oak to sit on the bench. Woof woof. Seeing that Susheng agreed, the three hound hours rushed forward and licked them all. Bang bang bang. This time, Moon Evie couldn't help it and used quick attack 3 times in a row, sending the 3 dogs flying. It's not over yet, right? Moon Evie felt that she had to let these 3 little bitches know who is the master of the East Palace. It was almost noon, and Susheng began to prepare lunch. Alas, I suddenly felt that Ash was so lucky. During the adventure, he had a male mother who could be called the master of Pokemon to help him with logistics. Don't cut the meat too thick and too thin, otherwise it will be half cooked when fried. Seeing Will's knife skills, Susheng almost wanted to hit him. Will shrugged. I said we should capture a gardevoir and let her clean the house for us. Susheng rolled his eyes. If you were in front of me, you would have been a street lamp in your previous life. You know that. Moon Evie. Houndour, it's time to eat. Susheng prepared the Pokemon food and put it in. Compared to the elegant Moon Evie, the 3 hound hours who were not used to the transition from wild to domestic directly performed a perfect saffron turn for Susheng. Don't do that. Every one of them has it. Susheng separated the 3 of them. There was no other way. There were no extra Pokemon food bowls at home. He could only make do with his own wash basin. After seeing the 3 hound hours become more polite, Susheng thought of another question. Should he give them a name? Otherwise, when he called Houndour in the future, they wouldn't know which one he was calling. The Moon Evie, who was chewing slowly beside him, sneered at the scene. He laughed inwardly. Tui country bumpkin. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. The moment Will was distracted, the knife cut his hand and he jumped up and down in a hurry, shouting like Tomcat. Susheng speechlessly threw a band-aid to Will. Will applied the medicine while opening the door, cursing. The house has been too lively recently. Opened the door and saw the dog at the door. Will scored twice and was silent again. I wonder if this house has good luck with dogs recently. Woof. The 3 houndours in the house who were eating greasy food were also full of questions. I wondered if you left with that human woman. Will was numb. It's not over yet, right? Chapter 47. Since we are exposed, we have to drag you into the group. Woof woof. Houndour looked up and didn't know what he was saying. Will spread his hands. I don't understand. As he said that, Will turned his head and looked into the house. Hey, Sheng, it's your turn. Susheng got up and walked to the door. His expression was also disgusted. You are not over yet, right? Woof woof woof. Houndour was more excited than before. Susheng instinctively smelled the smell of trouble, but after thinking about it, he still put his hand on the back of the Houndour. Speaking of which, in order to prevent this bad-tempered Houndour from being confused with the 3 in his room in the future, it is better to decide their names as soon as possible. How is it? What did it say? Will asked curiously. Karen is in solitary confinement. Susheng's first sentence did not change Will's expression. After all, there was such a big fuss before, and Karen also let the Houndour run away. What's the big deal about being in solitary confinement? But Susheng's next sentence made Will unable to remain calm. Our identities may be exposed. Will's eyes widened and he used the great wilderness prisoner heaven finger on the Houndour. You dog betrayed us. Woof woof. Feeling that his personality was insulted, the Houndour roared at Will. Will was so scared that he quickly retracted his finger. Although I don't like this thing either, it's not the reason. Susheng took his hand back and couldn't help laughing. Land/crossing glance/crossing bird is really observant. Will didn't want to ask, nor did he have the time to ask what happened. He only cared about one thing now. What should we do now? Run away. 2 ways. Either move what can be moved away, destroy what can't be moved away, run away like you said, or... Susheng turned his eyes to look at his hard work in the house, and after a brief thought he spoke again. Let Karen join us. In fact, the more radical method is to silence Karen. The dead can keep secrets best. But Susheng said that he was not so naive. In this case, we are exposed and we can only pull you in. Impossible, right? Liu from San/Real Estate Company is also a well-known rich man in Johto region. Will poured cold water on him. How could she, a young lady, give up her rich life with no worries about food and drink and live a life like this with our heads hanging on the bell? Woof 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 woof. Houndour barked again. Will, what did the dog say? Susheng, 9 out of 10 times, it said that it thought Karen would agree. Susheng guessed right. Houndour, who followed Karen all the way into the villa, saw Karen's experience clearly. It thought that if it was the current Karen, she would agree. Seeing Houndour nod in response, Will was even more incredible. Is it true? Susheng pressed the secret compartment behind the bookcase. The poster of Diantha on the wall turned. What appeared was Susheng's phantom thief costume. Hey, are you really going? Will was still very skeptical. At least I want to see the attitude of that young lady. After all, she may have guessed our identity. We have to observe, Susheng answered while changing clothes. No way. Will rolled his eyes and pressed another secret compartment. Another poster next to it turned over with the wall. It was Will's phantom thief costume. By the way, the poster was Elisa, a child model of Unova region. That night in Laya Villa. Don't ask, I won't say anything. In Karen's room, the girl hugged her knees with her hands and buried her face between her knees. Joy Soledad, who came to help with psychological counseling, looked at Jenny next to her with an embarrassed look. Jenny shook her head. In this situation, she couldn't do anything. Although I don't know what happened to you, Miss Karen, the whole alliance is very concerned about this matter now. Even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about your father and your entire family, right? Jenny held back for a long time before she could say a word. This is not nonsense. Although the main culprit is Team Rockets represented by Joker, but the incident happened here after all, and Liu, the organizer of the event, must be responsible for it. Recently, the stock price of San/Real Estate has continued to fall. However, it would have been better if Jenny didn't say this. Once she said it, Karen's face became even darker. You actually want me to pay for the father who agreed to let psychic Pokémon invade her brain? Although Liu may have been anxious at the time, it is undeniable that this incident left an indelible shadow in Karen's heart. Joy quickly noticed this, and after leaving a sentence, Miss Karen, you should have a good rest first. She hurriedly pulled Jenny away. I thought, aren't you doing more harm than good? Joy Soledad and Jenny just went downstairs when a police officer ran up to them. He had his police hat pulled down low, as if he was injured. He held his arm in pain and shouted with gritted teeth, Captain, something's happening. Joker appeared at the front door. Captain Jenny's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly released his Growlithe and shouted to the subordinates guarding the villa, come with me to the front door. Yes. After everyone everyone else had left. The police officer who came to report took off his police hat, revealing Will's face. It's so easy to lie. After Will smiled evilly, he took off his police uniform. Under the short body, there are telescopic stilt shoes that look like bamboo horses. The equipment used by Emerald is very similar to that in the original comics. Emerald is one of the protagonists of the special episode, but I have average feelings about this character and have a better impression of Wally. And Susheng modeled this set of equipment after that child. Although he doesn't really like that little carrot head. That guy Ashen can always make weird things. Well, my mission is completed. Let's run away. Wait until you are alone in the room again. Karen finally raised her face and stared blankly at the crescent moon outside the window. All this made her feel disappointed. The father who would do anything for his own status, the 4 elites who killed Houndour's parents for unknown real purposes, and the Pokémon Alliance who are aggressive and trying to get something out of themselves. Now she just wants to escape from here. Woof woof. A familiar bark came. Karen, who was lying on the bed, straightened up suddenly. She will never forget this growl. Die, Houndour. Opening the window and going to the balcony, Karen found the dog she had longed for sitting in the middle of the balcony. You, how did you? While Karen was excited, her trembling eyes were filled with doubts. I don't seem to be in a good mood. A slightly frivolous teasing sound came from above the head. Karen looked up sharply. I found that the figure who appeared in my storage room a few days ago was sitting on the roof of my house with my legs crossed. You seem to know a little too much, Miss Karen, Susheng in Joker mode said with a smile. This expression, these lines, very much like the villain in a shounen manga. Chapter 48. Only when we have a common secret do we call ourselves one of our own. You, what do you want? Joker's line is very similar to Karen's evil villains in TV series. It should put her on alert. You have already guessed my identity, right? Really? I didn't expect that one day I would make the same mistake as Kaido. Susheng rubbed his temples and complained to himself. In his previous life he complained that if Kaido had directly killed Momonosuke at the fire banquet instead of just tying him up and talking a lot of inexplicable nonsense, it won't be possible for all members of the Straw Hats to unlock and kill him. The situation I faced 2 days ago was somewhat similar. If you had not chosen to save Karen and this Houndour, but do as Will said and throw it into the sea, there won't be so many bad things. But Susheng would not regret it. If he were in Kaido's shoes, he would definitely kill Momonosuke. No matter what happens, I will strip him naked and give some special XP subordinates in the pirate group a good time. And Karen, even though Susheng didn't know much about her, he couldn't do anything to an 11-year-old girl. After hearing Joker's words, Karen bit her lower lip lightly. She didn't know who the Kaido the other party was talking about was, but she also knew what Joker meant. Do you still lack a companion? After a brief silence, Karen asked with a tremor in her voice. Of course she knew what this meant. However, there is nothing left in the world here that is worthy of her nostalgia. Whether it was Aldous, who was the 4th elite of the Alliance and killed his Houndour parents, or the father who regards himself as a tool to strengthen the family and even pushes himself into desperate situations for this purpose. All of this made Karen feel disgusted. Since the light has abandoned me, I would rather throw myself into the darkness. But after all, Karen is only an 11-year-old child this year. Abandoning everything she had now and going to an unknown world still made her instinctively afraid. Susheng's eyes under the mask were stunned for a moment. Good guy, I didn't even say a word and you surrendered on your own initiative. It seems that the Alliance did not do a good job in this girl's psychological work, Susheng muttered in his heart, but this is indeed a great opportunity. After Susheng thought quickly, he decided to take Karen away first. What if the Alliance later sent a mouth evasion master like N.A. Luduo to convince Karen? Then there is no chance at all. Thinking of this, Susheng leaned over and stretched out his right hand towards Karen. Karen pressed her teeth against Bite's lips. Finally, she held Houndour in her left hand and handed it over to her with her right hand. Wow! The next second, Susheng's black windbreaker unfolded and turned into a hang glider. This black look looks more like Batman than Kaido Kid. Oh no, isn't Batman in putty? The main entrance of the villa. Jenny Rate lead the police team to gather here. What's going on? Where is Joker? Faced with the captain's questioning, the police officer responsible for guarding the gate looked confused. Joker? Captain, what are you talking about? We didn't see him. Captain Jenny was stunned when she heard this. A team member just told me that Joker appeared at the main entrance. The guards responsible for guarding the main entrance were even more confused. They looked at each other and asked, No, I didn't see it. Captain, what did the team member tell you? The expression on Captain Jenny's face changed from anxious to confused, etc. In retrospect, the police officer lowered his hat at that time and could not see his face clearly. And when I heard him say the name Joker, I rushed out impatiently. Didn't check his police number at all. Oops. I fell into the opponent's plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. After reacting, Captain Jenny realized something was wrong. Everyone everyone follow me back dash Captain there. Before Captain Jenny could say the last word go, one of her police officers pointed to the upper right and shouted. Everyone turned to look. In the night sky, the wanted criminal who had turned this place upside down just 2 days ago was seen flying over their heads with black wings. In his arms, he was holding a young girl. It is Karen who is now the key care target of the Alliance. Captain Jenny's expression turned extremely ugly. Sure enough, I fell into the trap. Damn it, don't even think about escaping. It's better than. Captain Jenny took out a pokeball and pressed the switch button in the center to call out her other partner besides Growlithe. However, after Captain Jenny pressed it several times, the shrunken pokeball showed no reaction at all. The Pidgeot inside also looked at its owner with an innocent expression. Damn it, it's that damn machine again. No matter how unwilling you are in your heart, at this moment the Zanlan police could only watch helplessly as the other party took away the key objects of care assigned by President Damalankai. 2 hours later, the beach house. I really brought her back. Will, who rushed back to meet up, saw Karen cooking for Houndour, even though he had already expected it. But when I see a new member in the family, I still can't help but sigh. But doesn't it matter? Ashen, you even took off the mask. Will noticed another problem. That means Susheng has taken off his mask and revealed his true face. Isn't this a bit risky? To be honest, I don't really believe her. Although she is not as wealthy as the Yulong family, her family is considered a wealthy family. Is she really willing to give up her life of fine clothes and fine food to hang out with us? Wilco's drum washing machine held its chin and kept looking at Karen. Why did I believe you when you joined the gang? Susheng asked back. Regarding this matter, Will felt that Susheng could eat him for the rest of his life and said with a flat mouth, do you call that belief? It's obviously you who threatened me with that video. Okay, huh. Speaking of the latter part, Will reacted suddenly. He guessed a little bit of Susheng's thoughts. Susheng was seen smiling and continued, only those who have a common secret are called our own. Not today, but tomorrow, Karen, and we will be one of our own. As he spoke, Susheng's pupils moved slightly and glanced at Karen. But will it be too urgent tomorrow? It's okay to rest here for a few days to adjust your mentality. Although she will be one of the 4 elites of the Quartz Alliance in the future, she is just an 11-year-old girl now. After experiencing so many things in just 2 days, Susheng did not intend to push her too hard. And even if Karen regrets it, Susheng still has a backup plan. It doesn't matter. Karen placed a nutritious meal mixed with bliss sea egg pieces, slowpoke tail pieces, various tree fruits and Pokemon food in front of Houndour. Seeing Houndour enjoying its meal, Karen raised her hand and stroked its back with a firm look in her eyes. As long as I'm with this child, I have nothing to fear. Chapter 49. Will Ashen, you are really gentle. The next day, in the corner of an intersection in Qianwood City. According to prior investigation, the CAI Shanghai Consortium's car will drive over from there in 5 minutes. Holding a laptop, he pointed to Susheng to the road diagonally opposite. Is it okay? This is the city center. Should we choose a remote place to start? Will hesitated. We just have to make a big enough fuss to let more people know that Karen is with us. With that said, Susheng handed a mask with a rather gorgeous structure to Karen. I'm in a hurry and don't have time to ask your opinion. What do you think of this style? Karen took the mask and put it on her face while putting on gloves to cover up fingerprints and said calmly, that's enough. You are meant to be a bad guy, so why should you pay attention to appearance? Will rolled his eyes, feeling I was accidentally injured. I spent a long time designing this phantom thief suit. When Karen finished her transformation, Susheng looked her up and down. Well, I wish you a triumphant return, our new companion. Susheng smiled. Companion. When she heard the word, Karen's eyes moved slightly, but she didn't speak. By the way, Karen, do you want to think of a code name for both of us? Sheng has a code name, and we always feel that we are suppressed by him if we don't have one. Will was still struggling with the nickname. Here it comes, Susheng reminded. Karen secretly rolled her eyes, cursed Will as a lunatic in her heart, released Houndour, and pointed her eyes directly at the truck with the logo of the talented consortium behind the zebra crossing. Flame charge, Karen ordered coldly. Houndour's body was blazing with flames, turning into a ball of fire, and slammed into the truck's compartment. Instantly, the drivers of other vehicles around and the citizens passing by on the zebra line were all stunned. Hey, what are you doing? The employee of the Keshinai group in the driver's seat shouted and took out the pokeball to stop Karen. At this time, Karen coldly took out a remote control with an antenna from her collar. Is that a magnetic remote control? The driver's face changed drastically. Houndour, flamethrower. Karen spoke coldly. Houndour, who landed, opened his mouth again, further burning and expanding the hole in the truck compartment. Inside were the Ursaring family and the Murkrow family that were not rescued 2 nights ago. That's right, they were packed and sent to the Keshinai group by Liu, but the information was once again known by Susheng, or more accurately, by Giovanni. Originally, Susheng had no intention of dealing with this matter. After all, no matter whether CAI CAI Shanai's family really wanted to find a new home for Ursaring and the others, or had some other unknown calculations. This kind of thing happens every day all over the world. I can't handle it myself, but since Karen wants to join, let's just use her as a training ground. Ursaring, Teddy Ursa, and Murkrow, who were trapped in the carriage, were all confused. Everyone, hurry up. Karen waved and shouted. Ursaring moved his nose. It was confirmed that the masked female human in front of him was one of the 3 people who rescued them 2 days ago. No longer hesitating, holding his children, he jumped out of the carriage with Murkrow and the others. Outside, Susheng was not idle either. In the public telephone booth across the street, Susheng held the microphone and shouted in an anxious tone, "It's terrible. There are bad guys robbing. Sister Jenny, come quickly. Don't be afraid, little brother. We will send the police immediately." After ending the call with Jenny, Susheng called the TV station again. "Hello, is this the Blue TV station? I have explosive news to expose." When Susheng came out, Will, who was guarding the door, couldn't help but grin and said, "Sheng, you are getting worse and worse. Before, you just threatened me with the video, but now you force me into prostitution, right? Let Karen rob in public. This is her ticket to join Susheng's group." It just echoed what Susheng said in his previous life. It's better to do 100 good things with the boss than to do one bad thing with the boss. How can you make me feel at ease without a common secret? Susheng was too lazy to pay attention to this guy. But I have another question. Will thought of something again, and regardless of whether Susheng was willing to answer or not, he started talking. "Since we want to catch her handle, we don't have to make her wear a mask, right? Wouldn't it be better to let her do it directly without makeup? At that time, she will have no other way out except to surrender to us. If she acts with a mask, the Alliance doesn't know who she is, and she may still betray us in the future." What Will said does make sense. Let Karen do things with her true face, and she can be forced into a more desperate situation. In this way, she has no other place to go except Susheng. It is safer to cooperate, or to put it bluntly, it is more reliable to control. Will doesn't think that with Susheng's brain. He didn't think of this. There is no need to push a little girl too hard, Susheng said calmly. If Karen is not allowed to wear a mask, it means that she is really forced into a desperate situation. If the true face is not exposed, there is still room for turning around in the future. Hey, Yujinjian, who played Iron Masked Marauder before, played so happily, but I didn't expect you, Ashen, to be so gentle. Will looked serious. You are so gentle. You are simply the most gentle in the world. Ghost. Beep beep beep. The sirens became clearer and clearer, and Jenny's police team came. Susheng and Will looked outside. Not only Jenny, but also the TV station's reporters also came. What you want is this effect. On the other side, Kianwood City Police Station. Damolankai patted his forehead and looked at the police officers, who lowered their heads and did not dare to look at him. "I don't even know what to say to you. You can jump into such a simple trap." In the end, Damolankai, who had a kind personality, still did not curse, and all complaints turned into helpless laments. "I'm sorry, President Dang. As soon as we heard Joker's name, we rushed out." Captain Jenny looked ashamed. Why did that guy Joker kidnap a little girl? Could it be that the other party guessed his identity and wanted to silence her? Next to him, Lance frowned and said suspiciously, "This." Captain Jenny was even more panicked. "Kill someone? No, that's not the case, right? In the previous Gold Rich train incident, Joker still saved people." A piece of news. At this moment, the TV screen in the police station suddenly changed, and the voice of the female host came. "Now, a mysterious female robber is carrying a Houndour, attacking the CAI Shanai Consortium transport vehicle, and publicly snatching Pokémon. The female robber is estimated to be 10 to 12 years old, and possesses a magnetic remote control invented by Joker, a leader of Team Rockets. It can be confirmed that the woman is also a member of Team Rockets. I saw the masked woman commanding Houndour to kill everyone on the live news broadcast." The atmosphere was very awkward for a time. Chapter 50. When it comes to showing off, I, Lance, have never been afraid of anyone. It seems that she was not kidnapped by Joker, but followed him away voluntarily. After a brief awkward atmosphere, Lance stood up suddenly, his eyes gradually turning cold. Originally, his attitude towards Karen was relatively mild. He thought that Karen might have been provoked by the villains of Team Rockets for not reporting the situation, so he had something to hide. "It seems that I made a mistake." "Calm down, Lance. Maybe there is some misunderstanding here," Damolankai reminded. "It even has a magnetic remote control. Do you think there can be any misunderstandings?" Lance sneered. That guy Joker was actually able to give Karen such an important prop. According to Lance, there is only one reason: they are in the same group. Was it Joker who convinced Karen last night, or is it that the two of them got involved earlier? Lance didn't have the heart to think so much. He was in a hurry to get there now. No matter what the reason is for Karen to join Team Rockets, as long as she can be caught, Joker can be caught by following the clues. "Lance, please don't reveal Karen's identity identity in public. I guess that child must have some difficulties. Damalankai instructed. Karen is a very talented child and Damalansi hopes that he can contribute to the league in the future. As long as your true identity is not exposed, it will be much easier to wipe your butt later. Lance frowned secretly, then quickly walked away without saying a word. At this time, the police received a call, and Lance and the police team were dispatched. Damalankai didn't say anything more. He knew that with Lance's character, silence meant agreement. What on earth happened? Damalankai turned to look at Karen, who was transforming into a gangster and robbing people on the TV. He has seen this child Karen before. In Damalankai's opinion, he is definitely a good candidate to be a trainer. Now Agatha is getting older and older. When Karen grows up, maybe she can seamlessly join Agatha's class. Why now? Crossroads. The Jenny police team arrived and evacuated the people 100 meters away. Only the police cars surrounding the intersections and the camera team of Zanlan TV station were left. Ursaring, Murkrow and the others have successfully blended into the crowd and escaped. But in order to protect these Pokemon, Karen didn't have time to run away. Kid, take your Pokemon back and don't move it. Parked in front of the police car, a Jenny shouted into the police car with a loudspeaker. Facing the dense police force on the other side, Karen couldn't help but feel a little nervous at this moment. Where did that guy Joker go? Did he want me to deal with this situation alone? Karen muttered secretly in her heart. When they first contacted her, Susheng's reply was, just stand still and don't move. Karen had no idea what that guy was thinking. Jenny, the one holding the loudspeaker, had a flash of sympathy in her eyes and shouted again, little sister, why do you do this? Do you have any difficulties? You can tell your sister and she will help you figure it out. Woof 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 woof. However, Jenny's Growlithe and Karen's Houndour looked at each other and roared at each other as if they were born to be in conflict. Karen frowned slightly under the bandage. That guy doesn't really want me to break out alone, does he? Or does he want to accuse himself of assaulting a police officer to make the matter even bigger? Karen gritted her teeth secretly. Well, since I have chosen this path, I might as well go all the way to the dark side. Let's go. Dalu, Dragonite, Dragon Pulse. Just as Karen was about to break out of the encirclement with her Houndour, a violent beam of dragon fire fell from the sky. Use a horizontal line to separate Houndour and Growlithe, which are spraying each other. Stop barking, you two stupid dogs. Everyone looked up in the direction of the majestic shout. The cameraman of Zanlan TV also subconsciously pointed the camera at the sky. Oh, it's Lance/Crossing Elite. Lance/Crossing Elite is here. In New Bark Town, when a little girl about 4 years old saw the imposing figure standing on Dragonite, she clapped her hands excitedly. Her name is Chris and she is a fan of Elite Lance of the Quartz Alliance. Although Lance is not as friendly to the people as Leon, the popularity in the two regions of Kanto Johto is indeed not much less than that of the other. On the one hand, he is indeed strong enough, and on the other hand, the Alliance is willing to support him. Lance, who was standing on Dragonite's back, slowly landed, with two Dragonairs entrenched on his shoulders like guardians on the left and right. During the landing, Lance crossed his arms over his chest and asked Karen in a still awe-inspiring manner, I'm not interested in why you did this, but I know that as long as I catch you, I can force that guy out. Lance slowly jumped off Dragonite's back, his eyes unwavering, and then said, you have some talent, but you're not stupid enough to think you can beat me, are you? Should you put it on obediently, or should you ask that guy to save you? With that said, Lance threw a silver bracelet in front of Karen with his backhand. So handsome. Also living in New Bark Town, a boy named Gold, about 4 years old, also saw his eyes light up. I have to say, when it comes to showing off, no one in the Pokemon continent can compare to him at the moment. Lance. Karen gritted her teeth secretly. Damn Joker, this is not part of the plan. At this moment Karen's mood was like running around. Shall I hit Lance? Lance/Crossing Elite. There. Suddenly, a Jenny behind Lance pointed to the sky and shouted. Lance and everyone present looked up in the direction of her finger. Lance's pupils narrowed suddenly. Here it comes. Sure enough, it's here. It's Joker. Joker appears. Many residents in the surrounding streets also saw it. Directly above the department store, Joker, the Alliance's A-level wanted criminal who controls a hang glider, appeared. Don't even think about using the same move twice on me, Lance. Lance jumped onto Dragonite's back and flew into the air. Two Dragonairs followed closely behind. He has seen the capabilities of magnetic remote controls many times. So when I came out of Lyo's villa, I released Dragonite and two Dragonair in one breath. With the three dragons merging, even the Beedrill need not be afraid. I'm not interested in how you convinced that little girl. I just want to take you to the Alliance prison and interrogate you slowly. Riding on the back of Dragonite and flying to Joker, Lance raised his lips and said, come on, release your Beedrill. Don't think that the dirty trick you did before will be useful to me the second time. In an instant, almost all of Johto's attention was focused on the two people above Kianwood City. The audience in front of the TV stared intently at the two people confronting each other on the screen. The citizens of Kyanwood City who were at the scene raised their necks one by one and stared at the two figures, one black and one red, above. They didn't notice it at all. Just when they all raised their heads and looked up, a strand of spider silk shot out from the crowd, stuck to Karen's shoulder, and pulled her into the crowd. Are you talking, or are you saying that in this situation, all your crooked ways are no longer useful? Seeing that Joker on the opposite side remained silent, Lance spoke again. However, the only response to him was still silence. At the same time, Lance also noticed something was wrong. Joker, this guy has been flying parallel to the ground with his glider open, but at this moment he was frozen in place as if he had been hit by disable. This was a bit inconsistent with the laws of physics. Dragonair, capture him. Lance felt something was definitely wrong, and the next second he suddenly raised his hand and gave an order. A Dragonair flies on the left, rushing out, his slender body tied up Joker in an instant like a golden rope.